Tease Tony.
Okay, well, I think that means we're live. I have to go across here.
Ravi Shastri's lost a bit of weight.
He has actually,
Yeah.
since he did that interview with who was it on Gorilla. He's certainly lost a bit off his face.
Oh, he's lost a bit there for sure. And Alan Lamb and Jeff Miller were on yesterday, and they've obviously had the chemo or radiotherapy for their cancer, and they both looked a little cadaverous, albeit better for it.
About to go live. Play.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket and to day 3 of England versus India at Edgbaston. Well, Brendan McCullum wanted to know just how far England can push their attack-minded approach. India, and particularly Jasprit Bumrah and Rishabh Pant, seem to be providing the answer here. Yesterday, Bumrah, of all people, clattered Stuart Broad for 35 runs off and over. Broad was following orders, apparently. Orders in the spirit of those given by Lord Cardigan to the Light Brigade, presumably. From 98 for 5, India powered to 416. At 84 for 5, England needs something special from the New Zealand heroes Stokes and Bairstow, who have to deliver some more magic today. I'm Tony Bishop, and with me are the elder statesman of alternative cricket commentary, Messi Jez, all the way from Perth.
Hello. Thank you, Tony. Welcome.
And the newest member of the Jack Leach fan club, Gary Naylor.
Yes, well, I'm delighted to be in Sydenham, one might say, stepping once more onto the breach here at Guerrilla Cricket. But I must admit, having watched the last half hour of you setting things up, Tony, I confess I'm very much Andrew Ridgeley to your George Michael here, with the exception, of course,
What you mean, you're still alive?
that my mic is actually plugged in, but there you go. Exceptional effort just to get us to where we are at the moment. Well played, Tony.
Well, with a bit of
nice analogy.
remote help from the bear, obviously. Do you know, I actually did once have singing lessons from the lady who taught George Michael to sing.
Well, I'm currently reading his biography.
How did
and
that go?
Went all right, actually.
The biography is very good. Recent biography is out. I'm reviewing it, so it's. I've got George Michael on the mind, and it was Pride, of course, yesterday. So, reflecting on how far we've come, because 30 years ago it was a brutal environment for gay men in particular. So we've got some things right in the last 30 years, even if, as with everything else, there's a fair way to go.
Well, we had a record yesterday of most runs in an over in Test cricket. I think we've just broken the Guerrilla record for veering wildly off track.
That's a fucking big record.
Yeah, you say that, but it was
It was me. I took us there.
Yeah,
I've got to
it was.
admit, I did.
It was Proud Surrey Night at the Oval on Friday. So cricket
well, there you go.
reaching out to new communities. Pleased to.
Where shall we start? I'm going to start with you, Gary, at the risk of missing the first half hour's play. And are England being outbazzed? That's my question for both of you.
Well, if I'm going to start with me, I'd say not exactly, because Rishabh Pant has been playing this way pretty much since he started. He has an interesting backstory. He had to work very hard to get a gig in junior cricket, and he had to show a lot of belief as a teenager. He broke through, and he's always played this way. What is, I think, really quite surprising is that with almost no warm-up at all, other than one of these beer matches in Leicester, I think it was, where everybody played against everybody else, is that Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Shami were absolutely in rhythm, on a line and length, and were bowling absolutely superbly yesterday, and Siraj wasn't far behind. So the surprise to me is that these bowlers are absolutely on their games.
Yeah.
What about you, Messers? Where do you stand on where England stands?
I love and I hate this whole new approach, because I think the attitude is fantastic. I just love we're out there, we're going to win, we can win, the positivity and the exhibition of how that can work against New Zealand. What I think is massively missing is a strategy to deal with the times when that doesn't actually work, particularly when fielding. I mean, I'll come to Root in a minute, but yesterday and the day before, once Pant had got himself in, England's performance in the field was woeful. And it struck me that basically Stokes hadn't got a plan to deal with the situation when attack's not working really well. So an intelligent approach to playing in not a totally defensive way, but in a way in which you can control the agenda a bit, rather than letting go of it in the way that he did, is clearly necessary. The other thing is the all or nothing approach. I heard Stokes said something along the lines of, well, now that we've done what we've done, people will know what they need to do to get into the England team. Now that scares the shit out of me, because that rules out the people who actually do what
Ben Compton,
say
who
Bashar and
grinds
do.
the runs, yeah,
do it really well. There's room for both, and I think there's a real problem if they throw out the baby with the bathwater and end up with only people who can score fast. Because I saw Root yesterday batting in a way that I've never seen him bat before in a test match, where he was it looked like he was trying to follow the agenda of being attacking in a way that didn't suit the circumstances. But that's really worrying.
Well, that's a question to both of you then. Is it going to be the case that, who was the little boy who was, when he was good he was very, very good, but when he was bad he was awful?
That's the girl with the curl.
It was the girl with the curl. Is the approach going to be a bit like that? When it's working, it's amazing, but it will come off the rails quite spectacularly from time to time.
Well, it will come off the rails spectacularly from time to time, because the nature of cricket is that all sides, regardless of their tactics, will come off the rails from time to time. I mean, I think there's a little bit of a distance between the rhetoric and the reality, and I think we saw it in Johnny Bairstow's innings last night. And, you know, he wasn't trying to hit the leather off it straight away. He understood that this was going to be a tough hour for England, and he played accordingly. I think we'll see that in the first hour today. I don't expect England to be 70 runs on after an hour. I think they'll want to give due respect to Shami and Bumrah, and then have a go at the at Thakur and maybe Siraj when he comes on. So I think you've got to sort of separate a little bit of the bluster from the reality. But what is good is that the attitude of trying to win the game and burying forever England's failure to chase 240 or whatever it was at Lords against New Zealand last year is a good thing. I'll just say one other thing is that it's beginning to come through a little bit in the county game. Ali Orr, 21-year-old opener for Sussex, he made 141 as Sussex chased down 360 or so. He hit 6 sixes and 15 fours in that innings. This can only be a good thing. As Duncan Fletcher used to say, you have to be positive in your defence as well as in your attacking play, and I think there's much to be gained, but judgment is required, and certainly in the field more imagination needs to be shown, and I'm afraid to say they do have to pick a spinner who presents more threat.
Well, the players are out there. Mrs. Bairstow and Stokes are at the crease. Let's just quickly jingle them up.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time. Name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation Big Shot.
Oh, there we go, indeed. And he is with his captain.
I got up in Stokes, and he called me a oh, if I'd only seen that Ben Stokes was so mean, and he called.
And just for the get us fully up to speed, we're going to have to wait because Shami's already into the attack, bowling from the pavilion end, and it's down leg and skipping away to his left by Rishabh Pant. It's Mohammed Shami, of course.
He's coming down fast and moving it too. Tell me the answer. He may be a bowler, but he's often injured. Look out, Mohammed Shami, Mohammed Shami, Mohammed Shami.
Shami's going to be in again past umpire Dar, left alone by Bairstow wide of his off stump this time. Bit of an ooh from Pant, but not as close as he probably thought it was it, Gary?
No, it's a sensible leave, but the ball is wobbling. I mean, it's 10:30 in England, and the ball will do a bit. This is why England have got to be circumspect, leave as much as they can, and only hit the 4 balls for 4, not try to manufacture boundaries. But, you know, make no bones about it, this is a highly skilled operator in Mohammed Shami here.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's a world-class bowler, not just an international class, world-class bowler.
Well, he has 3 slips and a gully, and swung at! And so close to being edged by Bairstow. I think he has got away with it for a minute. It was not a lot of foot movement. The ball moved away. Bairstow followed it. He had a swish. He missed it, but he missed it by a micromillimetre, and he's very, very lucky to still be there.
I mean, that's really what Jez and I were talking about, is that the risk and reward from that shot, second ball you're facing at 10:32 in the morning in England, it's all with the bowler. So, you know, you've got to really let that one go and then play that an hour's
What's
time.
he going to do with this one? This one he does let go, and in fact Rishabh Pant, who is resplendent in his yellow skiing goggles, so there must be some decent sunshine in Edgbaston.
I think there's a decent sponsorship deal, to be honest.
He's probably been, you know, I don't know, snow ploughing down the slopes of the bull ring, and is there. They do look magnificent, but he made a right Horlicks of trying taking that, and it popped out of his gloves.
Hurt him too.
Yeah, not a good look from Rishabh Pant. Yes, it did. I think he took him on the end of the finger, which he is now shaking. We're having a look at those very well padded inner gloves. Shami in again, down leg this time, and still another swish from Bairstow. He doesn't connect, and I have to say, Pant took that, Gary, but he was. There's a bit of an ooh as he quickly got rid of it again.
Yeah, well, he looked to be feeling his hamstring when he was batting, and he's taken a couple of blows on the fingers. But wicket keepers do, wicket keeping hurts. Let's be honest.
It does. It can do. It's not something I did a huge amount of, but I actually always used to quite enjoy wicket keeping when I did it. 12 for Johnny B. Stokes yet to get off the mark. Obviously, we'll wait as in comes Shami. Met nicely by Bairstow, pushed away towards point. They think about a single, they change their mind. It's the end of that first over. It's a maiden. It's a very probing maiden as well, and it's 84 for 5 still. And we'll find out who's with us, Messrs.
Well, Toulon, who I haven't come across before, says, asked what time the start of play was, which I told him. Sitting here already, Black Forest greetings. Welcome, Toulon. Mog is with us. He said, what? He's clearly in a Sunday evening Melbourne mood. He said, one of the things that irritates me the most about humans is that they haven't all fucked off and died yet. Also, hello.
Hello, Mog.
P.S. I'm just about to send a new broad jingle in.
Hello.
Whether the bishop can upload it to the card or not's another challenge.
Possibly that can be done remotely. I'm not sure.
I just wonder whether the porn bot is with us, because if Tony's going to start talking about probing maidens, then it won't be long.
I would expect it to rear its ugly head. Pokey Bumfinger, Sudahu, Nico, and Convid are all with us on YouTube, having a great discussion.
Well, it's the Indian captain,
needed the spanner there.
Jasprit Bumrah, coming around the wicket to Ben Stokes, who meets him squarely and effectively and steers it away to mid-off. I'm just looking for Bumrah. Where on earth is he in this idiosyncratically constructed jingle car? Here he is.
And now they're Monty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
I want to say something about Bumrah, but
Please
I'll do it after the next ball, I think.
Well, it's going to be bowled to England's captain, Ben Stokes. 3 slips. Well grouped down the track comes Stokes. He has a little prod on a fish. And it misses that outside edge by a mere coat of paint.
Well, they're not holding back in the first hour, and I think that's a mistake. I think this would be Bazball, perfectly acceptable Bazball to do this against the change bowlers, after the first hour's play. But he's missed that by a bat's width. He was that far away from it.
He was actually in the end. He did come 2-3 skips down the track, but I think that was more about trying to counter any swing than it was about looking for an aggressive shot. This one's fuller and met with a nice high elbow pushed out to mid-on by Stokes. No run.
There are many unusual unique things about Jasprit Bumrah, and you were talking about him yesterday at Guerrilla Cricket, but you didn't mention one of them, which is that with his hyperextended elbow, he's able to release the ball almost a yard closer to the batsman than most other bowlers. If you catch him in a freeze frame at his point of release, he's like a darts player leaning over the oche to cast his delivery.
As in comes Bumrah onto the back foot, goes Stokes, pushed away. I have to say, Gary, every time I see Jasprit Bumrah, Jockey Wilson, first thing I always think, it's an uncanny similar. They are so different. He reminds me of him.
Well, what it does is that it makes Jasprit Bumrah at 86, 87 miles an hour that have the same effect as another bowler at 92, 93 miles an hour, because you're gaining that yard of pace at the point of release. And it does make him a very slippery customer. Of course, he won't get very far unless he can keep his foot behind the line.
He has bowled a no ball there.
Doesn't bowl many, Bumrah.
Based on yesterday, this is where he'll take a wicket. Let's see what happens. It's full and it's flicked nicely away through mid-wicket by Ben Stokes. Is it going to make it all the way? I think it is. It's slowing up, but it gets there. Just dribbles into the sponge, but it is the first boundary of the morning, and it goes to the England captain.
What I liked about that is that he didn't try and hit it too hard. He kept his balance. He waited for the ball to come to him, and he hit it under his nose, which shows that you don't have to be kind of ultra aggressive to score boundaries, particularly with attacking field set. And I think Bairstow and Stokes are at their best when they stay in shape, when they have their balance and they don't go too hard at the ball.
Yes, he did. He played that beautifully and controlled, which is very much what Gary wants to see. 89 for 5. England trailing by 327. Full, and that squares up Stokes, and it's a little bit of an outside edge away towards cover. They get a single though.
Yeah, just that little bit of movement in the air, which you're always going to get in England before midday. And slightly moved away from him there, took the leading edge, but there's plenty in it here for the Indian bowlers.
Well, there is, and when you see these two batting together, you have to remember, what was that record, Cape Town?
297 was it?
Yeah.
For the fifth wicket?
They need to recreate that. Very different track here, though, I think.
No,
and
it
a very
was
different set of circumstances.
399.
Yeah, I'm just
399.
I'm just trying to find it, actually, the England's record partnership.
399.
It was, as you rightly say, 399 in 2016 at Newlands. Bumrah over the wicket, full, and steered into the offside by Bairstow. It's the end of another good over, just that 4 from it, 94, 5 from it, in fact, 94-5, England, 29 overs complete, 326 the deficit. Messers.
Leah says, morning everyone. Getting through an over without losing a wicket, moral victory.
Oh, two overs, Leah.
2, yes. Venkatesh says, goodly morning, afternoon. Was there any reverse swing on offer during the New Zealand series, and will it be affected today? I don't recall any, to be honest. Do you?
No, it's unlikely. The outfield is very green, and we've had some rain. The ball just won't be dry enough. It won't get roughed up enough.
And Foster Del Sol says, g'day cricket nerds, here's hoping that England switches to NAS ball this morning.
We may be off hot mic. I've noticed some weird messages there. I'm just going to radio into our remote control production team.
Yeah, but all
Nuovo is with us. He says, morning wonderful gorillas, gutted not being at Edgbaston today due to the dirty C word, that's COVID, but always happy to have you as company through today's play while encamped on the sofa instead. I'm sorry about that, Umbre Nueva. That's a cruel thing to happen to you. And the porn bot is here, and he says, I hope you're talking about the YouTube bot messages when I was abusing the porn bot. Maybe not. You take your pick.
Oh, well, you had to explain that yesterday, as I recall.
Yes.
Let's be clear. There are, for anybody new listeners, we were invaded, or have been invaded by I can't remember what it's called, HD Naked Fun, as we wait for Shami around the wicket, left by Stokes through to Rishabh Pant. That's has been attacking our YouTube channel, so we have a bunch of spanner men, those and ladies, spanner men and women, the spanner team, who keep an eye on that. But the Pornbot has also now developed his own rather entertaining and fun Twitter personality. So the slightest double entendre will be, even if accidental, will be leapt upon like a lion bringing down an antelope by the Twitter version. We love the Twitter version. We're not so happy with the YouTube version.
Well, there's another one on YouTube now who calls himself the Cricket Porn Bot, which is clearly a parody porn bot.
A parody porn
We've got a parody bear, and we've got a parody messages coat. So they're all coming.
94-5. Shami it is who's going to continue from the pavilion end.
Excellent work from Johnny Bairstow, I'll mention in a moment.
And he's bowling to England's captain Ben Stokes, who does leave this with a big high lift of his bat. And there's no run.
You'll be aware that Johnny Bairstow likes telling people to sit down in the behind the bowler's arm when he's batting. He's just told someone to sit down behind the bowler's arm despite being at the non-striker's end, which is conscientious indeed, I would suggest.
Well, these two are... who was it who famously said every side should have a redhead? I can't remember who it is.
Ava Gardner? Was she a redhead?
No, it was... I'll tell you in a minute if I can...
Rita Hayworth I'm thinking of, not Ava Gardner.
Down the track, lofted high by Stokes. He's leathered that. 2-3 bounces right back over the bowler's head, and it's a Baz ball batter.
So, Jez, what do you think? I think it's too early for that.
Yeah, I think another quick 16 for Stokes, then he's going to fuck off.
Oh, I fear you may be right.
To be fair, his foot movement was excellent. It was slightly shorter from Shami, and there was no fielder down there onto the back foot. And to prove my point, he plays that very nicely. Just angles the bat and steers it away to cover, and takes a single. So you can, you have degrees of Bazball, guys.
Yeah, I know, but you just get the feeling you've just got to give a little bit of respect to the opening bowlers, respect to the conditions, and that shot is the element of risk reduces with every passing sort of 20 minutes. So why not let 2 or 3 20 minutes go by before you play it? That's what I would suggest.
Well, the counter.
If he gets 240 not out now, there'll be people sort of cutting and pasting that comment, and that's how cricket is.
Interestingly, we are seeing Marcus Trescothick, who is motionless as we just wait. That's through the Bairstow gate and just so nearly takes the top of his off stump. Swung back in. Bairstow just left that gap. Virat Kohli, who I'm sure still thinks he's captain. By the way, I think he just forgets.
Kohli cam.
Yeah.
But Bairstow has 2 or 3 times just wafted at the ball without the foot movement, which means that he gets out of shape. He's leaning over there. The head, hands and feet are all in different planes. And, he's not like that. We've seen him. He's not like that once he gets in. Just give yourself 20 minutes. Half an hour.
Well, the contrast I was going to make, which I will tell you about after this next delivery from Shami, 3 slips and a gully await him. Full does swing in, and this time there is no Bairstow gate. Bat and pad locked in step as the ball is pushed away into the offside. No run. You had Marcus Trescothick up on the England balcony looking quite implacable and motionless. McCullum, both hands above his head, applauding his England captain for taking the fight to India.
I'll just be quick because I know there's tweets to get in. Part of Bazball is to be positive at all times, off the field and when in the media, as much as it is on the field. Baz is always going to applaud that because that's part of the philosophy.
Well, I go along with that. 95 for 5, 30 overs complete. Messers, do you want to update us?
Yeah, Mayank. Warren says morning all. Mayank says morning all. England need to put a pin on it and defend their way through the first hour if they have a prayer at a proper score. Toulon says my ear is glued to the loudspeaker. Is that legal? It's entirely legal.
Bumrah in. And he's absolutely doubled up Ben Stokes there, who has worn that amidships, and rather interestingly, as a way to try and recover, he's kneeling down and using his bat to massage, shall we call it, his lower groin area, which is an unusual way of trying to deal with that.
Oh,
what a ball that was! Absolutely, always an inside edge right into the marriage department.
Yeah, where's Carrie when you need her? That's what I say.
Lord above. That's not a great look, is it? Kneeling down and doing that. As ever, the entire crowd find it highly amusing. Rishabh Pant's got a huge smile on his face. He thinks it's really funny. I'm sure behind his skiing goggles his eyes are sparkling, but we wouldn't know.
Well, like Ben Stokes' eyes that are
which are watering. Well, I would imagine. Rummer in again that short and hurries Stokes. He gets a little bit of an inside edge, drops the bat. Pant has to run to where leg slip would be, and they are able to take a single, and Ben is still rubbing the bruised areas, shall we say.
I remember, you might remember Messi Jez. I think it was one of Richie Benno's more acerbic comments when the camera focused in on Ian Chappell adjusting his box, and Benno just dryly said, one more for his 100.
Yes. By the way, it was an Irish sports writer, Con Houlihan, who said that every team should have a redhead. Well, England have got plenty. They tend to arrange them together in field when fielding, don't they? And this one has there's no footwork. There's plenty of bounce outside of off stump. Came back at Bairstow a little bit. He was all over the place, playing
Unplayable.
in about 3 or 4 different minds. But as Gary said, it was an absolute snorter.
They have a redheads convention in Ireland, I think, where lots of people gather in a town with red hair, and plenty of them look like Lizzie Siddle, which would be enough for me to visit, I promise you.
Do you think they just drink ginger beer?
Oh, very good.
Boomer again. That extraordinary little skip, hop, jump, 3 slips. In he comes, and again it's a waft and a waggle from Johnny B. Pant is cursing.
I mean, what shot is he trying to play to that? Because his kind of front leg went out towards the offside, the back leg stayed still, and the hands kind of just darted towards the ball. He really has to remember that there are forward defensives and backward defensives that are available to him. And this is what they're the 2 shots that need to be at the forefront of his mind at the moment.
In defence of Johnny B, and I completely agree with you, Gary, but that was a great delivery. The first one had come back at him, and that one, Bumrah got to move away. What's this one going to do? It's fuller and straighter, and met tidily by Bairstow back to the bowler. 96 for 5, but he was done by almost, not quite, but almost a leg cutter there. And, it just was too good for him. This
is really outstanding bowling in difficult conditions. The pitch is still doing a bit. The ball's 31 overs old, but somehow this season, when England have a 30-year-old ball in their hands, they can get nothing out of it. But the opposition,
30 over old, not 30-year-old.
Yeah, 30 overs old. Trent Boult was getting plenty out of it, and so are Bumrah and Shami now.
Here comes Bumrah, last ball of his over, whipped off his legs down towards fine leg by Johnny B. There is though a man down there. It looks like Jadeja.
It is Jadeja.
And it's the end of the over. It's 97 for 5 England. It was a terrific Bumrah over. 3 for 43 for him. England trail by 319. Messers.
Well, there's a tweet from CricViz which says Ben Stokes has come down the track to 13% of deliveries against pace in 22. The next highest batter who's had more than 200 deliveries is Rishabh Pant with 4%. Wow. Ombre Nuevo, a wind back to yesterday. What was the decision on wickets taken on no balls? Apart from the 2 yesterday, is it common and does it need a rule change? It feels unfair, but I may be biased due to very recent history. It's a long discussion, that one.
Yeah.
There is some stats in terms of the frequency of no balls by ball of the over, and actually the 6th ball is equally likely as the 1st ball of the over. But that is a long discussion. Maybe we will need a drinks break for that.
My understanding is that they are going to go to a free hit for the no ball, even in tests and first class cricket.
Shami in. Oh, and he's beaten Bairstow again. He's absolutely gone through Johnny B, who was just reaching for that. The gate was open once more, and I think there's some consideration that he might have got an inside edge. Bairstow thinks not. Did they appeal? Kohli and Bairstow are deep in conversation.
Bairstow, the director still thinks Kohli's captain because he focuses on him when they're thinking about a review.
It does. Well, here's the thing. Bumrah's not bowling, is he? I mean, I could see maybe if Bumrah's actually bowling, he may say to Virat, "Can you kind of steer things while I've got the ball in my hand?" And I would think that's logical. But it's Shami bowling, of course.
I think Kohli is giving him some advice on how to play the bowling, and I think Johnny Bairstow's pointed out that he's scored 2 centuries in his last 2 test matches, and Kohli hasn't scored one for 3 years.
Indeed he hasn't.
All good stuff, though. I don't think there was anything that's too out of order there. The umpires were quick to intervene, and I think they should intervene because it can escalate. But the only winner in that's going to be Kohli. Bairstow's got to concentrate here.
Well, he does, and he's going to be concentrating, we hope, against Mohamed Shami, who comes barrelling in full, and he has a drive and a swing and a miss. And Kohli is just... we are full on Kohli cam this morning, who thinks this is highly amusing. Well, I don't think even Ben Stokes will find that particularly amusing.
Well, that was a case of mine of the Windows Tino, wasn't it? Because it was a huge, booming, Crawley-esque drive from Johnny Bairstow. He missed it by a mile. But that was what Kohli intended to induce
from Bairstow. The movement.
He missed it by a mile. I mean, it was good movement, but it went from a 6th or 7th stump line to a 8th or 9th stump line. So he shouldn't be playing at that ball.
Absolutely jagged away. You're absolutely right. In comes Shami. down leg this time. Pant acrobatically has to fly through the air with the greatest of ease, but away down to leg. I think Shammy even getting a tad excitable. 1 for 38 for him. But that was an absolute rip snorter that, although Bairstow shouldn't have been playing at it, nonetheless it ducked in and then jagged away, and it was, well, there's an interesting resigned look of, well, I'm not quite sure on Ben Stokes' face.
Well,
Que sera, I think is what he's thinking.
Bairstow is struggling for rhythm. He has 13 from 63, so playing on that anxiety is a good
Shammy
move.
again. This is full. Bairstow's lofted that over backward point this time. I don't think that's where he wanted it to go. It is not going to get him 4. It's Jadeja again who seems to be very much in the action. It will get him, should get him 3, I would imagine they took there. It brings the 100 up for England, and we still see Coley all the time. Why do we keep watching Coley?
Because I think he's getting under Bairstow's skin. It looks like a premeditated plot, and I think it's working, because that was just a village hoik that only just cleared Jadeja's head. And this isn't going to go on because either Bairstow is going to get out, or he's going to have to change his approach here, notwithstanding his hundreds, because India have got to him. They're playing on his ego, and the last 2 shots were much more about ego than they were about the match situation.
Well, they were. Coley and Bairstow, well, it is kind of an interesting conversation. We've seen Coley with his arm around Bairstow.
That was yesterday.
Oh, that was yesterday, was it? Okay. But this morning...
Tony, could you let Josh in, please? Sorry.
I absolutely can.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be careful with this, because it can go too far, but what I'm seeing, it isn't going too far here.
No.
Coley is using what's at his disposal, and it doesn't look like full-on sledging to me. It looks more just getting under the skin.
Well, around the wicket comes Shammy to Stokes. They took 3 last time. Stokes dabs it away towards gully, and there is no run. What I did notice there was that Johnny Bairstow, in the manner of a boxer who's taking the full 10 count, he used the opportunity to take his pads off and readjust his pads, and I think just buy himself a little bit of thinking and collection time.
I think his captain may have had a word, I hope so, in order to provoke that. But 89 miles an hour from Shammy. Both bowlers have been up around the 90 mile an hour mark consistently.
Last ball of this over, round the wicket, down the track comes Stokes, crashes it though straight to point. Siraj the fielder, no run taken. 100 for 5, 32 complete, 316 the deficit. Messers.
Warren asks, does Mog's new broad jingle go something like this, and sends us a link to the Zulu theme, to which Mog says, fuck, you've stolen all the thunder. Mrs. Luigi Magpie says there's a joke about wood in there somewhere. I presume that was with Stokes' misfortune. Brian 001 says, morning all, bloody hell, I was trying to tune in on time, but my cupcake icing skills let me down, and they all turned to shite in the rush. I blame England, because I was hurrying in case there was an early collapse.
There is again Coley's patting the shoulders quite firmly of both Bairstow and Stokes, and it all seems very fun and good natured. You say getting under the skin, I mean, I just think it's Bairstow knows that Bumrah and Shammy have got his number at the moment, and he's battling his way through. I think you'd see this on any club game on a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, wouldn't you? It's all quite good fun.
There's a line. I don't think it's crossed yet. It might be though.
Well, Bumrah, the captain, going to continue. 3 slips and a gully. Full. Well met this time by Bairstow. Guided to cover, and there is no run. 100 for 5, England.
He's just got to maintain his shape, Bairstow, keep his balance. In those brilliant innings that we saw, 3 of them, his balance and his shape was perfect, whether in defence or in attack. Very seldom did the hands get out of alignment with the head. And he just needs to remember that, not try and hit the ball too hard, not try and manufacture the boundaries.
Indeed. And Bumrah, his hands clasped together as he begins his run. Over the wicket, guided by Bairstow out towards point, will get a single. A chance to stand away from strike for a wee while and again collect his thoughts.
Well, one of the problems that can arise when there's a highly positive approach to batting is you forget that there are singles on offer, and this is a left and right hand combination. There's 4 slips, there's sometimes a man on the off Hayden, and there's singles everywhere, but England haven't really taken very many of them this morning, and sometimes it's best just to drop the ball and run, take what's on offer.
Well, there's trying to say there's definitely been a little shift in the field for Stokes. You remember has come down the track and launched Shammy, I think it was, onto the back foot this time. Though they're going to take a very quick single. He's called through just by really dropping the bat on it, and a bit of sharp running. In fact, I think Stokes was more alert to that than Bairstow was.
Well, that's what I was calling for, and what we forget sometimes when we think about the Australians going at 4 and over when Steve Waugh instituted that approach, is that Clark and Ponting in particular would take singles all over and over and over again.
Yeah.
It wasn't all about boundaries.
Well, I think there's part of this is to keep Johnny Bairstow's mind focused. Plenty of quick singles is going to help him to do that. It was a big inside edge that Stokes had got onto his pad and then away towards cover. Bumrah in, full, clipped nicely, backward a square by Bairstow. They'll take 1, they'll come back for 2. Around comes Mo Shami, who's down there at long leg. And they do get 2, 104 for 5 now, England. We're in the 33rd over. Bairstow 19, Captain Stokes 12.
Yeah, he hasn't had much of a strike.
312, the deficit.
He's only faced 15 balls this morning, Ben Stokes.
The fact is Bairstow is still there. The fact he's still there is in fact something of a miracle, but he is still there. In, lofted, a back over the bowler's head by Bairstow this time. I think that should go all the way to long off. Yes, it does, for one of these. Timed that sweetly.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a much better example of positive cricket there. He didn't try and hit the ball too hard. He just followed through slightly on a drive. It was a push in the air, but there's no fielder there. You still get 4 runs whether the ball dribbles over the sponge or whether it clatters over the sponge.
Indeed.
And that's much better cricket there from Johnny B. So maybe he is settling a little. 23 now for Johnny B.
Got to 23 off 68, which is pedestrian compared, of course, to his Trent Bridge antics. Bumrah in. Cut this time by Bairstow, just in front of point. Once more they'll come back for 2, which they run sharply enough.
Yeah.
Takes him on to 25.
Again, nice play from Bairstow. He didn't go hard at the ball, he just waited for it, hit it in the gap, took 2.
He did indeed, and I didn't think that was the end of the over. Was that the end of the over?
It is.
Yes,
oh,
it
well, in
was.
that case, over to Messers. We'll have one more, and then we'll have a little
Venkatesh
change.
says, of course, Stokes showing why he succeeded Joe Root. # Stokes ball. Mog, but you really are feeling grumpy today, aren't you? Says, I'll tell you what, I'm pretty fucking sick of seeing Virat too. And some data for you. CricViz has tweeted that the pitch has quickened up a lot. Their ball tracking data says on day 1 it was 5.8, whatever that is. Day 2 6.8. Day 3 7.9.
Well, actually, let's change now because I can see Josh is already there. Gary will want to jump over into this seat. Gary, do you want to pick up ball?
Yes, here is Mohammad Shami round the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who lets the ball go through, and England's batsmen, I think, have got their heart rates down just a little. And we welcome Josh.
Good morning, Gary. Good morning, Jeremy. Good morning, Tony. Oh, and good morning, Colin, indeed. I think Jeremy has fucked.
Yes.
Doubtless I'll be on them later.
Yeah. Colin, you're on tweets, as I understand it. I hope I've got that right,
indeed.
Tony. Ah, super. So
Morning, lads. How are we?
So we'll be bringing you in at the end of the over. England 110 for 5. Mohammad Shami is in. That's wide of off stump, and Stokes absolutely clatters a square cut all the way to the fence for one of these.
Tell you what, I'd love to see those two balls played in real time next to each other, because there was an extravagance first about Stokes' leave and then about the second shot, that sort of slightly uppish. I mean, it was played like a cut shot, but just in front of square.
Yeah.
But there was an extravagance that both of those shots had, a sense of not only purposeness but quick hand movement.
Shami's in, he's as expected into the body after being cut for 4, and England take those singles that they were not really taking in the first 20 minutes or so. Stokes takes it with a dab into mid-wicket. England 115 for 5.
Nice working of the strike off that fuller ball closer into the legs, just a little bit into the onside for us. You were absolutely right, Gary. Dangerous words to say. You're absolutely right that there are singles on offer, and England really do need to be taking them as well as looking for the boundaries when they're on offer.
I just wonder whether Kohli having a pop at Johnny Bairstow might have calmed him down, as he perhaps gives the lie to that
Famous last words.
by lifting a full ball from Mohammad Shami, sort of a kind of pitching wedge really over the head of mid-off, and it's another one of these.
Effortless calm on display there as he lifted the ball high up out towards the long off boundary.
He wasn't trying to hit it too hard. He just pushed his hands through the ball, and that's what we've seen in the couple of 4s that Bairstow has hit back over the bowler's head, is that he's taking some of the risk out of the shot by not yahooing it, but merely lifting it. And of course what that will also do is change the field as well as change the mindset of the bowlers. So much better batting, and now there's 2 slips in the gully rather than the previous 3. So
forced himself that little bit of leeway, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I just wonder whether the umpires intervening, perhaps Ben Stokes had a word, because Kohli was definitely directing his thoughts towards Bairstow and not Stokes, whether that's counterproductive for the Indians. I guess we'll find out in the next hour or so. But it's Mohammad Shami over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, and it gets a little inside edge. There wasn't much footwork there, but when it's your year, it's your year, and they scamper through for 2. So the scoreboard is ticking over nicely here for these 2 redheads. England 121 for 5. Josh, did you
too thick to be a genuine, authentic Vatican slice there. It was more of a thick inside edge out to backward square, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and you can tell by the pace it comes off the bat as much as anything else. The thin edges fly to the boundary, whereas the thick edges sort of dribble to the edge of what would be a circle in white ball cricket. The deficit
dribble or squirt.
you'll get that porn bot at us again if you're not careful.
That was far too exciting saying that.
So it's 295
saying
is
what,
the
Colin?
deficit.
Squirt.
Stokes has 17.
The way you're doing it.
Bairstow has 31. Edgbaston pretty full actually for just past 11 o'clock on a Sunday. As that's a superb leg cutter from Shami, and he was nowhere near it, was Bairstow. But it's the end of the over, and we go to your tweets.
One on Twitter saying Stokey Naylor doesn't have the same ring to it, so he puts all the names together. Roger Melly, hello, good evening, and bollocks. Let's hope we do a little better today than the rugby team did yesterday. What a shit show, getting beaten by a 14-man Australian squad. And quickly over to YouTube, Disinterested Handjob said, good God, how does Josh keep these hobbity boyish good looks so far into his late middle age?
There's a portrait of me aging in an attic somewhere.
Love it. So if you watch it, you suddenly
some of
nothing.
Some of us are going grey rather than Dorian Gray, but Josh is avoiding it for sure. We have a change of bowling, and if I can make the machine work here, we'll be able to jingle him up. Here he is.
Very grateful to you, mate. I'm sorry, I'm talking about you.
There's only one man who can save us now. Who is Mohammad Siraj?
I love Mohammad Siraj. He has such a fantastic attitude to the game. He comes from a very poor background. I think his father was a rickshaw driver, and he always gives this utter joy at the fact that he is playing cricket for a living. We need more people with the attitude and approach of Mohammad Siraj, not just in cricket but in life in general.
I think he'll be very key to this bowling attack for this innings.
I'm very grateful to Mog for calling my young good looks such. I'm uncharacteristically unshaven, which usually adds at least 7 years.
Ben Stokes gives him the charge first ball, but I think Siraj saw him coming and dropped it short and into the body, and Stokes could only get it out into the offside, and there is no run. 87 miles an hour.
Safely though. You're right, Siraj saw him coming, but also he responded very well. He's got an adaptable plan. Yes, he was on the charge, but also he's very happy just to pad it out to cover safely along the ground. Not an orthodox defensive shot, but very defensive in both mentality and execution.
Yeah, it's perfectly acceptable, whether against spin or pace, to come down the track and defend. You don't need to go through with the original intent, as this ball is short down the leg side, and Stokes just lets that go over his right shoulder, and Rishabh Pant takes it. No run.
Did he pull out of the stroke there?
Well, I think he thought it was coming, and then I think he just thought better of it. Maybe there's a man out at long leg. I'd be surprised if there weren't. And yes, he did seem to get into position to hook and then decide not to.
I feel like there's a way to be a battle between these two.
Yes, there is. There are two men. There are two men out on the hook. An authentic long leg and then a three-quarters backward square, as this ball is defended to the man at backward point, who I think is Shubman Gill, who's always easy to identify, Shubman Gill, because I think he's the only unbearded Indian in the side. I'm not absolutely certain of that.
Yeah, I remember reading an article about this, that the Indian team always favoured what the captain was doing lately in terms of looks. There was a spell that everyone was getting tattoos because Virat Kohli had tattoos, and then he started having a full beard, so everyone started having a full beard.
Wow. The likes of Jadeja, you get the idea that he could shave at 8 in the morning and still have a full beard by the time play starts. As Stokes crabs back to one that's into the body again and takes the easy single that's on offer to the man at deep backward point. And in clicking the scoreboard over pretty successfully here, 122 for 5. Stokes goes to 18.
And Moggs came back to you, Josh, and said, "Wait, I've just seen Josh's overalls. I withdraw my compliment on the grounds of sartorial insult."
I made these overalls, Mog, you'll be delighted to know. You probably can't quite see the beautiful herringbone tweed that they're made from at this resolution.
And is that one cat or two? This
is one cat.
Well, it looks like an enormous cat.
It's like a panther.
She's actually a kitten.
Oh, God. As Siraj is into the right-handed Bairstow, short-arm jabs this from an off-stump line to deep mid-wicket, and the diving Gill can do nothing about it. And Johnny's going, I think, here. He's on his way, I think.
Have you noticed how Bairstow has changed his pull shot over the last few months? No longer has like a big, elegant pull. He just sort of like jabs it in a way.
Yeah, it's a highly effective shot if you can play it. So this is pitched up, and Johnny Bairstow lifts it over extra cover. I think the ball is going to just get to the boundary, and I think my suggestion that Johnny is on his way is being proved. It's the end of the over. England are 130 for 5. Bairstow's gone on to 39.
If Bairstow's skin were a couple of shades darker, that shot would have been described as wristy, because it was all in the wrist, the execution of that shot.
Yeah,
just that turns in his hands.
Beautiful. I'm purring with delight as I watch that.
What are our tweeters saying? Are tweeters enjoying England's getting through the first half hour and now playing much more positively? 46 runs in this session.
So far, Warren, I think we all know that YJB doesn't do calm down. And then Leah, these Englishmen have no shame squirting one out like that publicly. If I did that, I'd get arrested.
Well, Mohammed Shami, and he comes down the track to Ben Stokes, and he's lifted this miles in the air, but it's going to be caught. It's dropped! The captain has dropped the ball. Is it the captain? No, it's not the captain. I'm not sure who that is. The ball had hours of hang time from Ben Stokes. It was miles in the sky, and is that? It's not sure. Who is that? Is that a substitute field? I can't recognise him, I'm afraid. And he dropped what was actually a catch that should probably be taken 4 times out of 5, maybe 9 times out of 10. The back twisted a little in Ben Stokes' hands. He was at extra cover. He had a long time to set himself. It hit one hand instead of 2, and a chance goes down.
He did everything right, technique-wise as well, which is
59
surprising.
out of 60. I mean, it was high up, but it wasn't swirling. He only had to move in one direction to get it. It was 3 or 4 steps. It was coming down from relatively high, but you got your fingers up to it. You take the catch 59 times. It's a very simple catching practice catch. It's
Shadil Thakur was the culprit. The only thing I would say is it was a bit of a leading edge, so it can be just going away from you all the time. As Shami is in, this is on leg stump, and it's just clipped beautifully by Johnny B. That is a super shot. That's how to deal with a half volley all the way to the mid-wicket boundary for yet another one of these.
And if you can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary.
Yeah, he's been bowling for 43 minutes at the moment, Shami, and I think a little bit of tiredness after some beautiful bowling early on, because that's a hit-me ball. And I think Marcus Trescothick would be saying beans, because there's plenty of that in this partnership of 52, comprising 32 off 33 by Johnny Bairstow and 19 off 27 from Ben Stokes. But what that 32 off 33 from Bairstow doesn't show is that most of that 32 has come in the last 5 minutes or so, with a blizzard of boundaries. As Shami is in again, and Bairstow lifts him imperiously. I think that may have gone all the way. It was over long on, and Ben Stokes comes down, fist pumps, and Bairstow goes to 47. England to 139 for 5, and India have got some thinking to do. It was actually
is absolutely the right description for that, Gary. It was almost a forward defensive with a little bit of gentle follow through, almost just sort of padded with the bat.
Yeah,
well, red shot, as they like to say.
It was another of those pitching wedges.
Yeah, a lovely balance though there. It's taken him a while to get feet, hands and head in alignment, but he did with that one. And we ought to jingle him, and this is it.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Give it to me 4 times.
What's going to happen next? Shami's in again, and Johnny B just defends that into the offside. They think about a single, but there's a man hurtling in, and there is near run.
You'd like to think if Bairstow went to Stokes and just says, look, this is how you do it. You don't need to absolutely murder the leather off of it. Just help it on its way.
Yeah, I think, Josh, you're probably right. It's more of a 99 times out of 100 that drop from Shadil Thakur rather than my generous 4 out of 5.
I'd be curious to see the stats if cricketers are keeping them on types of catch. I mean, as catches that come out of the sky go, it was pretty easy.
There's that short arm jab again from Johnny B, taken from outside off stump, and it goes out to Jadeja, who is patrolling the deep square leg boundary, and a bit of a scrappy throw comes in, but that's what happens when momentum shifts from the bowling side to the batting side, and a single is taken.
They're on the lookout for 2, weren't they? Stokes had to be quite vocal in sending Bairstow back. It didn't look from the way, even with the dodgy throw, from the way the ball was gathered and how quickly it flew out just in front of square on the left side, as if there would be 2 on.
Shami has broken his boot. I'm not sure I've seen that before. We've seen many times that bowlers need a change of footwear, but in the after 5 balls of the over, he has a gaping wound, one might say, like those dumb mouths that Caesar had to put up with from these conspirators in his boot. And we're going to get a change of boot. That might suit India, because they might be able to gather some thoughts, because England have gone very quickly now to 140 for 5. Johnny Bairstow on the brink of yet another score of 50 or more. He has 48 from 78. Ben Stokes has 19 from 27. And chance for some tweets, I think.
Gorilla Cricket Radio Naked Fun Pombot is here, saying boyish good looks and sexy outfits. Click here, but only for very rarely. Leah, use more unusual fractions. Should be taken 4.87 times out of 5.31 or something like that.
No, it should be taken a lot more than that.
Oh, definitely. It was
48 out of 53.
It's one of those you'd say in village cricket should be about
90%.
And Warren Davies, if this is a New England mentality, does this mean that folks will be shit out of luck again? I think they've got a lot of time for folks nowadays, and most likely wouldn't be dropped. Unless he doesn't perform whatsoever with the bat.
There's a month, I think, before England play Test cricket again, as the series in August and September starts against South Africa. So there's time to think about these things. But you do get the idea that everything points to the fact they're going to pick players and stick with them. And if you're going to pick Zach Crawley and stick with him, there's no way you can drop Ben Stokes unless Sam Billings makes 250 not out.
You mean Ben Folkes, Gary?
Sorry, Ben Folkes. Yeah.
Well, over on YouTube, we'll just say a hi to Abhishek Tiwari, Mezi Afridi.
Is that Abhishek Chopra, who we haven't heard tweeting in for a while?
Round the wicket comes Shami, and Ben Stokes just puts face of the bat on the ball. And here's one of the advantages of playing aggressive cricket, is that the mid-on was on his heels and quite deep, so there's an easy single take, and it's the end of a elongated over.
Why have a mid-on in Test cricket if you're going to concede the single off the ball that's patted to him? Either have a mid-on and have them saving one, or put him back, or put him somewhere else, and let them hit you through mid-on, through long on, take them on. But it's terrible captaincy and terrible fielding.
They all do it, so there must be some data that says, the man who's sort of halfway to 3/4 back is the best fielding position. But I think some of this data is self-fulfilling prophecies. Save the one.
No one asks what the data doesn't show you well enough. It's much easier to use because there's so many fewer variables in baseball. There's it's much easier to use the data sensibly, and I think there's a lot of people thinking the data tells you things that it doesn't.
I agree. Siraj is in over the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, and this is what England have done so well since Virat Kohli started having a pop at Johnny Bairstow. They take the single that's on offer, if you like, inside the circle on the leg side, and Stokes is now definitely playing second fiddle to Johnny Bairstow, taking a single off the first ball, handing it over to his form man, who's now on 48.
That single in the last over, I would say, was a couple of yards to the side of mid-on, and Stokes was pretty much running as he hit the shot.
He was, but he could run there because he knows where the mid-on is.
Yes.
And if mid-on's that far back and it's hit, I mean, it was padded rather than driven crisply, but the only single that mid-on is going to be cutting off is the one that's driven swiftly straight to the hands.
I agree. It's the exception not to be able to take the single when the mid-on is placed there. And actually, they're even making the turn quickly, looking to see if a second's on. Perhaps, I would say, unnecessarily, but it's an intent that will sometimes result in overthrows. Yeah.
Absolutely worth doing. And will keep the fielders honest.
Yeah, and a little fumble does offer the second. As Siraj is in, and Johnny Bairstow tries to play that short arm jab again, but the ball was a little fuller, and it went past both the inside edge and the off stump, and there wasn't much room for that passage. And captain's coming down, having a word with Johnny B here. Just get the heart rate down a little.
Wasn't much room for that passage. Gary, are you trying to provoke the porn bot?
The trouble is, you get into Finbar Saunders territory where almost anything is a double entendre.
That's what she said.
Internet, is it Rule 34 or something?
Rule 34 is if you can think of it, there's porn of it.
Yeah.
Well, Johnny Bairstow just pushes this next ball to the man at mid-on and takes a single that's on offer. And having decried a bit of overly aggressive cricket early on, the last half hour or so I've seen England play some very bright stuff, hitting the boundaries without taking undue risk and taking the singles that are on offer. And this is perhaps the first challenge for Jasprit Bumrah's captaincy, because he now needs to do some thinking, because England are hitting boundaries and they're hitting singles, and that's the captain's nightmare. Jadeja's coming soon, I suspect. Ben Stokes gets one short outside the off stump, and he jabs at it, and it goes a long way towards the vacant mid-wicket boundary, and there's a long chase round there for Shires ear, and England take 3. There's runs everywhere at the moment. 146 for 5. Stokes has 27, was that? And Bairstow is on 49.
Are they going to have a look at that to check that there was no part of the body in contact with the sponge when the ball was pushed back? I'm confident enough not to need to. It's a nice bit of fielding. He's lifting his feet up while on his knees to ensure that there's no part of his legs in contact with the sponge.
They practice this so much for the IPL now that you very seldom see the inadvertent touch of the boundary these days. Stokes has 24, I should point out, and Bairstow has 49 off 80. Not long ago, I think he had 16 or something off 63, and there's yet more movement behind the bowler's arm. It's the hospitality, and they really should know better. It's not that hard to say.
Where do they think they are? The Oval in the OCS stand?
Well, it's been developed a lot in recent years, Edgbaston, and it is more of a stadium than a cricket ground now, but you can see the media centre high above the bowler's arm there. It's a fantastic view, and much of the stadium does offer superb views of the action. Bairstow's on 49 and he drives without timing, but that lack of timing means the ball has dribbled to mid-off and he gets himself a 50. So Johnny B's golden form continues. Applause from the England balcony. He raises his bat, shows the sponsor sign off, and helps himself to his 24th 50 in 87 matches to go with his 10 hundreds. Very much the hero of the England season so far. Well played, Johnny B.
Does anyone else get irritated when they can't hold up the bat properly?
They're doing it to show
that annoys me.
They're doing it to show the sponsor's name off. So they know that the cameras will be clicking. They know that the cameras are on them. Flintoff was the first to do this. He used to hold the bat just like he was saying, "Look, this is my sponsor." As Siraj is in, he comes down the track yet again. Does Ben Stokes? But Siraj is watching. But Ben Stokes knows the ball's going to be into the body, and he just jabs it down behind point on the offside and takes one of those one-day singles. England 148 for 5.
Isn't it, of the cyclist who's about to win a stage on a solo breakaway, just steadying himself before the final kilometre in order to do up the zip on the mile, in order to demonstrate make sure that all the newspaper in particular pictures as he crosses the line are displaying the sponsor's name and the team's name.
Taking off the rain jacket is the
absolutely. Although the rain jackets are usually sponsored as well. But just making sure everything looks absolutely pristine for the sake of the sponsors.
Well, we've got a change of bowling, and
we've got a change of cat.
And it's not whom I expected it to be. Instead, with a chance of redemption, it's this man.
Now it's two cats.
I don't know if it's just me, but Mog's jingles are beginning to all sound the same.
Beginning? Sorry, Mark.
Well, it's Shardul Thakur who's about to take up the attack with a bit of medium pace after the speed of the three premier Indian seamers. And
are you able to let Jason in?
I'm not sure. As Ben Stokes is in, he comes down the track, and again Thakur saw him coming, and Stokes attempted the uppercut and didn't get it. Do you think this dancing down the track to the seamers is working for Ben Stokes? Because
not first ball. So that's Siraj and Thakur first ball. So not even seeing what they're bowling, he's came down there.
Yeah.
It seems a bit lunacy to me.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 screens in front of me. I feel like David Bowie in The Man Who Fell to Earth, and I'm not sure which one allows people to come in, so I might need a bit of help there as Stokes pushes this to the man at extra cover, and there's a misfield, and you know what England are saying? Never run on a misfield, and they don't.
I think there was a single offer there.
I think there probably was. So, Tony, if you can hear me, if you could help me to let Jason in. Not quite sure how, but there we go. Oh, Tony's coming. I'm grateful for it. Yes, and here is Takor again, and Ben Stokes just covers up, really. Lets that go to backward point, and again there's a bit of a fumble in the field there from, I think that's Jadeja, fielding on a bit of old wicket, which sometimes happens, and he dabs down his divot like he's playing in the Saudi-backed golf tournament. Yes, a tremendous story in the Tour de France yesterday, Josh, with the stage win by Fabio Jakobsen, who 2 years ago was lying in a coma, going between life and death. As Takor is in again, and this is a slammed shot. And is it a drop at mid-off?
I think he's put that down.
I think he did. He hit it very hard, Ben Stokes. It went like a tracer bullet, about never more than a yard above the earth. But I think that Bumrah has dropped it. And again, you really should be taking that. Let's have a look here. He sets himself. It ends up low. He's almost caught it in his hands. He attempts to juggle it, and that's the second, I wouldn't say regulation catch, but it's the second catch that really ought to have been taken by India. So they've let off, I think, both Johnny Bairstow and Ben Stokes, and he takes this one. No, that's a superb catch. Oh, Ben Stokes, you've been stitched up like a kipper, because Takor flung it a little wider. Ben Stokes went to play the same shot. It almost had the same effect, except it looped a little rather than went hard. And Bumrah made excellent ground to his left, dived and took a super catch. Well
Despicable
taken.
batting by Stokes. He's just been let off. He repeats the same shot. He's failed to learn from Bairstow in terms of not hitting the ball too hard and just clipping it over the infield. He's tried to clear the ropes. He's not quite got hold of it. It probably would have gone for 6, but it wasn't out of reach of the fielder at mid-off.
Well, he should have known it was
doing that,
wider.
having just fucking been dropped the previous ball. That is utterly despicable cricket from Ben Stokes.
Well,
the only way to describe this is he's got something on at 12 o'clock that he needs to go to. Because what the fuck was that?
Maybe
well, it's the way they're going to play, but we need to jingle a wicket, and here it is.
Now you're gone.
So that was Bazball and the, or rather Ben Stokes and the Bazball cricket there. We're due a change
we are.
soon. I'm
Wait
not
to
quite
the end
sure
of the over, or
how
should we change.
Well, we'll do it at the end of the over because I'm going to need
Okay.
Tony to effect the necessary button pressing. So
Jason
we
is
can,
now in the room, so
we can take your tweets.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
That's a
we
good
could
point.
jingle up, if we had jingles for them, we could jingle up the change of cat. So if anyone wants to produce jingles for Lila, Minnie and Yuko, then they can be jingled up.
Top
And
cat.
on that note, Ravi Nair has sent in a picture of, oh my god, Josh's cat's so beautiful. And he's sent in a picture of his own cat, I think Farzana it's called.
Fuzzy.
And Leah, baseball is much less complicated than cricket, fielding wise, and they threaten to dumb it down even further by banning the shift.
They
And
are
that
banning
is-
the shift. Despicable, I think, in my view. The
I
idea
don't know
that
what the shift is.
the shift is when the base fielders, the infielders, move across, depending on the state of the game and how many runners are on which bases.
Oh, okay,
The
right.
idea that you would have the first base moving across to most of the way to second, and then 3 in what are effectively the leg side to a right-handed batter.
I see.
We'll change now because I think they're taking drinks as well as doing the bowler. So Tony Bishop's going to come in.
Lovely. They're maybe not taking drinks because they're just about to go back because Sam Billings is at the crease. But let me hand over to Tony as and when he's ready. I shall wibble a little bit while he manoeuvres his slightly less amply proportioned rear end than Gary's into that seat.
Does this mean you're going to fuck yourself right off then?
Do you want me to fuck off, Jez?
No,
What's the arrangement for the next session? So I've not got my thing up.
I'm pretty sure I'm off, so...
yeah, you, Colin, you and Josh and Tony are on at 12 o'clock.
Lovely. I will see you, lovely people, and Mog in half an hour.
Right, I'll jump
See ya.
off if I'm not on.
Thank you. Okay, we're back. Except Tony seems to be frozen. He hasn't got his ears on.
Tony thinks, I believe, that Colin should have been doing ball by ball, so we'll need to...
Oh, sorry.
Oh, okay,
That's my
all right. I'm back.
Sorry, Colin, I didn't read that right. Yeah.
And as I come back on, you've just missed. Who's bowling? Was it Thakur?
Was Thakur.
Thakur bowling, and it's been flicked off the legs by Sam Billing to backward square for 4 runs. Still got 1 bowl of the over, 153 for 6 England after the departing Stokes for a silly shot. Thakur
Well,
coming in.
he had been dropped twice already too, hadn't he?
Straight at the stumps, defended very easily down to mid-on for no run. And moving over onto tweets.
So Ravinier says Shreyas was well pronounced, but it's Aya. It's Aya, not Ia. Tony McCabe says, "Oh, Kevin Peterson, blimey, time for a bit of guerrilla cricket. Welcome, Tony." Mrs. Luigi Magpie says, "People say the same of John Williams, Ray Mogg." Dustin says, "Yeah, KP never fucks up." And the Pornbot says, "I do feel I've corrupted guerrilla cricket in a prime directive-like way, so I'll be conducting a poll to determine my future." So he's asking you whether you want him or for him to fuck off, basically. Roger Melly says, "Fuck me drunk. What was Stokes' breakfast juice this morning?" Yeah, I mean, I did predict that he'd get out for a quick 16, and he almost got out for a quick 19.
Nearly nailed it on the head.
And Mog says, "I did release a nice little noise grind song with one of my cats doing guest vocals. Huge success, even if she was a prima fucking donna."
And we come back, Siraj round over the wicket, straight ball, full, and just defended straight back to himself where he had a little bit of a misfield, but for no run. So Jason, how have you felt it's went so far?
You've got to play the match condition. I mean, it's all very well being assertive and, if necessary, aggressive, but you're 300 runs behind in the game.
Yeah. And Siraj in again, carbon copy ball, but this time defended just back to mid-off.
At the moment, Johnny Bairstow's got the nice balance between aggression and foolhardiness. Correct.
Yeah, I think Josh put it quite well. It was just the slow timing of the ball rather than a full-on just bludgeoning attempting of the ball. And I can't think of JB other than very start of his innings where he had some wafty inside edges, but he's looked pretty solid since he's came back to the start today.
Well, he's obviously read the script about the match conditions, and he needs to be the one that scores most of the runs because he's the man in front.
He took a while to get there, though. His first 2 or 3 overs were dreadful. They really were.
Siraj back in. Johnny B cuts it to cover and takes a quick single. We've got Billings in next, and then
the tail.
After that, the tail coming in. So even more so, it's a bit idiotic as we see Virat Kohli running down the side of the wicket, taking out his full joy in earshot of Stokes, who's kind of basically telling himself, "What the hell am I doing?" In a way.
It's a bit naughty, really, given he's no longer the captain, to be mouthing off. as he walks past.
It's what he does.
I don't mind it. Yeah. That's me. Siraj coming into the ball over the wicket. Dabbed down by Billings to a short cover, who just picks it up for no run. Yeah, I don't mind him doing things like that and the gentle little chirping of the batsman as he walks past kind of thing. It's what was missing, I always felt, in the New Zealand approach when they were playing England, where it was all a bit too nicey and, oh, you're going to hit me for 6. Oh, well done, that was a great shot. You know, you need that person just to remind you of where you're at. As Siraj comes in, full ball, played off his legs down to Cow region for 1 run.
The issue with New Zealand was they didn't pick their most aggressive bowler, Wagner, until the last test.
Yeah, that was a bit odd, wasn't it? It seemed like
he wasn't very good either.
He was good, and I remember one little spell where he took, was it 3 wickets in 1 over or something random.
He did have a very short good spell, but overall he was disappointing.
And the other thing was that they didn't pick Ajaz Patel on the spinning wicket.
Yeah, but they don't like spinning. Siraj into ball, and it's been lofted again by Bairstow over the mid-on to cover region, and for one of these. Bairstow finding that he's got a full set of clubs today, and he's pitching, wedging everything over the top. And we'll go over to tweets, because that's the end of the over.
So Anthony Abdul says, brain dead from Stokes. You know, if KP had played that way, he'd have been hazed to high heaven. And frankly, Stokes deserves to be. I think his batting in the last 2 tests has been abysmal. I think his captaincy on the field has been abysmal.
Can I just quickly say hello to Anthony? Old mate of mine. So I wanted to say hi.
Yeah, go for it, Tony.
I think the good thing I'd say about Stokes is the attitude he brings to the game is fantastic, I think. But I don't know whether there's enough going on in his brain, frankly.
It's like you don't mind to see this very progressive and very attacking cricket if you're maybe 1, 2, 3 or 4 in the batting order, but when you're coming in and you're just shy of the tail coming in, it seems a bit more weird and a bit loose and not very smart in cricket.
Well, especially against the bowling attack of this standard.
Just see the field moving around. We're down to 2 slips, a deep square leg and a deep fine leg, rounded for perhaps some short bowling. Thakur.
Possibly. I'm a bit surprised against Billings he's facing.
Thakur just good length, blocked straight back to him. He just chucks it back to mid-on to give me some shine in my ball. I want some swing as he's looking at it. But Billings playing well, just seeing what's in front of him and blocking and getting a good sight of it.
I think I would have been more prepared to keep the slip in and take out mid-off or mid-on to make him tempted to drive, potentially.
Decent ideas. Thakur comes in over the wicket again, and a good length, and just holds its line a little bit. Billings more blocking on a 4-stump line, not really tickling towards it, but going straight through to the keeper for no run. Oh, and a no ball signalled by Sadar. Yeah, I was hearing some of the comments about the no ball and the extra ball for the over. I feel nothing of it. He deserves what he gets if you're going out with a 6-ball legitimate ball. Thakur in, good length, blocked solidly back to Thakur, just picking it up himself in a very short cover.
Yeah, on the subject of no balls, I'm not in favour of this proposed change to make it a free hit and no extra ball.
Yeah, that seems dumb. I'd like to keep most Test cricket as possible. You can play about with a 2020 and ODI, whatever. They're new inventions anyway in respect of cricket. Thakur coming in over the wicket, good length and blocked solidly to cover and dancing in very quickly for no run.
You can't have the no extra ball, because that, in certain circumstances, is totally manipulable by the bowling side. They can deliberately
Precisely.
bowl no balls to get through the errors.
Like I think we already have a mechanism for where they're punished, i.e. if you bowl consecutive no balls, you are then taking a long time to get through your overs and will be punished on over rate. As Victor comes into ball, short ball, and it kind of defeats Billings, who forgets that he gets some short balls and bobs away from it straight through to the keeper. How do you feel, Messi? Did you say there about the?
Well, I mean, it's nothing new. It's been going on for a very, very long time, and I don't think it's necessary for people to start getting worked up about it now. It's, we've lived with it, and let's keep living with it.
Shakur into the ball, and it's safely blocked back down to mid-wicket, who comes plodding round for no run. As you join us, England on 160 for 6 in the 39th over. Yeah, it's been... I wonder if we'll see a little bit of more calm coming from Bairstow as he sees Billings into the other side, giving him an opportunity for him to find his feet and find his eye, or if he'll just continue the pitch and wedge for him.
Well, given Bairstow's in the mood he is at the moment, I'm surprised I haven't tried Jadeja yet.
I was just thinking that very thing, Jason.
As Thakur comes in wide of the stumps and just left alone for no run and ended the over. Messi.
Leah, in response to the Pornbot's poll as to what to do with him, or her, or it, says, now I want Star Trek porn. Like the Orville, but naked.
Is Star Trek porn just not Star Trek?
I don't know.
Shatner was always that, wasn't he?
But the new Star Trek is actually, it's a sort of, I don't know, it's got a sense of humour about itself.
It's a tongue-in-cheek Star Trek, yes, exactly.
Yeah, I like it. I really like it. And the Orville, similarly.
Siraj coming into bowl, new over, full, and Bairstow has picked it off his feet. And a full ball down to the cow region for one of these. And even Bairstow, when he's finding the ball on his legs, he's still finding that pitching wedge to loft it over any sort of short fielder in the possession.
Well, this is it. I mean, if that shot probably cements my idea that they should get Jadeja on, because it makes him use his feet a lot more then.
I think it's a good idea. Siraj into ball, short. Bairstow's trying to hook that from wide of off stump, but short of the deep fine fielder, and they've just scampered through for one run. That was the first sort of loose shot, I reckon, from Bairstow, as it seemed a bit too wide to actually pull that, but he's got away with it.
Too high as well, really. I mean, the only way he could pull that was up.
Either you're going to pull it, or you're going to end up top edging it and just going straight over the slips and wicketkeeper. But I think even he felt himself, oh no, what have I done here? But getting away with it he is.
See, that's what I regard as much more intelligent use of the short ball than what England did. Not to do it all the time, but to throw one in that tempts him from time to time.
And Siraj over the wicket on a good length, tried to be defended by Billings, no edge, no whatsoever, and through to the wicketkeeper.
That's the result of the ball before. You don't get forward quite so much with the ball after your short ball, because you're expecting another one, and you're just a bit late on the shot as it whispers past.
Yeah, Billings appears to be wanting bat on ball to get his eye in, so this could be a good line of attack on Billings if he keeps it up. Siraj in over the wicket, and it's sort of prodded that fence down to gully fielder for a quick scampered one run.
That's very much a one-day shot. He just nurtured that to backward point and said, yes, knowing that Johnny Bairstow is one of the quickest runners around, and he'll make his end quite easily.
As we see in the man on the field, Jadeja, who they rate as probably one of the best fielders in the world cricket right now.
Yeah.
He'll be marshalling around that area, waiting just to have a shy at the stumps. As Siraj over the wicket comes in, a bit of a half tracker where JB just pulls on a quick thumping action and scampered round the boundary fielder to limit them just to 2 runs.
Good piece of work by whoever it is, because that was travelling that ball.
I didn't recognise the actual fielder, but JB doing that pull shot again, where he has very minimal backlift and very minimal follow through, just to jab it rather than go full-fledged pull.
That Shreyas, perhaps.
It could be Siraj coming in onto the leg side, and it's just guided round to deep square leg for 1 run. Shreyas and Thakur were the only 2 I really didn't actually know what they looked like in the Indian side. Messi ended the over.
Yes, the Justice Brumrah Committee, which is a new tweet handle, I wonder whether there's somebody we know behind it, says, are you guys Bazball believers? Mind you, anything you say can be used as evidence in the ongoing trial. I think Bazball's a dreadful word. I like the attacking approach, but it's not the be all and end all. That's my view. Ravi the heavy roller ready says, can Bairstow score another 100, bailing England out of trouble yet again? It'd be amazing if he did. And Mog says, is the Orville the best Star Trek show since DS9? I tell you what, the graphic designers on the Orville are brilliant. They are the best looking spaceships you've ever seen.
And talking of the 100 from Bairstow, I don't think 100 will necessarily get England out of hot water, considering they're still 247 runs behind on 169 for 6.
Need someone else to be with him as well. All the innings he's done so far have had a partnership of some form.
Yeah.
If he runs out of partners, he's not going to get a chance to get 100, let alone getting it out of trouble.
India, I can't actually remember the first 4 tests of last year, how well they proved the bowling against the tail of England.
Yes.
But I seem to think that Bumrah is quite adept at getting rid of tail end batsmen.
Siraj is deceptively quick as well. He's ambles in, and then suddenly the ball's whizzing down at just close on 90 miles an hour.
Yeah. Thakur to start his new over, and then over the wicket to Bairstow, who's very short, and it's been paddled right over the top of the slip fielders for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A much more adept shot from Bairstow of the short and wide delivery, rather than trying to pull it, just guiding it, and he has actually middled it straight over the top of slips. 1 bounce for that 4. Very good shot.
It's a shot you play when you're in the form of your life and it looks brilliant, but if you're not in the form of your life, you can look an idiot.
Seen it like a beach ball. Bairstow off the back foot cuts it through the cover and point region for another 4 runs.
2 + 2 is on man. 2 + 2 is on man.
And as Jason pointed out pretty astutely, shots like these past 2 shots are when you start seeing it like a beach ball, and it all becomes a bit too easy batting for yourself.
Well, he's pressed the cheat mode on Total Cricket, hasn't he?
It's Brian Lara's cricket all over again. And comes Thakur. Gentle on a good length and just padded down to short mid-wicket area for no run. Something's tickled Messi.
Well, I was going to tell you that we have scored 200. GPL is at £201. The picks are a little hard to see now because, unfortunately, for my last guess, instead of putting 353, I put 3,123. But the GPL is open, and over £200 to be won. So get in.
And Thakur quickly in, fended down to a very short cover region and scampered through for a quick run as a few of us couldn't get in time. That brings Billings on strike. In the GPL, if anyone is interested, please come in to guerrillacricket.com/competitions where you find our prediction league. All you simply have to do is think of what is going to be the total scored runs for today, and you'll have till lunchtime, I believe, to put your entry in. £1 a go, and it's well over 200 now. Billings short block off the back foot for no run. England.
Pretty make or break innings for Billings, isn't it? I mean, there are a plethora of wicket-keeper batsmen in English cricket at the moment, and he's got a chance to make an impression here, albeit as a replacement for the unfortunate Ben Folkes. But
Folkes has had a rough trot.
This is a real opportunity for him to show what he's worth.
We see Billings in this. We've obviously got, and the handcuffs are out, and the ball is being looked at and judged square. Now, as we'll take a break for some new balls. Messi, do you want to do some tweets and catch up?
Indeed, I will. Leah says, yes, about the Orville. It even paid homage to the fact that the first season of Star Trek show is shit, and then the second season where it starts to come together. Mog says, hang on, why isn't it raining yet? I'm sure it won't disappoint. And over on YouTube, D. McQuillan says, should Stokes be getting told he's good enough to get 100 a lot more often than he actually is doing? There is attacking and there is stupidity. To which Pokey Bumfinger says, is Stokes more than 60% fit at the moment? That's a really good question. His bowling was pretty rubbish. Convid says, over 100 runs in this session for only one wicket will be not too shabby. And Pokey Bumfinger says, Babylon 5 pisses on both from a great height. The Expanse is no slouch either. I still like the Orville. I think the Orville's sense of humour is the best one of all of them. It laughs at itself a good deal.
That's the whole cult of Seth MacFarlane, isn't it? He's very prepared to poke fun at himself and has a very quirky, idiosyncratic sense of humour.
Yeah. It was him who made that movie, wasn't it? The spoof of Star Trek.
Spoof of Star Trek?
Oh, Galaxy Quest.
Yeah. Galaxy Quest, yeah. Was that him?
I think so.
Yeah.
I can't say I've ever watched some of that.
Oh, it's great. It's very funny.
As we seem to be still taking a bit of a break for, no doubt, some drinks as they change out the ball at the same time.
Ravi the Heavy Roller Ready says, which South African batter would the hosts be most concerned about in the upcoming Test series? That's a very good question. I haven't been following South Africa closely enough to have a good opinion on that. What about you, Jess?
I think they've done a reasonable refresh of their batting lineup. So the names are all quite new, but Keegan Peterson has been playing in the UK for Durham, I think. He's been in the runs. I like Rassie van der Dussen. I think he's a great player. Van der
Dussen and Makram as well has been. They've all been sort of coming of age, and their bowling seems to have a bit of a bite to them as well. So there'll be no slouches when they come over here.
But I agree. I think their pace attack is probably more threatening than their batting at the moment.
Well, it'll be a real test for England's new approach, won't it?
Thakur comes in with a new ball for his newer ball that's less square, which goes past Billings' edge for no run. You join us, England on 178 for 6, past the 42nd over, trail by 238. Messi, have you got any tweets or?
More Orville stuff. Bog says the Orville is a genuine tribute, and I can even tolerate Seth's stupid face in it. And Colin Rosenthal says Strange New Worlds is actually pretty good from the start. I agree. It's like a sort of reboot of Star Trek as it used to be, but it's really well done, and each episode standalone, which I'm kind of like after being so stretched out in other series of sci-fi. Over on YouTube, Leah says, I agree with Pokey on the B5.
Babylon 5.
Babylon 5. I own the tin box of the complete series of that. Of course you do, Leah. I would expect nothing less of you.
Siraj comes in for the start of his over, gently blocked back off the back foot by Bairstow to the bowler for no run. England on the chase after India, and they are 178 for 6. After this, we'll give a round up of the scorecard so far.
The porn butt says, shit, my Prime Directive tweet seems to have exacerbated my Prime Directive discretions, especially in the nerd community.
Siraj in over the wicket and just back foot cut to cover for no run. Summarising England's scorecard so far: Alex Lees going for 6, Zach Crawley for 9, Ollie Pope for 10, Joe Root for 31, Johnny Bairstow not out 72, Jack Leach the night watchman on 0, Bairstow going for 25, and Sam Bones currently on 6. As Siraj comes in over the wicket, slightly shorter ball, and Bairstow looks to try and pull it, but I think it ends up chalking it and toe-ending it to Gully for no run. Oh no, it hits him in the mid-drift. My apologies.
I'm just thinking about that broad over yesterday and the follow-on, because it added extra 35 runs to the follow-on target, which is now 216. Without that, they'd be almost up to the follow-on already now.
Yeah, I couldn't see them enforcing the follow-on.
Don't think any teams enforce a follow-on now. As Siraj comes in, but short of a length, and Bairstow swivel pulls it all the way into the stands for one of these.
You came out of your hand and into my zone. Now it's up in the stands. It's a 6. It's beautiful and it's mine.
Great shot from Bairstow as we see the slow motion replay. Gets mostly middle of the bat for it. And Siraj coming back in. What's he going to face? On a good length, backwards cut to Point Gully region for no run. Bairstow potentially starting to open up. Not that he was being very calm in his batting anyway.
Would you have changed the end of the server?
We are indeed. One ball to come in the over. Are we going to potentially see Jadeja coming on? Siraj over the wicket, and it hits the batsman on the mid-drift as it's looking to go down leg, and they take a quick single. And we'll move on for a change at 185 for 6.
And you're on tweets, I think, Colin. Mog is the next tweet from a minute ago about Babylon 5. Surprise.
Thank you very much.
Catch you
The
up.
thing I'm missing out is the discussion on Blake's 7, which is greatly underrated.
Oh my
The
word.
last episode of Blake 7 fucked it for the whole thing.
I'm not sure I agree. Also, Blake's Junction 7, the fantastic later subsequent parody.
Didn't the sets used to wobble in Blake 7 famously? Wasn't that what the series where they
Yes.
jump out of a rocket or something and the whole thing would sort of rock about a bit because it was made of cardboard?
Yep.
No, I seem to remember that from my
Underrated
childhood.
show, though.
Ah, may well have been. Sort
And
of remember. It was
interestingly subversive in its politics,
kind of
taking
Star Trek
taking aim
from my
at
memory.
Yeah, but with some more interesting politics, taking aim at a kind of NATO successor organisation. That's
Well, where are they now? We might need them.
Indeed. At the core to continue. Right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow. There's play and a miss from Bairstow. Was there a touch of edge there, or was it all pad? I'm not entirely sure. The ball squirted out towards a second slip, no run. So, 185 for 6, steadying the ship somewhat, have they been, after that ludicrous dismissal at the end of our previous commentary stint? Is this 3 in a row for you, Colin?
Yes, it is.
He's a trooper.
Committed to the cause.
It was extraordinary, wasn't it? I mean, drop catch, then a catch. Bizarre cricket all round.
2 drop catches. This time Bairstow looks to
that's
clip
the drop as
through
well, I
into
think.
the onside. It squirts up. It's been. I don't think it carried. Colin thinks it's dropped. It's hard to tell on a Zoom feed.
You might wonder if it had been anyone but Pujara.
Terrible shot. He
not
was
the
through it too
quickest.
early. It was off the splice. Didn't quite carry. The diving Pujara could only get to it after it had hit the ground and on its way back up.
He was a little slow to react, I think, Pujara. Somebody possibly quicker in the field might have made a better fist of that.
I think he was watching
a
the
funny
bat.
old shot.
The way the bat came through wasn't predicted to be coming to a short mid-wicket.
No, he was through the shot early and it was uppish, almost on the splice, sort of neither squirted nor dribbled on this occasion. It was more of a flop. Had he timed it properly, it would have been launched
That's
well.
3
over
poor
cow.
bot triggers right there.
Absolutely.
Squirted, dribbled and flopped.
I don't know, I think flopped is more preventing the pawn bot doing its work.
Not unless he takes some pills, then it'll be
Indeed, you need a fluffer.
back in action. Fluffer. It's a dying trade now.
Is it?
I believe so, in the introduction of the little blue pills.
Oh, of course, yeah. The core in again to Bairstow. 78 not out of 101 balls. Make that 78 of 102 as he squeezes the ball down off the inside edge into the pitch. It's fielded by the bowler. No run. England halfway through the 44th over of their reply. 185 for 6, scoring well over 4 and over. Losing wickets far too rapidly. They trail by 231 runs.
No ball, Tony.
And it was no ball. Let's hear the jingle. As the legitimate delivery is carted over deep square leg for 4 runs. Pushed in too far to the leg side, too full by the core. Bairstow clipped it nicely off his pads. 1-2 bounces and over the fence. Once again, you've got a deep square and a more orthodox long leg. It bisected them for those 4. Was that another no ball? Is it still 43.3? No, they just the scorecard on the screen haven't realised. This time it's absolutely bludgeoned by Bairstow over, I'm going to be polite, over deep squarish mid wicket for 6 runs into about 5 rows back into the stand. It was there to hit, it was in the slot, and hit it he did.
Is it safe to say that's the first JB fuck you shot?
It's certainly been his most productive shot, that pull shot. But I mean, that was, he just absolutely clobbered, didn't he? Got hold of that away into the Hollies stand. Fantastic effort.
I'd call that bat too straight to be a pull.
Yeah, probably. It was more of a hoik.
A straight bat pull.
A straight bat. Yeah.
Ooh, as this time he drops short, there's a stifled, pointless appeal from Thakur because it was going down the leg side and well over the stumps. Slightly squared up Bairstow. The DRS timer is ticking. I have no idea what they're even thinking about.
It looked like
it
it,
for.
both height and direction. So I'm not quite sure it had a huge amount going for it.
No. I mean, By the time it hit him, it was already outside leg stump, drifting across him. There was no way it was straight.
Maybe another set of stumps.
maybe a set of stumps 3 times as wide and 3 times as high, as this time Bairstow just presses the ball out into the offside for no run. He's on 88 for 106 at the other end. Billings about to face his 6 off 15. England are 196 for 6. They trail by 220. How are our listeners doing? Have they taken my Blake 7 bait yet?
Well, we're still on the Mog. The worst thing Babylon 5 did was introduce season show long arc that fucked many a show since. Still a superior show though. Chris TD, what was the answer to this? I've only just tuned in and I'm not quite sure what in reference to. Which South African batsman should the host be concerned about? We did cover that. Leah showing a picture of, I own a plushie of Gucky, the cuddliest deadly space soldier, out a complete set of Babylon 5 set. Mog, after Doctor Who, Blake 7 is the greatest sci-fi show ever, and Avon.
Blake 7 is far better than Doctor Who, and depending on which season of Doctor Who you count. Bumrah to continue, back of a length. Billings, I think in 2, possibly 3, maybe even 4 mines, ultimately plays a shot with mildly attacking procedure, but thoroughly defensive in effect, squirting the ball out towards short mid-on, no run.
Yeah, Doctor Who's inconsistent, from season to season, and just...
I grew up watching the Sylvester McCoy ones and couldn't really see the appeal. Bumrah in again with those horizontal forearms. This time is clipped off his pads by Sam Billings down towards long leg for the gentlest of ambled singles. Brings Bairstow back on strike. What is he going to do against Bumrah?
Doctor Who seems to be more about a political statement nowadays, which I'm neither for nor against. Do you mean
political in terms of diversity and inclusion, or is there more politics?
I think all sorts of politics they try to cover, but it's... I guess, in a way, I'm not fussed who they pick for it, as long as a good actor and it's good writing, but they try to...
Bumrah again to Bairstow, who makes room on the offside, can't quite beat the fielder at cover, no run. Yeah, there seems to be more interest in the sort of politics of representation, which particular identity categories are represented by the person playing the Doctor rather than in the quality of the writing or the acting.
Yeah, wholeheartedly. If you have good writing, it doesn't matter who the Doctor is, it will be good.
Bumrah again into Bairstow, again looking to concoct, invent, discover something on the offside. All he can do is push the ball out to gully, no run. He's looking for runs here and is probably getting a little bit frustrated. Bumrah he's got that wry smile on his face.
It's been a real innings of 2 parts, hasn't it, for Bairstow, because he couldn't buy a run earlier on this morning and he was getting an absolute working over from Bumrah and Shami and was very lucky to survive that. But since he got to, 35-40, it's looked a different game for him, hasn't it?
There's a lovely sign up in the crowd where the Indian fans are begging as Bairstow gets a sort of inside edge down in front of square. It's fielded by the short mid on, no run. Some of the Indian fans are begging England to avoid the follow on because they want to see Virat bat again. Curious as to whether it would be enforced, but I think it's going to be academic.
They've only got 19.
They need 20
to go, isn't it? Yeah.
20. They need 217. As Bumrah comes in to bowl the last ball of the over, that shuffling action really generates the pace from the shoulder. Weird full bunger there from Bumrah, and it's pushed out towards mid-off for a single by Johnny Bairstow, pinching the strike once again. There is a single on offer for the ball at mid-off. Only needs to move 3 or 4 yards to field. This is, in my view, despicable field setting. There must be some kind of evidence base. Why Test captains are doing that, I don't know what it is. Bairstow pinches the strike, and the target to avoid the follow-on is down to 19. What say our listeners?
Guerrilla Cricket, Radio Naked Fun Porn Bot. I've just voted fuck off in my own poll.
Told myself, I've auto set myself to fuck off.
And Chris TB definitely agrees with 2 of those choices between the Keegan Peterson, Ravi Rasan and Aidan Markram for the batsmen to watch out for. Leah, true, but only because they never made a Perry Rodan TV show.
This time Bairstow looks to make hay over deep long off. He misses the ball, or maybe has got an inside edge onto the pad. There's a big shout for LBW, and he's given, and Bairstow has immediately reviewed it. Let's hear the jingle for the umpire review.
We'll try. Here it is. Reviews. I'll go for this one.
Better out than in, better in than out. Better out than in, better in than out.
It's high to me.
Check it all about.
It's hitting well
Given
up.
out though, so it's going to be.
I think he might be clipping. I think he's in trouble
I
here.
think it might be clipping too. It's hit him well up the inner thigh towards the abdominal protector, but he was relatively low in
Very
his
back in his
crease.
stumps. Is it?
Very back in his stumps.
Is that an
His back-
inside
his
edge though?
Front, I don't think so, but from the... Oh yes, it might well be. From the speed at which he reviewed, he probably thinks there was an inside edge.
Yeah. Alim Dar's
And
going.
there is an inside edge.
big inside edge. Yeah.
He's safe.
Shardul Thakur's not so sure, is he? But it looks
Big is maybe
high.
Big is a bit of a.
I'd be really curious to see ball tracking on that, because I do think it would have been umpire's call and clipping.
I think
The
Johnny
umpire
B
took
knew
his
though.
time. Yeah, he must
knew
have
he
known
got
that. He
that edge.
considered so quickly did he go up. There was
Well,
no conferring with the non-striker. And if that
standing
happens,
with Billings,
that means one of 2 things. One is that you've hit it. The other is that you're Stuart Broad. Thakur in right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Bairstow, who pushes the ball beautifully behind square on the offside. They'll take 2 as the fielder from the deep backward point boundary runs in. That brings up England's 200 and the 50 partnership. They trail by 216.
Yeah, going well. I was saying about how Bairstow's sort of gathered pace as he's gone along. If you look at it in partnerships, he'd made 10 off 32 balls with Root, 1 off 10 with Jack Leach, when it was obviously just trying to stay there for a while.
Yeah, they were
39
trying to hold out for the close, weren't
with
they, yesterday?
Stokes 39 at a run a ball, but since Billings has come on, he's made 39 off 26.
But also that stand with Stokes was very much in 2 parts, wasn't it? As this time Thakur in to Bairstow, who prods the ball back out to him, fielded by the bowler just on the offside, no run. If I recall correctly this morning, there was a very much that stand of Stokes and Bairstow was a stand in 2 parts, where Bairstow had a very slow start and then accelerated quite quickly.
I'm not sure he knew he'd inside edge that, because when I seen the camera, he was talking to Billings and all he was doing was pointing at where it hit him in his inner thigh.
Yeah.
Virat was conspicuously unexcited by it all, and that's normally an indicator. That was an indicator. Oh, hello.
Ooh, we also have some umbrellas going up, and
No.
umbrellas going up in the hands of the Indian fans, which suggests that
Rota Rekas.
there's actually rain, rather than England fans wanting the batting side in a perilous situation to leave the field. And leave the field they do. Let's wibble a little bit before we pause, and we'll keep you updated as to when play restarts.
Yeah, we certainly will.
And wielding the wrench.
I mean, it's 12:15. They'll doubtless take lunch, so it'll be at least 40 minutes. Well, so slightly longer by the time.
Well, we
actually
still
get off
haven't
the
got to
field.
lunch, so I can give you a GPL update. looks like we've had a number of entries. So we're well over £200. I think we've had 12 entries today. Let me count them up.
12 entries, that's one for the porn bot.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, 12 entries today. Currently ranging from 267 to, well, it looks to me like it says 3,123, but I have to assume that was done in error. Because whoever was expecting 3,123 runs must have been in, well, I don't know, not quite sure what they were smoking, but there it was. I think that one won't be achieved.
So someone's going to get really annoyed if it's going to be 312 or 323.
Well, this is the nature of the game. You get it on the nose, then you win the pot. And that pot is standing at around about £210 at the moment. So it is well worth the winning. GorillaCricket.com/competition.
Can two people enter the same number, or is there only one possible buyer for each number?
No. You can enter the same number because you're guessing independently. You don't know what everyone else has guessed.
So yeah, you can split the pot multiple ways.
It is. I can tell you at the moment though that will not happen. So you can be your own person, make your own decision. GorillaCricket.com/competition.
So far, there is no number that has been guessed by more than one person.
Correct. I'm just going to double check my facts on that.
Josh, are you way to put in 3123 now?
I can actually tell you the 3123 was Messy Jazz.
I mean, of course it was Messy Jazz. It ends in a 3.
Which I suspect it was just a question of fat fingers rather than.
Did he want to go 3-1, or maybe he was trying to enter 3-1-3 and 3-2-3 at once?
No, I don't think so. Josh, do you want to run us through the scorecard to date story of the day? And
I will indeed run us through the scorecard. The main point of interest has been England's will they, won't they question of their progression to a score that is approaching parity. There's no question as to how they're going to try and do it, which is with a swing of the bat, or rather several swings of the bat. It's not been a day for the purist lovers of Test cricket. Just the one wicket has fallen today. That was the captain, Ben Stokes, who was out for 25 off 36 deliveries. Squirted a second ball in a row to the mid-off fielder, to the left-hander. The first one was dropped, and the second one was an excellent take. It was by Bumrah, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A diving catch for a ball that I think would quite palpably have cleared the ropes on the full. But it was not the shot to be playing at this stage of the innings with such a deficit, although the same tactics have served England relatively well so far this summer. Of the bowlers this morning, they've all looked pretty good. Bumrah's looked particularly good. His bowling figures for the innings are 15 overs, 1 maiden, 55 runs for 3 wickets. Shami has bowled 18 overs, 4 maidens. He's taken 1 for 63. Siraj, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 wicket, but has gone for 42 runs off those 8 overs. And Thakur, who's bowled 4 overs and 3 balls just before this rain break. He will continue after lunch, assuming he doesn't cramp up. He's taken 1 for 28. The batsmen at the crease are Johnny Bairstow, who's on 91 off 113 balls, while Sam Billings has played his way so far to 7 off 17. I don't know when we'll be back. We'll be back
almost certainly an early lunch, although they haven't necessarily confirmed that yet. But we're
lunch is scheduled for 12:30, so they'll take lunch now. I'm not sure it even counts as early if they go off within such close proximity to a scheduled break, because they'll never get back on in 10 minutes anyway.
How much they were unfurling the covers, I doubt they would come off in time anyway.
Do you want to run us through some tweets, Colin?
Yeah, I can do. Anna Forsyth, hello from Southeastern Train. London looking gorgeous today.
I thought Anna was in Vancouver. Or am I
over here? She's over here. Hopefully for some cricket, I think.
Are we due a full day's play today? Well...
Ooh, that looks heavy, that rain.
Mog, I'm mildly surprised they never did. And I don't know what that is in relation
You're
to.
mildly surprised they never did.
Oh, it's
Competition, dear readers. Work out what the fuck Mog is talking about.
It's Perry Roden TV series. Miss Luigi Magpie. Blake 7 was my obsession when I was 16, 17. The budget was nil. The weapon looked like hair, curling irons. Great writing and acting. Messages is right. The last episode was appalling. Aired on Christmas Eve and normally high suicide rate jumped. I've never watched it, so I don't know what that last bit in relation to. Mog, so Johnny B is in a reasonable run of form then. I would say so. We'll jump back to yourselves.
Well, shall we call it lunch?
Yeah, let's call it lunch. I'm afraid, Tony, I'm going to dick you around with the afternoon session. I'm afraid I can't do either my 1:40 or my 4 something.
Well, things may change. I will go and see. We'll go and worry about that. First job is to try and figure out how to get some highlights on.
Would you rather have an email or a WhatsApp message?
WhatsApp will do.
Great, I will do that, and we will put on some highlights or some archive footage.
We will, and we will see you
entertained
after this early luncheon. Lunch has indeed been taken.
At 5 to 1.
There we go. Play resuming 5 to 1. There are still umbrellas up, I can tell you that, but it doesn't exactly. Covers are all on, but it's not exactly persisting down. Is that Richard Kettleborough, who is under one umbrella? The groundsmen, on the other hand, are all happily wandering around, and there don't seem to be umbrellas up in the crowd. So I think we can safely say we hope that 5 to 1's a realistic aspiration. See you later.
If you are still listening, just to let you know that the GPL is still open for another 6 minutes, so you've still got a chance.
It's all.
Put 100 quid on yourself, you'd have won 500 grand, mate.
Well, yeah, no, but you know, I don't do that sort of thing. I just set the odds. I don't.
Yes,
I don't do
a Leicester City-esque victory by 163 runs for the fat lot of Youth 11. They made 378 in their innings. The record score in the Dick Weller Broad Alzat Trophy, with 72 from WG Grace, 65 from Ian Austin, gainsaying Al Valentine's 4 for 117. For the making a spectacle of themselves 11, well, it started very badly, or very well, depending on how you're looking at it, with Jeffrey Boycott being stumped by Mohammed Shahzad off Ian Austin for a golden duck, a diamond duck indeed, first ball of the innings, and then David Steele 6-4 and out, LBW to Austin 10 off 3. Then there was a bit of, but credit to the making a spectacle of themselves 11 for keeping up the boundary hitting, scoring at a much faster rate actually than the fat lot of Use 11. So the fat lot of Use 11 scored at 18.9 and over.
Of course, the MCG.
And the
so we
making
got
a spectacle of
chatting
themselves.
about Lords and comparisons between the two places. So I asked him, did you know that the only player ever to hit a ball over the Lord's Pavilion was actually from Victoria? He didn't, and he knew nothing about Albert Trott. Well, I recommended he read a book called Over and Out by my guest today, Steve Neal. It was Cricket Writers Club Book of the Year in 2017, and is the remarkable story of a neglected cricket hero. Albert Trott was good enough to play for Australia and England, but at the height of his power, no test team would pick him. He took 8 for 43 on his debut. When he played his last test for them, he had an average of 102.5, and he's perhaps most famous, of course, for his exploits on the 31st of July 1899, when he powered Monty Noble's delivery up and over that Lord's Pavilion. It's a wonderful book on Albert's life, but with a sad and tragic end. Steve, a very, very warm welcome.
Oh, thanks, Tony. Yeah, good to be here.
Yeah, well, delighted to have you with us, and obviously we're going to talk about the subject of today, Albert Trott, also played for Australia and for England, and all of those amazing stats, an incredible story behind him. Let's start, though, if we may, just just tell us a little bit about yourself, your background in cricket, and how did you discover Albert?
Well, yeah, I'm glad you asked me that. I was originally from Birmingham, so kind of Warwickshire is where my heart is. I'm not a Middlesex man. I have lived in London, kind of visited Lords. I'm now based in Somerset. I'm about a gimlet hit away from the Froome ground, the showground, where the fastest first-class century of the season was made in 1934. So I go across to Taunton, I watch Somerset play. I go up to Bristol for one day and off to the Lords and other test grounds. Yeah.
Well, you clearly have developed an affinity and an understanding of our subject today. Just tell us, give us a little potted summary, and then we'll sort of unpick what is a wonderful, unlikely story about a somewhat charismatic hero that seemed to drop out of everyone's consciousness and cease to be a hero.
Yeah, it's quite interesting what you were saying in the intro about the business of about what not being known at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, unknown. Now in 2010, I was with my youngest son, and he was just off to university, and he said, "Could we go around do a tour of the Lord's Ground?" So I joined in and kind of went along with it and really enjoyed it, actually. And then there was the kind of moment where you're sitting in the stand and the tour guide kind of says, "Well, does anyone know who cleared the Lord Pavilion?" And of course, there's the Indians there say Tendulkar, the Australians say, "Oh, Bradman," and some must be W.G. Grace.
Sure, it'd be Bradman style, but
yeah. And you go at that point, you don't want to look like the man who knows everything. So it's Albert Trott. I said the other interesting thing about Albert Trott was he had an average of 102.5 in the Ashes, and at this point, there's a South African there, and he kind of turns to me and said, "Excuse me, sir, are you the author of A Life of Albert Trott?" And I said, no, I'm not actually. I'm just kind of interested in him. I've read David Frith's book and things.
Yeah.
Then the idea came to me, perhaps I could be that person who writes the history of Albert Trott. So eventually I did, get the book out. But it started in the Pavilion, the book did. And it was good. Yeah, it was good.
Well, it's interesting there. You mentioned the David Frith book, which I think is called A Silence of the Heart.
Yeah.
That has a chapter on Albert. I mean, it's. I haven't, I must confess, read it, but like your homework being on the bus, I genuinely can tell you that it's on its way from Amazon because reading Albert again, your book on Albert made me think about it. I know you said that it was reading that book and the chapter about Albert that that kind of drew you to his story. Just tell us a little bit more about what it was in there that made you think, this is going to be something that I want to personally write a book about.
I think it was, in one way, he made that kind of fantastic entrance into Test cricket. That he cleared the Pavilion, he came to play for Middlesex and MCC, and then he shot himself, kind of 1914, committed suicide in his lodgings. So it was kind of a very sad story. And I was kind of, what I was interested in was how someone kind of starts out so promising, and then it kind of goes wrong bit by bit. And that was what I was interested in. That's what I wanted to find out about. I mean, people say sometimes that the kind of book you should write is the book you want to read, and I wanted to read that story in full. So I ended up trying to find out about it.
You have a wonderful phrase, or it might actually have been Patsy Hendren's that you'd appropriated. It was something about playing cricket, or earning his living as a professional cricketer, but playing like a gilded amateur.
I think it's my own, not Patsy. On this occasion.
Well, it's a beautiful line. So Patsy can't have it. It's definitely yours then.
No, I think that's kind of one of the oddities, really. I mean, Trott was a professional cricketer. He barely did anything else. I think he had a 2-week stint delivering letters in Melbourne as a postman, and that was it. The rest of his life, total professional cricketer. The way in which he played his game was in a kind of freedom and abandon of, you know, the kind of professional of the golden age in some ways. He didn't kind of, you know, look at his average, look at his figures, think about renewals of contract. He just kind of played for that moment more than anything else. I mean, it's incredible, really. I mean, you look at the amount of games he played for Middlesex and Somerset, and if he ever had a day off, he went off to play club cricket somewhere, just because he enjoyed playing so much.
Well, he played, was it 12 years for Middlesex? 98 to 1910, I think, during which Middlesex won one championship in 1903. Bowled a lot with J.T. Hearn, who everyone remembers. Did he go on and then play for Somerset for a bit afterwards?
No, Trott, no, not at all.
No, I didn't think so. No.
No, I mean, once he stopped playing, I mean, he became an umpire.
Ah, yes, he did. And apparently, as I found out in the book, was not necessarily one of the best umpires. His umpiring perhaps being as idiosyncratic as is his cricket, and it was not best loved by Jack Hobbs, as I recall.
That's right, yes. I mean, I think it was known, you know, kind of on the circuit, that you got a shocker from Albert Trott. I think he gave, you know, I'm sure his concentration wasn't good by that particular point.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously we'll come on to, you know, he's leaving the Middlesex and what was a very sad story of decline. But I mean, I think what really interests me, and you say it yourself, you know, you make a point. I think actually you actually conclude at the end of the book he probably doesn't deserve a picture in the Lord's Pavilion. But then your reason for saying that is because in the days of amateurs and professionals, where the professionals were actually of the lower class and the amateurs were more of the gentry, it was just not a place he would have belonged.
No, I mean, he was never in there. He was never allowed in there. I mean, if you look at the portraits in that period, you know, they are of amateurs. I mean, I kind of haven't gone round and done, you know, a thorough inventory of what's there. But yeah, I mean, they are largely amateur players. I mean, obviously, you know, times are different now. But yeah, back then, Trott's place was next door with the professionals in the Bowlers Pavilion.
Yeah. Yep. No, indeed. Why do you think? I mean, like, maybe we should start by just reprising some of the stats that people may not necessarily know.
Yeah.
He played 3 games for Australia, didn't he? 3 tests for Australia, all against England.
Yeah. I mean, that's interesting in itself. I mean, 1894-5 was, you know, a key series in terms of England-Australia. Since the Australians' victory in, I think, 1882, they had only won 1 series since then. So it was a long period of English dominance. And in that 5-match series in 1894-5, England took a 2-0 lead in the series. And it was Trott who came in for the 3rd match, who kind of turned things round. He took, in that third test, he scored 38 not out in the first and then 72 not out in the second, and then took 8 for 43 to win the game. And then, after doing that, 8 for 43, they remain the best figures on debut. They remain the best ever figures at Adelaide. I mean, you know, and that says something in itself. In the next match at Sydney, he turned that round with a 85 not out. But he didn't even get a bowl in that match, which Australia won.
His brother at that stage wasn't captain, was he?
Sorry?
Was his brother captain for that game, or that game later?
It was George Giffen, the captain from Hull. Yeah, so it was 2-2, and then the third match, Australia lost it, and England took the series. But, you know, kind of Trott came out of it with an incredible amount of credit, how he turned the series round. I mean, in kind of the wider picture was that England team had gone over then at that point because of the banking crisis in Melbourne, financial problems, a crash, and the Melbourne Cricket Club had lost a lot of money. So it was the Melbourne Cricket Club who invited England over to tour. And I think, you know, that series was very much part of what was creating the Ashes and put, you know, the kind of England-Australia contest, you know, kind of raised it to that level. I mean, things were flagging at that point in terms of Ashes cricket. So, yeah.
His first wicket was AC McLaren, wasn't it? I mean, if I want to...
Yes.
Not a bad scalp to open your career with.
No, it was... the English cricketers quite rated him. And in fact, it was McLaren and Stoddart talking at breakfast about how they regard him as the best player that kind of got him in the team, that kind of got him across the line. But he was, 1894, he was 21?
Yeah, just a lad. Yeah. And tell us a little bit, perhaps, as well about his family background and what made him the man he was, I suppose, as well as the player he was. Am I right in saying that his great-grandmother came from a slave background and sort of had married her way out of that? So there's always been a hint of something different about his upbringing, as it were.
Yeah, I mean, his grandmother was a slave. When slavery was abolished in the big British Empire, 1833, she was kind of released from slavery and married Trott's grandfather. Now that was in Antigua. By then, kind of with the abolition of slavery, the sugar economy in the Caribbean collapsed, and in a sense it was kind of hard times. So Trott's father, who was 13, came with his uncle and his grandmother, who had been the slave, on board ship to England, to Bristol, changed at Bristol, emigrated to Australia. And then, so technically Trott was qualified for West Indies, Australia and England. He had an English mother, but his father married an English woman. So he could have played for all three, really. But his father married young. Trott was actually the sixth child, older brothers, but the father, Augustus Trott, was cricket mad and kind of got involved with it fairly early on. And his older brothers, Gus and Harry, they all played, as well as his sister Anna played for a women's team as well. So, yeah, a cricket mad family.
So he found his way by playing. I think he played for, was it East Melbourne, South Melbourne? It was a district of Melbourne. South Melbourne.
Yeah, and then he played for East Melbourne.
Oh, okay.
They offered him more money.
So there he was. He's got the world record still the world record as the best figures on debut, 8 for 43. He made 85 not out, I think, in the next game at Sydney, batting at 8 or 9. Although sadly he didn't get to bowl as much, did he? I don't think in that game.
He didn't get bowled at all.
And then the series, sadly for Australia, it kind of ultimately was lost 3-2 at Melbourne. But at the time, so here is a young player, big hitter, very useful bowler. I think he bowled off breaks, but could throw them down pretty quick. Am I right in saying?
Yeah, I mean, he broke the ball, off breaks, but he could also bowl quick as well. He was actually quick enough to get taken off at Lords for bowling too quick. I mean, he kind of experimented with it at some point. And also, kind of one of his influences, which we may want to talk about, is baseball.
Yes. So tell us a little bit about that, because yes, I'd forgotten, I suppose, that baseball had got quite some traction in Australian history. But he did play that. So yeah, how do you think that affected his game?
Well, I think originally it was regarded as a way of keeping fit. It was played in the winter, and they put on a baseball match before an Australian rules game as a kind of little starter. So I think the main influence on Trott was in terms of his bowling, and he bowled a ball which kind of dipped, and also a kind of curved ball as well. So it was definitely influence on his bowling style, and certainly in terms of his fielding in an era of fairly mediocre fielding. I mean, the Australians, were good fielders. Those who played baseball, they could benefit from that. I mean,
No, you go on.
The other interesting thing about baseball, at one point the kind of cricket and baseball were fairly closely aligned, and there was talk of Australian cricket teams touring England and then going across to New York, picking up a couple of specialist bowlers and playing baseball in America.
Oh wow. Did that ever happen?
No, it never actually happened. There was a baseball tour which was fairly disastrous later on, and Trott ended up kind of picking the pieces and providing a roof over the head for players who were broke from playing. Someone ran off with the money.
Yeah, well, one of the things that interested me was, one of the wonderful things about the book is the level of detail. I mean, you describe him, classily cutting the ball over the chains.
Yes.
Throughout the book, the degree of descriptiveness for games that were in the sort of the late 19th century is extraordinary. So, I mean, one of the questions I'd love to talk with you about is the level of research and you must have gone through to write about a game literally almost as though it was one. You could have been discussing yesterday's ODI between England and Australia. It seemed that recent. How did you do that?
It's quite funny, really. Bob Willis, late Bob Willis, was talking to me about the book. He says one of the things he liked was the research. I said, well, actually, Bob, I thought I'd gone a bit light on that, He kind of gave me that Bob Willis laugh, which I always, remember. But I mean, I think there's different types of research. There's one that's a kind of general background. I like to get the feel of things. So I read a lot of newspapers, Australian and English from that period, which I quite enjoyed doing. And that gives you the kind of flavour of what people thought and felt and things. But the other kind of research I quite like, which is a very specific research, where you're looking to answer a question, a specific thing, and you want the answer to this question. And the answer to the question that I wanted was, how did he come to leave Middlesex Museum? And I was kind of in the Lord's Library. They're absolutely fantastic, and they dug out all these old minutes from meetings and things like this, and I'm there kind of looking at it. And I think I actually said, like that, that kind of moment when I found out.
Well, they paid him off in the end, didn't they? Hadn't they invested some money in the East India Company, and they got some of that back, and that was it. He was gone.
I think, Indian Railway stock. It was that line that says they agreed to give him the rest of his money as long as he agreed never to have anything to do with the club again. It's quite, go away. We've had enough, really. But it was just interesting to find that in print, recorded in the minutes.
Well, that's okay. So he's burst onto the scene. He's taken 8 for 43. He's followed that up with an 85 not out. He's played 3 matches. Sadly, Australia didn't win the series. He's got a batting average of 102.5. They're picking the tour that is then the team for the tour that's then going to get on the boat, and as
Yeah.
they did, of course, in those days, and sail to England. Everyone seemed in the local Australian press and beyond to assume he was a shoo-in. Even the England players respected him in so much, as you pointed out, that they thought they were making his case, and yet he didn't make that tour. And a tour, by the way, that his brother was on, and I think was part of selecting the team for. So how come?
Yeah, I mean, his brother wasn't actually a selector on the team. What happened was there was the three main states at that particular point were South Australia, New South Wales and Victoria. And so a member from each of those made up the selection committee, including George Giffen. They found a very odd method of selecting, in they selected the batsmen, the bowlers, and people who might do a bit of both at the end.
Right.
And the touring parties only had 13 in them, 13 players. I mean, that's a full summer's tour of England. So Trott wasn't selected. They regarded him as someone who could do a bit of both. But by then, they picked 2 fast bowlers. They were told by Billy Murdoch in Australia, living in England, that they needed pacemen. They needed something a bit different if they're going to beat England. And in fact, Albert Trott, for a while, experimented with the idea of becoming a fast bowler. I mean, he wasn't, quite there. So in the end, they picked 2 fast bowlers, Ernie Jones and Charles Eady, and not Albert Trott. There was an absolute outcry. He got a lot of supporters from former players, from his own club in East Melbourne, and it kind of went on, for months and months and months. The kind of arguments about whether he should go or not. At that point, he'd been offered a contract to qualify for Middlesex through a man called Jim Phillips, who played for Middlesex and was a kind of cricketing entrepreneur of the time. And he said, well, if Australia doesn't want you, Middlesex doesn't want you, you can qualify and play for the MCC. However, before he got there was an agreement that said, well, maybe we could do with Albert Trott after all. So he could be the 14th man. So we went on the boat with the Australian team as if he was a member of the party. And he actually played with that touring team in Colombo in 1896. But when he got to England, he was kind of in trouble, really, because he wasn't a member of the touring party. And the touring parties at those times operated, I think as Gideon Hager said, like limited companies. So there were a manager, there was 13 players, all the receipts were divided up equally, except if you were a younger player, you might be on a slightly reduced share and things. So they weren't going to divide it up anymore, just on the chance that he might be called upon. So he went across to Lords and spent the summer there, and Australia didn't call on him, and that was his kind of end of his association with them.
Well, yeah, actually, that's one of the interesting things that comes out in the book: the commercial nature of how tours were organised in the early days of Test cricket. And there's certainly a few stories in there of ways that extra money could be made, and the arguments over about how the money was shared. But he's on the boat to England. He needs to qualify to play for Middlesex. But then it's against Australia, or an Australian team, pretty much the full Australian team, I think. Isn't he playing for the Middlesex and Ground? And it's the 31st of July 1899, when he probably wrote his most famous line in history, despite everything that we've been discussing. Tell us a little bit about that day and what happened.
Well, Australian touring team were over. The captain was Joe Darling, and Trott was highly rated in England. That season, he took 200 wickets and 1,000 runs. The first player to do that. That was his, and he did it again in 1900. So he did it 2 years running. But Australians didn't rate, and they kind of had this campaign, and they were kind of saying things like, he may be good enough for you, but we know all his tricks. Gets away with it. He's never getting out. He's not good enough to play for us. And there was a background of that also.
Do you think the support of England, in a way, espousing him, actually worked against him in terms of playing again for Australia?
Yeah, I mean, there's that kind of odd thing of people with neither one thing or another. That kind of set down the cracks of nationality, the Anglo-Australian. I think David Frith mentioned that recently. He talked about the anguish of the Anglo-Australian. So he's kind of too English to be Australian, too Australian to be English. So he falls into that kind of peculiar category there. But yeah, so they didn't like him particularly. And when he came to the Lords, he was up against Monty Noble, who came on to bowl. Now Monty Noble was the same age as Trott, and when Trott had been doing his 84-3, 8 for 43, Noble was playing for Sydney Juniors. So there's in a sense that Noble had kind of come in and taken his place in the team. So when he came on to bowl, he bowled in a kind of similar style to Trott. So he had a go, and he just went after it. I mean, there were a couple of biggish hits before that. One that went into the main pavilion, one into the professionals, little pavilion on the side. But it was his last kind of hit at it, went up and hit the chimney, the right-hand chimney, and fell into one of the dressing room attendants' gardens at the back.
I can't remember the
So
name.
he didn't get 6 for it because he didn't go out of the ground. He had to go clean out the ground to get 6 at that. He only got 4 for it, so it's always...
Is it the most famous 4 ever struck? It has to be right up there, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And just to be clear, this was the Thomas Verity Pavilion that we know today. So in terms of height and distance, because I know other players have tried it. I seem to recall in 2016 you had the likes of Owen Morgan and a few professionals going, well, give this a go, facing a bowling machine for hours, and none of them could get close.
Yeah. I mean, it is difficult. I mean, there's players like, was it Mike Llewellyn from Glamorgan?
Yeah.
And a few others, I think, have got into the 3rd tier, kind of towards the top. But he actually made bigger hits than that, which hit. There's that MCC crest on one of the towns.
Yeah.
He got that once, which was higher than the chimney. So he did that.
Well, he sort of warmed up, didn't he come close against Sussex as well, and was just beaten by hitting something that stopped the ball going all the way?
Yes, yeah. I mean, he'd done it a few times. I mean, he can't be close. I mean, he was also only the 2nd ever person to hit the ball out of the ground at Trent Bridge.
Which he must have got 6 then.
Yes, he did get 6 for that one. Yeah. But I mean, there's certainly a lot of power in Trott. I mean, one of the ones I always like about him is his drives. The Australians call them carpet drives. They still do today. Shane Warne commentating because all along the carpet, like that.
Yeah.
It's so hard, kind of drove it, perfectly. Hit the rails in front of the pavilion and came back onto the actual wicket. So it hit it and came back. That's how hard it hit it. So there was a lot of genuine power there.
But I think it's kind of interesting if you think about him and his career, because I rather think here's the question then, I guess, is without that hit, even though he was a really interesting character, even though he had those amazing figures and still the best ever debut figures in a test match anywhere, even though he had the phenomenal history, career with Middlesex, even though he played for both teams and did pretty well, I think, when England went into South Africa, the book and the story really wouldn't exist, would it, without that one moment that happened on that day?
No. I mean, when he arrived at Lord's, apparently he looked at the pavilion. The pavilion was built, I think, 1890, 91, something like that. And he looked at it and said, I'm going to hit the ball over there. Apparently, that's what was said. But that pavilion, I mean, it's an incredible building now. And then the actual size of it, I mean, the grandness of it, the kind of theatre for watching cricket. I mean, it's it's a statement. It's a statement about power. It's about who controls cricket. It's about the club. It's about everything, you know. And then you've got Trott's place, which is that little players' pavilion stuck on the side.
Is that the bowler's bar now? Am I right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Where they ring the bell. So if you're picturing Lords, as most people, any cricket fan would be able to do, the bowler's bar to the side was the old professionals' pavilion. Am I right?
Yes.
Yeah, where Albert would have hung out when he wasn't batting or fielding. And the ball, which you say hit a chimney, would it be the Harris Garden now that it kind of finally found its home in after its journey?
I think so. Yes. I think so.
Extraordinary. So he did this. Did his career perhaps, do you think, Steve, suffer a little bit because having defined it in that moment, there's perhaps a school of thought he was always trying to replicate that, and that kind of sometimes worked against his effectiveness as a player?
Very much, I think. Yeah. I mean, that Sammy Woods, another Anglo Australian, always said he kind of ruined it by trying to repeat it as often as possible. I mean, he just went for it all the time. I mean, it's that kind of amateur thing in a way. You know, I'm going to do it for the glory. You know, I want to do it again. I'm going to do it cleanly without hitting the tune this time. He just went for it, but found it. Couldn't do it. I mean, you know, no one's been able to do it. But there were other close attempts after that. Yeah, he were close.
Somehow, the romantic in me wants it never to be done.
Yes,
because somehow Albert who disappeared into well, he'd been sort of somewhat forgotten, very sadly, has been rediscovered, courtesy, to a large extent, of your help and your fabulous book. If it was done again, he might just recede again once more into sort of anonymity, and I don't think we want that for him. Tell us a little bit about Albert the man. It's really interesting reading the book. You sort of slightly fall in love with him, but you can see, I think, a bit of a flawed personality. I think he was described as quite simple. Who was it? Plum Warner described the perversity of genius, but there's other kind of crazy stories about him, like rolling up paper and spitting pellets at players, taking a hairbrush to somebody. There's a quirkiness, or if one's being kind, about him that suggests he was an unusual character, to say the least. Can you tell us a little bit more about him? What made him what he was?
I think, I mean, in terms of formal education, I mean, he didn't go to school much. He always described his school days as, I was one of the rowdy boys, which kind of fits in perfectly with everything that followed. So yeah, I mean, he was kind of the natural rebel. He wasn't, I think, what he wasn't very good at was doing what was required of him. Somebody said in his obituary that he was good at cricket, but he wasn't any good at the business of cricket.
Yeah.
But he couldn't quite work out how you had to play the system. I mean, other Middlesex professionals and MCC professionals were good. I mean, someone like Tarrant understood that you had to. I mean, he worked in Starman, one of the Middlesex members. He worked in the office in the winter. But someone like Trott never ever did. He never found a way of sustaining a kind of regular income. And he was quite, wild in that sense. I mean, the kind of occasion I remember most is kind of 1899, when he was just about to leave for the tour of South Africa, and thought he'd have a night out in Wilson with his mates, and there's a low bunch of them, it's 12 o'clock. And they're walking so many abreast down the street, and they're making a great noise, and the policeman stops them, Trott, he's sarcastic, and he says something. And of course, it's all up in court. So 7 days before he's due to go to South Africa, there he is on court, well dressed, looking older than his years, but guilty and fined for not acting in the kind of right way that was expected of a professional cricketer.
Well, clearly he was fond of a drink, and sadly that I fear contributed, towards his decline. I don't think fidelity was his strong suit. Didn't he have a lady friend in Somerset for every time Middlesex played there? Once he got caught out, having disappeared and nearly didn't make it to the pitch.
That was said. I mean, that's kind of a rumour thing. I mean, there's also one of the story that's floated that he was questioned by the police about the murder.
Yeah.
Taunton about the murder of a prostitute. But I mean, I kind of investigated that quite fully, and there's no evidence of a murder in Taunton at that time of anyone. Much less, a prostitute. I mean, David Foote investigated it quite fully as well, and he was never able to find any evidence other than the word of the Somerset.
So he was just kind of the personality that urban myths might grow up around, because he was had that larger than life quality, I think.
Yes. People told stories about him because, he was that kind of character.
So I guess there's a question that is always interesting, is if he's larger than life, he can hit a massive ball, he can bowl well enough to take 8 for 43 for Australia. On his bad days, he was very bad. On his good days, and he did have a few, even after he was ill, and I think he had a few, reminders of what he could be like. If you could have a level playing field, and he was walking out at Lord's today, how would he go?
I mean, there's kind of one theory that says, if you look at kind of modern fitness, I mean, drinking amongst players has virtually stopped these days. I mean, very few do it. I mean, the days of a tray of drinks at the end of the day, it's high nutrition drinks and things like that come out. So kind of with modern training methods, I mean, the kind of argument would be that he kind of would be tamed. That if you look at the different formats, Test, 50 over, T20, he would be particularly good in the shorter forms of the game, because the way in which he bowled, I mean, he got that fast ball which he could deliver, and it was the loss of that fast ball which kind of contributed to his decline as a bowler. So I mean, he bowled, so he could be very successful. That would be the argument. I think, on the other hand, knowing Albert Trott, he would have kind of run into trouble somewhere along the way. There would be, some kind of incident. He would have, things do go wrong for some people. So I think, really, he might have had a kind of Collis King type Test career, where he kind of plays this kind of amazing innings and he does that. And then I think, he probably ends up playing somewhere in, an obscure Middle Eastern 10-over league. Sort of as the big name signing, and kind of disappoints because he slips off somewhere and doesn't complete the contract.
Well, when I was thinking about this, I was trying to think, were there players in our history, me, I guess we're similar-ish ages probably, who he might equate to. I mean, I think I'd listed Botham. I'd George Best. I'd even stepped outside of the world of cricket. The phrase "flawed genius" comes to mind. Yeah. So it sounds like you kind of feel that he would entertain, but even today not realise his full potential, because there was an inherent tendency to go off the rails a bit. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah. But I mean, there's kind of elements of luck. I mean, if you look at someone like Botham, I mean, in terms of the kind of lifestyle in the 70s and 80s, but now he's kind of Surrey in Botham. He's very much an establishment figure.
Yeah.
I think the other interesting parallel with Botham is actually the bowling. If you think of some of Botham's bowling, where he kind of conned the batsman out.
Yeah.
You think that style of
the ability to take wickets with rubbish balls,
Yeah. I mean,
occasionally.
Same thing, yeah. He's similar with Trott, I think, in that kind of way. So there's similarities there. But nowadays there's kind of more opportunities outside the game in the world there. So, I mean, commentating. media, that kind of thing, books, agents, all that sort of stuff. A decent player can make a good living from it.
I think it was again Plum Warner who described him rather unkindly as none too bright. I think perhaps that was a little harsh, given everything that we've said about him, and probably Plum's background might have encouraged him to said that about a few people.
Yeah.
But do you think that's unkind and unfair, from what you know of Albert?
He certainly wasn't educated, but he's kind of, as a person, he was what he was like as a player. I mean, that was, that's the kind of important thing, what he was like on the field. I mean, when we watch sport, we kind of watch it for the unexpected, what's going to happen. We kind of construct our own narrative and things. But we want to be surprised. And like, whenever Trott comes out, we want to see what happens. I mean, that's the kind of important thing. I mean, intelligence, perhaps, that doesn't matter so much, in kind of the formal sense. I mean, you think of someone like Andrew Simons.
Yes.
I mean, you can point to a certain amount of parallels there, in disappearing to go off on a bender to, playing very aggressively.
Flintoff, there's a few names that you could suddenly put into that category from certainly from cricket and from a number of sports. But he whilst he was obviously here, off he went to play for England in South Africa. So he'd qualified for residency here, even obviously being Australian, as you pointed out. How did he go on those tours? And obviously, strangely, they weren't tests at the time, but retrospectively became tests. Hence, he's got a test record for both Australia and England. Tell us a little bit about how he came to go to South Africa and how they came to be tests.
I mean, originally these kind of tours for South Africa were got up by, Lord Hawke's tour to South Africa. It wasn't an England tour to South Africa. And the idea was that you went out there, picked up some nice presents, diamonds, that kind of thing, spot of good dinners, met people. There's a kind of socialisation, being very kind of sociable and enjoying those kind of benefits. But in terms of the cricket, South African cricket was only just developing at that stage. It gradually grew stronger over the next decade. So there was a kind of imperial vision, part of the MCC was like going out to these places and taking a team. And there were the amateurs who did the batting and the pros who did the bowling. And so, that team that went to South Africa in 1891 was fairly strong. You could pass muster as a test team. But at the time, it was Lord Hawke's 11 against the South Africans. So it was only later, I can't remember the exact date, when they were given status, some of these matches, as tests and kind of went on people's record. So when he was selected for it wasn't a question of, oh no, now he's playing for England. It was, he's going on the tour to South Africa with Lord Hawke.
Well, let's just put into perspective a second. Again, if I'm right, he got 4 for 61, 5 for 49, 4 for 69 and 4 for 19 in a couple of tests at the Old Wanderers and Newlands. Okay, it wasn't the strongest South African team in the world, but you're also talking about a man, therefore, who's taken 3 was 12, 17 England wickets at next to not very many runs at all.
Yes, yeah.
It's not a bad record. So he can drink a bit. He womanises a bit. He did have a wife and children over here. His way of making money through being a professional with Middlesex was sort of rather unceremoniously ended and paid off with the rather threatening line that you mentioned earlier, which was, providing he doesn't ever sort of come back again. Tell us then, because after that, although he did some umpiring, he was not a well man, was he? A combination of alcohol and dropsy. There's one horrible line you have that describes him being drained of about 1.5 gallons of fluid. And ultimately, it does come to a very sad end. Just tell us a little bit about the latter years and how that all came about for him.
Yeah, I mean, he was awarded a benefit in 1907, and it was traditional for the benefit to be, I think, round about the bank holiday Monday at Lord's. It was against Somerset, so he was granted that game as a benefit. MCC were kind of quite strict about collection of monies at benefits. You could collect on the gate, but you couldn't go around the ground to collect. So it was quite, other grounds were kind of different. I mean, the Yorkshire benefits were kind of very well organised. W.G. Grace, the amateur who made so much money from the game, his benefit was superbly organised. He made, I think it was around about 10,000 of it. But Trott struggled in terms of the amount of money he made from that. It was his benefit game. He hadn't had a great season. He wasn't in good condition. And then, of course, in the second innings against Somerset, he takes a double hat-trick. So it's the first occasion that anyone had taken a double hat-trick in a first-class match. And so the game ended early. I mean, the kind of response by professionals in these situations was always, I've bowled myself into the poorhouse. But the fact was, he hadn't lost a considerable amount of money through, winning the game. It was just, there was kind of low attendance, temperatures weren't that good, lowish crowd, and it ended up with Middlesex making up his money to 300 for it, which wasn't a vast amount.
So do you think Middlesex did all right by him in the end?
In the end, so, I mean, they paid for things like doctor's bills early on, but once he'd had all of his benefit money, and he kept on coming back. I suspect what he'd done is remortgaged his house, and he needed the money to pay for that. So he kept on coming back, and all of his benefit had pretty much gone, I think, by 1910, which was the idea was to kind of set him up for a while. So he kind of lost that. He was in ill health. I mean, he was kind of involved in all kinds of strange money-making schemes. I mean, people talk about the 100. I mean, Trott played four-a-side against Surrey at the Coliseum, on stage. The game, he kind of took up Vigoro, the new cross between lawn tennis and cricket, to find a new market.
Was he naive? Was there a certain naivety about him, or was he just magnificently enthusiastic for kind of any new idea?
Just like new ideas, just doing things, just kind of throw himself on. But he was, short of money all the way through. I mean, the ball with which he was brilliant with the ball, which kind of went over the pavilion. 3 weeks later, it was on sale in the sports shop. In the Strand. This is the ball that Trott. He'd sold it, kind of like that. So he's very much hand to mouth. I mean, they were paid absolute pittance, professionals. So, I mean, there was kind of a couple of possibilities. One was running a pub, becoming a landlord for the profession. Bad move. That wasn't.
Yeah, I could see how that wouldn't be good.
Yeah. The other one was coaching at a school, and he wasn't. He did have a coaching spell in New Zealand, but he wasn't a natural coach at all. I mean, he just didn't. He was quite happy to help people in the nets, kind of thing. But in terms of system regularity, it didn't suit. So he ended up becoming an umpire, and it was that when he was, that was his main source of income towards the end. But the other problem was his wife left him and took 2 girls to Australia. And it may have been that he was going to follow them at some later point. But, this was a move. You can't support all of us. So he lost the house and then moved into lodgings. And, it was kind of those difficult last years when he was in and out of hospital, not able to get a regular income.
And then he in the end, he shot himself. Didn't he leave a very small amount of money to his landlady?
It was £4, I think, to his landlady to cover his bill. And some photos to a friend in Australia. But that was it. I mean, he'd been ill, and he had one prescription to kind of get him through the night. I mean, it must have been some kind of morphine based, but the chemist refused to give him another one, prescribe another. So, he was in kind of considerable pain and things. I mean, he discharged himself from hospital a couple of days before he died. He borrowed the money from the cab fare home from a hospital orderly, and got there. Yeah, and went back, and I think he just had enough. It was around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. He was in ill health. He got no money. He got a gun. He was a member of the gun club, and he shot himself.
Do you think today, with a greater sensitivity and awareness to this kind of mental health and mental issues, do you think he might have been saved and lived a longer, fuller life?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, in the kind of Edwardian period, I mean, one of the prime virtues that was held up was the kind of stoicism, that you don't complain when things are bad, but you show that you can, not to admit weakness, to put, to keep, that, the stiff upper lip, the brave face. It was all there. And he found that difficult. And I think today, I mean, people are much more kind of aware of that kind of thing. You look at the work of the Professional Cricketers Association. I mean, people keep an eye on that, people's mental health. So, and I mean, plus the fact there was no kind of welfare state supportive structure to pick up on him at that particular point. You had to really rely on your own resources, what you've accumulated. And I mean, some professionals were very good at it. I mean, people like Tarrant, people like Jack Hearn, who was eventually invited onto the Middlesex Committee, Len Braun, Trott's drinking partner. He was became a member of the MCC, but, kind of had a successful post-playing career. With Trott, I mean, he's just never done anything else. He was stuck.
Well, there are many, many wonderful stories. The matches he played in just magnificently brought to life. Personal stories that sort of paint a very full picture of him in the book, which I would encourage anyone to read because it's such a fascinating story. Steve, if again, the wonderful world of hypothesis, if in some alternate universe you're walking into a pub or down the street and you bump into Albert, what would you want to say to him? How would you greet him? And you've got a couple of minutes in his company. What would you say? What would you say to him?
I'd be tongue-tied. I'd just sit there. I'm going to say to him. Well, I wouldn't say where did it all go wrong. I would not say that. That kind of.
That's good.
I would not say that at all. I'd say, come on, tell us how you did it. Explain. Take us through it bit by bit. So what?
By all accounts, you'd be quite happy to do that.
At length, whether it would be accurate would be another matter. But I'd take him through. I'd want to talk about his 8 for 43 when he hit it over the pavilion. I'd like to talk mainly about his. I'd be interested in his kind of relations with the amateurs at Middlesex. That kind of work, Now he felt about that. So I'd like to ask him about that. And I'd like to ask him, a little bit about, see if he'd offer stories on, what he actually got up to. I mean, one question I really would like to know. When he qualified for Middlesex in 1898, he was playing at Cambridge University with the Middlesex team, just getting ready for the full county season. And suddenly, he's out for several weeks when he injures himself with a table knife. Now, I don't know, how do you have a major injury with a table knife? I've no idea. So I'd say, what happened? Was it really the table knife, Albert, or what? But most of all, I'd want to talk about the cricket, rather than the sadder times and things. But,
well, I suspect if I was able to ask him the same question, he'd probably be thanking you for turning his he was really taking away his anonymity and creating, recreating his story, just in such a fantastic way.
If you like the book, that's great.
It has been an absolute pleasure. So, what we have been discussing, I always try and hold books up to cameras and they never work, but is the book Over and Out, Albert Trott, the Man Who Cleared the Lord's Pavilion by Stephen Mill. It's the incredible story of a man who became almost forgotten, who had taken 8 for 43 on his Test debut, had an average for Australia of 102.5. He was one of only 2 players ever to take 2 first class hat-tricks in the same innings. He played 12 years for Middlesex, and as Steve was saying at the end there, had kind of written into the story as an extraordinary psychological exploration of a fascinating man playing cricket at a socially very interesting time. It's all explored in the book. It's not a new book, it's been around for a while, but if you haven't heard of it, if you haven't read it, I can only say it is an extremely rewarding read. Steve, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to find out more about Albert in your company.
No, thanks, Tony. I've enjoyed talking about it. Yeah.
All right. Of course, this podcast is going to be available in all the normal places. You'll find it on Podbean if you become, and iTunes if you become a Patreon for Guerrilla Cricket. Then you'll get it first and fastest before other folks do. We thank you for listening, and we will, of course, be back with you soon. Take care, everybody.
Well, welcome back. I don't know if you can hear me now, but if you can't, it doesn't really matter what I say, does it? But we're about to go live after the rain delay, and I'll be handing over to Tony Bishop. The rain delay is going to be complete at 1:30 when play resumes, with Johnny Bairstow on 91 not out in the company of Sam Billings. You're not missing any cricket at the moment, because the umpires are just sorting things out, as indeed is Tony Bishop to my left. Lots of buttons to press, things to do. I just thought that Tony was asking for the ashtray there when he was asking for his headphones.
You've driven me to smoking.
They put the fasten seatbelts on sign yet.
It's as I say, it does feel like David Bowie in The Man Who Fell to Earth, and if you recall, I think that scene finished with him shooting a revolver into each of those screens in front of him, and there are times, I think, when Tony and myself will both happily do such to the technology that both facilitates and frustrates us in equal measure.
Oh yeah, 100%. But I think we're in good order now.
So technically I'm not supposed to be here for another 15 minutes or so, but Ajit doesn't seem to be with us yet.
No, I'm literally just about to pop that up. I've sent. You should have had an email, which has the 1:30 start time.
And you're there, Messi.
I am. I just heard. I was having a little kip, and I just heard the voice change, and I thought, oh, yeah.
Actually, it is
What's
you.
going on here?
It's 1:30 till 2. It is you, Messers.
It is,
Oh,
Messers.
okay.
Of course,
Brilliant.
we've got the window open here, Messers, so even though you're the thick end of 10,000 miles away, if I shout, you might hear me.
There you go. Well, isn't that lucky?
Well, a rain delay. I think some are still wending their way back from the bars here. The Holly stand looks only about half full at the moment, but the Indian team are on the field. They'll be having, I think, mixed views about the morning session. On the one hand, they'll be pleased to have got the England captain out. On the other hand, they did have their chances to dismiss Johnny Bairstow. Not direct chances, not in the way of dropped catches, perhaps, but certainly Johnny was flinging his bat at the ball without moving his feet in the first half hour, and with a little look the other way, one or two of those misplaced shots would have taken the edge, and Johnny would be back in the hutch. But as it is, Johnny is very much on the spot, as they say, and he'll be looking to re-establish his rhythm after what's been the thick end of a, what would you say, a couple of hours, well, maybe not a couple of hours rain delay. They're probably they probably went off. It's a lot more than an hour, put it that way. So he will be taking some time to get going again, as indeed we are at Guerrilla Cricket. But England's batsmen are coming out now. Sam Billings in the company of Johnny B. So the two B men are hoping to put in an A+ performance.
Oh, very good. You could jingle them up at some point.
Oh God, I could. Now
All this responsibility, mate.
I know. So let's give the main man his jingle.
I am the big shot. You heard me right the first time. Name of Bachelor Johnny Cool. Occupation Big Shot.
Yeah, and I can't jingle.
Dog.
I can't jingle Sam Billings because I couldn't find his jingle.
He may not have been added, or there may be England extras. Actually, I've just realised I'm supposed to be commentating, aren't I? Right,
You
we'll
are.
get there in. I think I've pressed all the right buttons. Billings should be there. Have a look.
The porn bot's listening.
You might want to see if there's any extra England there. If it's not there, don't worry. Don't confuse yourself. It is going to be Johnny Bairstow. 1 and 16 at Lords, 8 and 136 against New Zealand at Trembridge, then 162 and 71 not out at Headingley, 91 not out at Edgbaston. What an extraordinary run of form he is on.
You wouldn't have believed it to see the first 3 overs this morning, would you?
Oh, you wouldn't.
Well, no, you wouldn't. He was dead lucky to survive. Bumrah and Shami as well just absolutely had him on toast. And the old Johnny was back. The Bairstow gates had swung open with a "Come in, everybody, welcome" sign on them.
Shami very nearly cleaned him up.
He did. He absolutely did. Well, it's 200 for 6. That would be 17 runs then that England are going to need to ensure the follow-on is avoided. That will be in their mind. Shardul Thakur is going to be bowling from the pavilion end, and he's right arm over, and it's full, and it's whipped quickly by Johnny Bairstow, and he's gone past wide mid-on all the way for 4 runs.
Oh, that was sublime start.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
We ought to say, Tony, that Thakur is finishing an over here. It's
Is he?
Yeah,
possibly.
It's not that.
Of course, because they all went off when it started to rain in a hurry, as it did.
It's not that Bumrah thinks the best option to get Johnny out is Thakur as opposed to himself and Shami.
Well, Shardul Thakur, what's his best against England? He's only played against England twice. He scored 60, remember, in 2021. So he got a decent score with the bat against England. This one is just pushed away by Bairstow, no run.
He's a notch or 10 below the opening bowlers in terms of threat, though.
True enough. He's got 7 wickets at 22, though, against England. Best of 2 for 22.
Yeah.
Which he got at the Oval. Got Burns and Joe Root there.
Yeah, sample spaces.
Yeah, statistics, and damn lies or whatever. He's got one ball left anyway of this over that he's finishing, and he's beaten the outside edge. Gary's marginally red-faced about that absolutely fabulous delivery from Thacker. Just a shade of movement. I don't think Gary's humble enough to actually. He's already
it takes
confessed
more than that to make Gary red in the face.
He's already confessed to being a lover of Jack Leach, and that was a major turnaround. I don't think we can have a second one in the space of a week.
I would have claimed that wicket. I've probably got about 80 or 90 in the bag already over the years. So
anyway, 204 for 6. England trailing by 212. Bairstow now on 95. He's one shot away. Can you squeeze in any messages?
Mog says, we see the sausages being made as Tony hovers over the controls, feverishly typing and
feverishly screwing everything up, basically. But there we go.
Bulldog says, 10 p.m. Sunday night in South Australia, boys. As usual, loving the commentary, the special comments, and not to forget the cheesiest jingles in the world.
Cheesiest? What? We're not having that. What part? Whereabouts in Australia was that?
South Australia.
Oh, so we can't send Mog round to within axe. As that one, it's flicked nicely by Billings down to fine leg. There is no fine leg, so it's one of these.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Shall we give the bowler a jingle? Let's do it.
I think we should. It's Jasper.
And now the Marty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
A man from Pembury. He's 31 now. I mean, he's going to be facing Jasper, who's in and full. Drops the bat initially defensively as it was just pushed to mid-wicket. But Johnny Bairstow is lively about his work now. He knows he's one hit away, and he was very quick to make sure they took the single.
Good start by England, and it matters after delays to bring out the positive approach, and England have pilfered 9 off 5 balls.
They have. That tickle round the corner, and glorious straight drive from Johnny. So he's on 95, Billings on 12. But, and the big but from an English perspective, is there isn't a huge amount to follow.
Nope.
And one of those has already gone because Jack Leach, the night watchman, has departed without adding anything to the score. Didn't even get his customary 1 in his night watchman position. In comes Bumrah over the wicket. Back foot Bairstow drops the bat, push to point, takes a single.
Sam Billings is unchallenged, or perhaps by Zach Crawley, but I think Sam Billings is pretty much unchallenged in this match as having the poshest English accent. But there is someone who's not playing in the match who's at the ground who could challenge him.
Who do you think that would be then? Who are you thinking of?
Ravichandran Ashwin.
Yeah, indeed. Bumrah is going to be bowling to the very eloquently spoken Sam Billings, who drives and edges actually all the way along the ground. There's only 2 slips. It's beaten a second of them, and it's 4 runs. Yeah, he turned down a trial with Tottenham Hotspur, did Billings.
I know, these people are full of multi-talents, aren't they? I was reading about somebody the other day who, I think it was it wasn't a tennis player, but they were under 16 squash champion.
Oh yeah.
And also, were scouted by Chelsea or something and decide to play another sport at international level.
Well, he is a multi-sportsman, that's for sure.
Looks like a hockey player.
Well, I think he's played a bit of everything as in comes Bumrah. And Billings defends nicely. He's very busy about the crease as well. He's already walked in a couple of circles after that defensive start. 89 miles an hour from Jasprit Bumrah, so he's cranking it up in half.
Yeah, he's got that typical wicket-keeper's nervous energy, isn't it? Either side of the stumps, they all tend to display it, don't they?
He's played rugby. He played junior level county tennis. Good squash player. And his cousin,
because Daddy had all the grounds in his estate.
Well, possibly. He's
still got to be good though.
Pembury is noted for its estates. As Billings again drops the bat to point. Again, they take a quick single, and he's actually pinched the strike. I'm not sure Johnny will be pleased when he's 1 shot away, but it's 215 for 6. Trail by 201, so just 2 runs now, and that follow-on is averted. Messers, who have we got?
Well, very appropriately, Warren has tweeted, might there be just a shot away jingle? Leah says, thank F the sky stopped crying. How do you invent a sport that can't be played in rain in England or all countries? Jeff Perkins says, you can see Tony's sausage. Did he forget the camera was on, or do you have the special subscription?
Please,
and Mog says it was time for him to rock out with his cock out.
I think you'll find that's the other Tony Bishop on Twitter, not the Tony Bishop one who is here talking to you. Let me tell you, you'd have to have for the real Tony Bishop, or the other Tony Bishop, you might have to have an extended barbecue for that particular sausage.
Mog says, for the benefit of Bulldog, South Australia isn't that far from Melbourne.
Well, in comes Thakur, clipped nicely by Billings, down towards long leg. However, it is fielded. Is that Virat Kohli down there? It just seems an unlikely place for him to be.
Feels a bit unlikely.
Yeah.
But Thakur continuing.
Two for Billings.
It strikes me as a bit of a surprise here that Shami isn't on, or maybe even Jadeja.
Well, after you rubbished him, he delivered an absolute screamer to beat the edge of Billings' bat. So, no, I think he's getting a bit of movement. A ball nearly 50 overs old now, although, of course, it is a replacement ball. As forward comes Billings and very firmly says to Johnny, no, stay there. There's kind of one slip and a fourth slip, and quite a large gap in between. So maybe they think Thakur is more stump to stump in the way that he's bowling, and more likely to take a finer edge.
Yeah, possibly. England won't be too displeased, because although he's got a wicket, he's also gone for 34 after 5.2 overs. Billings, I know he's an IPL player, but is he one of those who doesn't actually play?
Well, we just wait. No, not a lot, as this one's flicked at by Billings, but it's through to Rishabh Pant. Before this game, he made 43 not out in the blast versus Sussex at Canterbury. That was the straight after his role at Headingley. So he basically went straight from his emergency position at Headingley to go and play in a blast game. Got 43 not out. So I know that's no measure of preparedness for Test cricket, but it does at least say he's seeing the ball well. Forward he comes, saw that very well, and just nudges it towards mid-on. There's no run.
So you mean
17 for 6.
You mean that one didn't get through Billings' gate?
Well, we go. Very good.
Meaty pun, I'd say.
Well, I think you possibly meant fishy rather than
fishy.
meaty.
I don't do meat or fish, so I'm unsure.
It was a brilliant joke until you got your markets all fucked up, Gary, and then it sort of fell apart. 217 for 6. Back foot.
Where's the vegan mark?
Goes Billings, drops the point. Again, it's away to point. Gets another single. He's left Bairstow one ball of the over from Shardul Thakur to come. And Johnny B, of course, on 96. Can he get yet another ton in this summer magnificus as it has been for him so far? Or mirabilis, that's more, not magnificus. Summer whatever, mirabilis.
Mirabilis. I don't know. Latin for summer is. I don't know.
Has he got an été? I mean, French.
It's French is été. Yeah.
So I'm just that's likely to have a
German
Latin
is summer. So one or the other. Yeah.
Summer. Yes, indeed. 96 for Bairstow. He's facing the last ball of Shardul Thakur's 6 over. Thakur is in it. Pulls and Bairstow now. Did he get bat on that?
I don't think he did. I don't think he did.
We're waiting to see what's been signalled.
Johnny's shaking his head.
Johnny doesn't think he got on it, anything on it. It's given as a no ball
and buys.
As you all were, because...
Oh, he gets another shot.
Oh, he does get another shot. You're going to just jingle the buy?
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line.
Or indeed the no ball. It's all happening, Gary.
It is all happening. It was a rubbish delivery, really, and Pants stood no chance getting to that.
The thing was, I'm wondering if they were deliberately trying to... I think the intent was absolutely to get him to pull high, and I'm sure they'll have a man out.
Well, I'd have Mohammed Shami bowling if that's the intent.
Well, in comes Thakur again. Full. Angled by Bairstow. Is it going to make it to the boundary? Oh, it has gone through a falling Jadeja. And he has his ton, admittedly with a little bit of Scottish goalkeeping by Ravi Jadeja. But nonetheless, it's another ton for Johnny Bairstow.
Just to defend him. The outfield is still wet, but notwithstanding, here we go.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100.
And as with everything, there's a little bit of theatre in that. As he angled the bat, sent it backward a point. It looked for all the world like it was going to be fielded, but poor old Jadeja slid and tripped, and the ball went through him and onto the boundary sponge. And Bairstow is raising his bat. The trumpeter from the Barmy Army is trumpeting triumphantly. And Johnny Bairstow has yet his 11th Test 100 in 87 matches, his third of the summer. And England will move on to 227 for 6.
Just an extraordinary second half of that innings, because I think he was 16 off 63 deliveries, and now he's 100 off 119. So he's got a pretty swift century, having defended most of the first 60 balls, or missed, to be honest, rather than defended.
Well, we were sort of going through that earlier. We looked at it as the different partnerships, pedestrian in the extreme with Jack Leach, when obviously it was a fairly short partnership anyway. But then with Stokes and latterly with Billings, he's really piled on the runs at some speed. 48 overs gone. Interestingly enough, again, Gary, the new ball, they got half of its life. Immediately the handcuffs were out, and India did get it changed halfway through at 40, didn't they? So they've got a newish ball, but obviously supposedly similar age. We wait for Bumrah. He has the two slips a little bit closer together for Bumrah, and he beats Billings' outside edge. That was a little fishy waggle from Billings that didn't catch anything.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, I mean, Billings is playing a decent hand here as well. It would have been easy to be carried away after Ben Stokes' somewhat overly aggressive innings, but Billings has just come in. He's taken the fours where he can. He's given the strike to Johnny B the rest of the time, and sometimes you've got to do that when you're coming in down the order. You've got to accept that you're with a set batsman and hand it over to them.
Bumrah in, just tidily met by Billings. No, one lovely shot of Kohli there, who was clapping. His hands were clapping, well done. His face was, well, that of someone who'd just had someone pee on his shoes, frankly. He does not look a happy man.
I have seen Kohli in the past run up to a Centurion and shake his hand as he's walking off. So he does have that in him. There's a lot of players in all sports who play very, very hard on the field. Also have an element of magnanimity once
I think he
the
does.
game's over.
Everything I've seen of Virat Kohli, by and large, I mean, I know the camera loves him and he loves the camera, but he always strikes me as a very fair and sporty type. Beats the outside edge again, does Bumrah. And again, that was just too good for Billings, that one. Who's having a little stroll down the pitch to have a chat with Johnny B, punch of gloves and a spot of gardening.
Just want to be leaving those. It's on about about 7th stump line there, and he's a middle order bat there. It's more the game of the openers to leave the ball, but he's taken a couple of breaths here.
That's the Crawley bait delivery, foot outside of off stump,
bit fuller to get
just
Crawley.
A little bit of movement. What's Bumrah going to serve up this time? Full and well met by Billings. Forward he comes, dabs to point, and there's no run. 90 miles an hour from Jasprit this time, 3 for 66.
Yeah, 90 miles an hour, and that release point, like Jockey Wilson, so it appears to be on you even quicker.
Jockey Wilson. I can't look at Jasprit Bumrah now, and in my mind's eye, see Jockey Wilson thundering into bowl. So somewhat incongruous thought. He's turns at the top of his mark. Does Jasprit, does that very stiff leg walk that he has, and that one beats the inside edge of Billings this time. There's a long old way between bat and pad.
Well, I think I'm going to give him some credit for leaving that one. It was a line similar to the one that he fenced at a couple of balls ago, and he did have that quiet word with Johnny B, and probably had a chance to gather his thoughts a little bit, and I think he sort of covered the line of that and decided at the last minute to pull out. So that's good batting. He's a bright bloke, Billings. I don't think he's going to do anything particularly stupid.
Well, he must be very conscious of his role here, as really the last recognised batsman takes an edge of Billings, but he had played it with soft enough hands that it pitched short of second slip.
This is
so at the end of 49 overs, Bairstow will be facing the next over. He's on 100. England have they avoided the follow-on?
Yes.
Yes, they have indeed. They are 215 for 227 for 6.
Top class bowling from Bumrah.
O'Neill Harris says, hello gorillas. Bishop is nailing the jokes and Messi is nailing the pirate laughs. Leah says summer in Latin is Estas, so the ginger hairs are having an Estas mirabilis.
An Estas mirabilis, I like that. Sounds more Spanish.
Mog says yeah, it does. Mog says it's looking increasingly hard to drop young Johnny Bairstow now. Although he's failing. He took more than 100 deliveries for this 100. Scottish goalkeeping, says Roger Melly. Have you heard Billy Collins' sketch about the Scottish football team? I reckon it's one of its funniest ever.
Oh, I'd love to know more about that, as this one is angled down to deep backward point.
I'll tell you one thing, though, that Johnny will be a
single.
bit disappointed about. Is that he's never getting the gloves back now. There's no way you're going to take the number 5 out playing like this and say you keep as well.
No. Another no
Oh,
ball.
yes.
Another no ball.
We've got one of these. Where are we? Whoa.
Johnny B's on 101 and England move on to 229. It was a single and a no ball. Thakur is in. Billings has been his won't. Gets tucked in behind and defends that proficiently enough.
That was the wrong no ball jingle. Do you want the actual one? There'll be another no ball along in a moment, but anyway, let's try it.
Over the line!
DJ Gary Gaz is entertaining you on the decks.
Under instruction, I think you'll agree.
Under instruction, true enough. 229 for 6. Have you ever been a DJ, Gary?
I've done it a couple of nights when I was at college, but I was probably too drunk to remember.
As in comes Thakur, Billings again defends. There is no run. Johnny B was keen for the single. Somehow you as a DJ, I can see like 3 hours of chat about the record and actually less actual music being played.
It wasn't,
which wouldn't be great for dancing to.
It wasn't the z on the decks. It was just sort of introducing one after another, the occasional.
Bing Crosby's Finest or whatever.
I've also done it at
this one again is just pushed as a replay. Yeah,
I've done it at cricket club sort of party nights as well.
Okay, I can see you filling a dance floor with your chat. As this one is lofted. Has he lofted enough or has he just chipped it? No, it's just beyond mid-on. It was Jasprit Bumrah who's had a funny old day with his hands. He's dropped 2, caught 1, and I don't think we could call that a drop, but he was literally 1/2 stride short of turning and being able to get at least one hand on that.
He didn't get the dive in, and it was in the air a long time, a leading edge.
Yeah, it was a leading edge. It was a horrible shot from Billings who got it all wrong.
Well, it would have been a sensational catch, but you see them taken.
His hyper-extendable arm didn't quite hyperextend enough on that occasion.
Go Gadget didn't work.
Go Gadget. There's a funny old shot from Billings. You have to say he probably was caught in two minds. Thakur is going to be in again. Billings defends. They run another quick single push to mid-on. And Billings is cool, and Billings was very firm in telling Johnny, yes, there is one there. And indeed there was.
I think the captain was reflecting on his drop or his miss the ball before, because he was definitely on his heels there.
He was.
There's a lot to do. You're opening the bowling, you're captaining in the first time. As I understand, captaining not just his country for the first time, but captaining in a professional match for the first time.
Very much so. 232 for 6. First ever genuine uniquely fast bowling captain for India. You could say Kapil Dev, but consider Kapil Dev an all-rounder, as this one is worked towards mid-wicket. No run by Johnny B.
Well, judging by the first innings, I called Bumrah an all-rounder.
well, true enough. Certainly the first captain, first bowling captain since Anil Kumble.
Please, he's bowling. He's
12 no balls now for England's total. There were 14 in India's total.
I've got a tiny bit of sympathy because they haven't had much chance to warm up. But why someone is bowling sort of 78 miles an hour or whatever Thakur is doing, bowling no balls.
But he's into the 80s most of the time. In comes Thakur. Full. And Bairstow guides to mid-wicket. No run. Has a little look at the bottom of his bat as though if something was wrong. Maybe there is, but he's likely to move on.
I tell you what, if you're asking me to believe that was an 85 mile an hour delivery, then I'm afraid.
Well, we'll wait and see.
Well, it said it was 85 miles an hour.
How far over was he?
Way over.
That's a huge no ball, I'm afraid, by Albert Trott there. And Alim Dar had a very, what's the word I'm looking for? Very deliberate look at the track, as this one is cut, but not really got hold of by Johnny B. Goes to backward point. He'll get a single. 235 for 6. England. They trail by 181 now.
Sometimes I struggle with the speed gun, and you're thinking, well, if that was 85 miles an hour, then Bumrah earlier when he was bowling at 86, 87 miles an hour, it's only a smidgen different, and yet it looks to the naked eye like a wholly different game. But the other side of that coin is we're just looking now at Rishabh Pant, and he is quite a long way back, so maybe he is at that pace. It certainly doesn't look it.
This should be, as he bowls from the pavilion end, this should be the last ball of his over, and although it evades one fielder, it goes straight to Captain Bumrah, who was backing up. It is the end of the over, and we can catch up on some more messages, Messers.
Warren says, has a worse test match player ever had a better test match summer? The Pornbot says, pulling out at the last minute always ends in disappointment and often child support. Roger Melly says, Jockey Wilson, it's a bit late now, but I'd like to hear you say 180 at the appropriate time.
If it occurs in a cricketing context, which you possibly could do for Johnny, I'll be very happy to do that. In actual fact, England are 181 runs behind. So nearly the reason to say it. 235 for 6, 50 overs complete. Sorry, Messers, carry on. You can keep going.
Leah says, when I was in Edinburgh, Scotland won a qualifying match against Lithuania, and afterwards brawls broke out, which caused 300 injuries, which was remarkable as the game was played in Vilnius.
Lord. 2 slips will be in place for Bumrah. There's a backward point, cover and extra cover, mid-wicket, long off and long on, or mid-off and mid-on, and a long leg, as this one is met squarely by Bairstow. Back to Jasprit, no run. 88 miles an hour, that, Gary.
Yeah, it just looks...
You can see it's quicker.
Yeah, it just does look it, doesn't it? Well, Coley Cam is picking out the man. He has the shades behind him. I'm sure Johnny may have directed him to have a quick look at the scoreboard, as Brucey used to do.
Good game. Jasprit. Over the wicket he comes. Very well defended away to the offside. No run by Johnny B.
Yeah, I was just... so I was just looking through some channels, and I came across Challenge a couple of days ago, and there was Brucey with Play Your Cards Right, and
higher.
The astonishing makeup of some of the contestants and the width of the shoulder pads, you had to see it to believe it, really.
It's a show of its time, I think you could say. Bumrah. Bruce Forsyth will not be on his mind, as this one is angled, but angled towards gully.
What you probably couldn't see was the platform shoes, Gary.
Well, it could
I
be.
remember wearing those.
Yeah, I do as well. I'll tell you what, Coley earlier today was certainly indulging in a little bit of jive talking.
Was he telling us lies?
I think he might have been.
Johnny B. 8 matches, 15 innings, 876 runs, an average of 700. I missed that. But was that his year? I think it possibly was. In comes Bumrah. Full shouts for LBW, but that was being speared down leg, and I reckon that will be leg buys.
Oh, I think so.
Just one of them. Indeed, that is what the Kepler raises his leg to signal.
Shall we jingle it?
Please do.
She got a leg, knows how to use
There's a bit of a There's a bit of a mismatch between the energy of ZZ Top and the signalling of a leg by, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, I think we've got a choice of leg by jingles.
Yeah.
I remember I once stewarded at Wembley Arena for ZZ Top. It was the Eliminator Tour, actually. As we wait for Jasprit Bumrah, 2 slips go down, bowling to Billings, who defends away into the offside. There is no run. And I remember I had to link arms with a bunch of other stewards. I was, pretty young at the time. And I just remember somebody breathing heavily in my ear as we were keeping people back, saying, there's about 4,000 of us and 12 of you, what actually are you going to do? And I went, well, I'm going to stay here as long as I can. And he went, fair enough.
You should have directed them to the East India Company's administration of the subcontinent.
In comes Bumrah again to Billings, full, and so nearly York's Billings. What a delivery that was. Billings couldn't get the bat down in time. And again, Bumrah is where all the action's happening. Billings is the man who was beaten, but where does the camera go? Well, straight to Virat Kohli, of course.
Yeah, I want to say, just to finish
How
up.
on earth did that not get him, Gary?
Well,
it literally bounced over the stumps.
It looks like it's gone in and out of the block hole. Let's have a look. It did.
It does.
It goes in and out of the block hole and kicks like a mule. I mean, I should have saved the ZZ Top signalling of the leg by for Aleem Dar, because Aleem Dar definitely has a bit of a ZZ Top beard about him.
Yeah, a do, a da. From Aleem
That
Dar.
was incredibly lucky.
Bumrah's got a lovely old smile on his face. Yes,
Neymar Butland sent us a picture of his 2 lovely dogs. He says, walking the dogs, Rugby and Tanner are unsure of our success.
Ooh, this will be interesting.
Well, we do. Just let me say, just for a second, Messrs, we do have a really interesting bowling change. It is the introduction for the first time of this chap.
Who's that spinning on the field? Who's that done devious balls in my direction? Well, it surely is a dream, yeah.
Johnny Bairstow defends the first ball. Hint of turn for Ravindra Jadeja there. He has a slip in place as he's bowling to Johnny B. Slow left armour, of course, from Saurashtra.
You couldn't get a bigger contrast in hairstyles than
and that's in front. Is it in front? Aleem Dar says no. I wonder if did it pitch outside leg? I'd be interested to have another look. Rishabh Pant was almost in full-on Dickweller mode there, so it'll be worth a look.
It definitely didn't pitch outside.
It hit him outside.
Didn't pitch outside leg. The Bairstow this time forced onto the back foot. Now he needs to. Well, I can't tell Johnny what he needs to do. Johnny will do whatever Johnny wants to do. But
I'll tell you.
A little look at Jadeja would be advised, wouldn't it, Gary?
Yeah, well, good play from Johnny there, because Jadeja is so quick in his work that he's just pulled away, and he says to Jadeja, I'll decide when you're going to bowl, not you.
Around the wicket he comes. Forward comes Bairstow, but he plays it all the way along the ground out towards point and takes a single and lets Billings take over Jadeja management duties.
Yeah, Jadeja's been one of my favourite cricketers since he broke into the side about 10 years ago. I love the way he plays the game, but you do have to take charge when Jadeja is bowling, otherwise he'll rush you, he'll make you play a shot that you don't want to play, he'll take you out of your rhythm, and it's very important to stay on top of him.
I think we're going to have a change at the end of this over.
Can you
Gary.
let Nestlers in,
yeah,
please?
I will do it literally at the end of this over, because I'll have to reach across Gary to do it. As forward comes Billings. Jadeja fields off his own bowling. 237 for 6. There'll be 1 ball left of this over from Ravi Jadeja. Then I will be out of here for a wee while. I will leave you in Gary's capable hands. This one is pushed to mid-wicket. Once more, there is no run. So 237 for 6. Bairstow 103. Billings 23. I'll leave you to sweep up some final tweets, and I'll let Nestlers in.
Okay, Just Ideal says, not only has YJB scored 3 Test hundreds this English summer, I make it 500s in his last 8 tests.
That's true.
Neymar Butland said, can anyone look at England and say, didn't they do well? Hashtag Brucey. Warren says, could Gary Naylor give us an overview of Spider-Cam operations on his Discord channel? Funnily, I'm not being sarcastic.
I'll try and say a few words about Spider-Cam because I did promise it yesterday, and there's so few lulls in the match to allow such indulgence. But we're bringing Nestle Boy in, and I'm joined, I think, by Colin as well, as Jasprit Bumrah beats the inside edge of Johnny's bat, and he's having no luck at all here, Bumrah, because that must have gone over the top of the leg stump, albeit off the pitch rather than out of the block hole, as was the case in the last over. How has that missed? I mean, honestly, how has that missed? But we're joined, I think, by who are we joined by, Tony?
Colin.
Nestle Boy, I can see you.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello.
I think Ajit, you're not on yet.
Ajit's on his way.
Ajit, you're not on till 2:30.
Jasprit is in, and Johnny just plays that off soft hands down to the vacant third man, and there's a long chase there for Jadeja, who's never out of the game for long, and they take an easy 2. England 239 for 6. They still trail by 177, which we shouldn't forget in the euphoria of yet another century for Johnny Bairstow. He goes to 105. Sam Billings at the other end has a Shane Warne-esque 23. Yes, Nestle Boy, how are you? How much of the match have you seen today?
Very little. Oh, today, not at all.
You've been out on the bike?
the last ball.
Well, here is Bumrah as Johnny goes back and defends this into the offside. And there is
Gary.
Based upon the last ball, how do you feel this match is going?
Oh yeah, well, England are in some peril. But you know, I'm one of these skyless people.
Me too.
Yeah. Well, it's been a fascinating day's play. I'm sure you'll catch up on what I have to say is a very good, I think, BBC highlights package today at the Test, which will be on at 7 o'clock.
Ajit, could you kindly just jump off camera for now? I've just sent you the rota since they confirmed the timings.
Very full from Bumrah, and Johnny there doesn't really try and hit that half volley too hard. In fact, it was almost a Yorker, so maybe an element of circumspection was called for. But England seem to have quietened down. Maybe they got that frightener in the previous Bumrah over, where the ball hit, believe it or not, the block hole and jumped over the stumps in a way that you couldn't do if you intended it, if you tried it 1,000 times. Here is the Indian captain up to the wicket. He bowls. It's very, very full. It's a huge appeal, but that's missing another set on the leg side, surely. As the bowler is consulted with his captain, and he's decided to go for the review. Surely this is missing by miles.
I wouldn't say it'd be missing by miles, but it's definitely missing.
I thought I could see all 3 stumps when the ball hit him on the pad. It's very full, so maybe that's got something to do with it. But
it could be misleading by the way he's got his feet out of the way.
Well, they don't look all that excited, the Indians, and I'm not sure how much support Bumrah was getting. I mean, it's hit him outside the line. It's that far over. But we'll see. We'll wait for them to go through the protocol. We're looking for an edge here, but he's missed it by miles, so the edge isn't in play. It has hit him on the full, so there's that. But I mean, this is hitting him outside the line. It's not just missing the stumps. Maybe it's hitting him umpire's call on the leg stump.
I think it's
we're seeing it now, and its impact is in line, but of course it is missing, and it's missing by about the width of a stump. So that's a pretty poor review there, because if you can see almost 3 stumps as a bowler, there is no way that ball is going on to hit the stumps. Okay, it's Johnny Bairstow. He's on 100. It might have been worth burning a review on the off chance, but they've only got 1 left here, India, and we know from Test matches past that hanging on to reviews can be very important. But the Indian captain has nobody but himself to blame, because he was the bowler. And he's in to finish this, the 53rd over, and it's pushed by Johnny B to short extra. There is no run. England 239 for 6. And Nestle Boy, you have some tweets.
I have a couple. Leah says, speaking of shoulder pads, my girlfriend had never seen Miami Vice. So I fired up the old region-free DVD player and we revelled in some glorious 80s fashion and pastel interiors with the jacket sleeves rolled up.
That's just what I was about to say. Don Johnson it.
It's funny, this is sad. Because of that show, I used to do that with my suit jacket.
Oh, no.
Nice. I did.
The rolled up sleeves for me is always Phil Collins, and Phil Collins has never had a good look. In fact, he's never had a look that isn't terrible, really.
No, you're right, really. Poor old bastard.
Yeah, he's not in a good way, is he?
No.
Well, it's Jadeja, so I might have chance to breathe in this over, I might not. So if there is a chance to jump in, either of you, please take it, because Jadeja gives you barely enough chance to describe one ball before he's bowling the next one. Left arm round and comes down to Tractors Billings and push to mid-on, there is no run.
That jingle triggers olfactory sensations. I can practically smell Jadeja, and he smells like sex and candy, says Leia.
He's a good-looking boy. He's no longer a boy. He's a man in his 30s, but very handsome is Jadeja, and this ball is defended by Billings, and that's a real one-day run there. Just nudge it to the right of backward point and take the single. Steve Smith did that all day, every day at Edgbaston in the 2019 Ashes.
Naked Cornbox says, balls exploding out of the block hole, click here. It's got a link to us.
There's just an unlimited number of these, isn't there?
The Jadeja's a great name. After facing him, you go back to the pavilion and people ask, did he age you?
As Johnny gets one on off stump and gets the front foot pretty much in line, pushes it to extra cover and shares a joke with Rishabh Pant.
Those glasses, Jesus Christ.
That was from Neymar Butlins, by the way.
I suspect they're selling well in Mumbai, so there's a slip in for Jadeja, but otherwise there's a ring field, some men out as he goes back to Johnny B. Just nudges it to the right hand of backward square, and they jog an easy single.
How many Test hundreds has Bairstow scored?
11. 5 this year, so he's in a vein of form I described on Twitter in the lunch break as Platini in Euro 84 or perhaps Maradona in World Cup 86. As he goes back to Sam Billings, gets himself into a pretty crabby position, but not crabby in the sense of Lisa in Peanuts, but crabby in the sense of sideways on. And
Denmark 94.
Yeah. Laudrup in Denmark 94 perhaps, as Jadeja's in again, and again he sort of crabs it out to mid-wicket. It's the end of the 54th over, England 241 for 6. Johnny B has 106, he's been quiet since raising his 100, and Sam Billings 24.
I've still got my John Jensen t-shirt from Highbury where it said I was there when John Jensen scored, because for all the matches he played for us he scored one goal, but he scored a crucial goal in the final, didn't he?
He did. Tremendous goal from outside the box. He just leathered it into the top corner from memory.
We didn't really realise he was a national hero, but we went to the Cup Winners' Cup final against Parma in Copenhagen, and we couldn't work out. Every bar, everywhere we went, was just covered in Arsenal stuff. I feel sorry for the Parma fans, and we said, "What?" They go, "Well, you've got John Jensen. He's a national hero." I'm like, "Oh."
In a country full of good-looking people, he did rather pull the short straw when it came to the looks, didn't he, John?
Well, he modelled himself on Soonest.
Oh dear. We'll get to some of your tweets, but we do have a change in the bowling. And it's the man who I think has been the outstanding bowler on show in the whole Test match so far. This one.
He's coming down fast and moving it too. Tell me the answer. He may be a bowler, but he's often injured. Look out, Muhammad Shami.
For it is he. And Johnny B gets one and he edges it straight away to Virat Kohli at slip, who would have enjoyed that. It was a bit of a loosener, to be honest, well outside off stump from Shami, but sooner or later, if you keep throwing your hands through the ball, you are going to edge it. It went at a comfortable height to Virat Kohli, who gets his man after the argy-bargy this morning. A splendid innings has come to an end. 106 for Johnny B. He was a little bottled up over the last half hour or so. He gets the kiss off from Coley, that's fair enough, but Johnny B will ask him to look at the scoreboard and say who won that battle. But England now trail by 175, and we're into 4 number 10s for England. In fact, 2 number 10s and 2 number 11s.
Sorry, Johnny, I feel that might have been my fault when I was praising it just a couple of minutes ago.
In Coley's defence, that might not have been directed to him.
Yeah, and I'm going to play a jingle, which is perhaps a little unfair, but it was certainly not the best ball that Shami has bowled.
Shit gets wicked, so try and see. A slow full toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
Definitely a loosener ball.
So you can tweet us at Gorilla Cricket if you want to complain about Coley giving the kiss off, or you want to praise Johnny B for yet another brilliant 100 for England.
We have a fun fact from Leia. Phil Collins' fun fact, in fact, he was on Miami Vice several times, and she also owns a white linen sports coat and pastel shirts.
I think Phil Collins' acting career, I think it began with, I think he played the Artful Dodger in Oliver on stage.
He was a child knitwear model as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
What on earth are these ones? This is just blowing my mind, half of these.
My brain is full of shit like this, Colin. Don't worry. You've heard a tiny little morsel.
Well, we've got something of a change here. I wasn't expecting this, but
Sweep the leg, Brody. Got the best headband around. Something has got to keep her down. Got the best headband around. Your ego ain't gonna be kept down. Got the best headband around. Even though your hair is thin now.
I reckon odds on Broad is going to get hit in the head at some point here.
well, if he can survive to the end of the over, which is only about 50-50, you should have some fun with Jadeja. But it's Mohammad Shami round the wicket to the left-handed Broad, who gets one short and attempts to nurdle it to fine leg, but can't make any contact. Well taken by Pant. England 241 for 7. They still trail by 175, lest we forget.
I forgot to mention earlier, have we talked about the sad demise of what we'd say is, or what I would arguably say is, Scotland's best known cricketer who died yesterday.
Yes, it's a shame. He's a year younger than me, which gives me pause for thought, I promise you.
I thought exactly the same thing, Gary. I thought, bloody hell, he was younger than me.
Yeah.
Fine cricket player. Played in the Scottish Premier League.
Yep.
I did not know that.
Yeah, played 2 List A matches, I think. As Broad gets one, and he sort of flinches at it the way he does. And has it just gone straight over the shoulder? It has. It's gone straight over Broad's shoulder, over Pant's gloves, and it's one of these. I mean, this is an issue with the bouncer attack at Broad. Sure, it usually gets him, and he always looks terrible playing it since Varun Aaron got one through his grill. I was commentating here when that happened. It was a bit scary.
I remember.
It was mighty scary when I was on commentary. But the thing is, you know, sometimes he gets 20 odd runs, and there's always extras and so on. So maybe it's not the best approach, as he just knocks this to extra cover, and there's been some scrappy fielding through the day by India, and that's another one where they overran it. But he gets a single, gets off strike, ran straight down the middle of the pitch. Stuart Broad there, getting a word from Richard Kettleborough about it. Any bowler batting in the second or third innings of a match will always run down the middle of the pitch, and that's what he did there.
I feel that almost ended up in slapstick, where they kind of float in mid-air trying to run backwards.
True. The deficit is 170. That looks awfully high to me. But what do we know of cricket? Who only cricket know? Because if you know anything about cricket, the last 12 months for this England side, particularly the last 3 months, has been impossible to make any kind of prognosis with any kind of confidence. no change there. Some of the listeners might say when it comes to me, but Shammy is in again, and Sam Billings, suddenly the senior partner, defends the ball on the offside and gives a rather exaggerated call of weight to Stuart Broad, who I can promise you had absolutely no intention of going up the other end to face Mohamed Shami.
Do we think Jadeja will be staying on the other end, or Bumrah will come back on?
Broad there complaining to the umpire about being told about running down the middle of the pitch, even though he ran exactly down the middle of the pitch with his size 14s. Here is Shami, and a lovely shot by Billings there, but there is fielded at cover point by Jadeja, who essays a throw at the stumps. I don't think it would have been a run out, but it did what Billings required, which was to retain the strike. He goes to 25. England are 247 for 7. 247, was that Radio 1's old number on medium wave?
I think it was, yeah. Jersey Oak says, predictably, we're doomed. Hombre Nuevo says, Broad bingo, LBW for 11. Messi tells us that Phil Collins was also in A Hard Day's Night as a seated fan with necktie.
Ah, yes.
I mean, Messi probably the only one of us who saw that when it came out.
Yeah, Richard Lester film, wasn't it?
Leah says we should start a podcast, Nestlers. Working title, Obscure Facts Tangentially Related to Pieces of Media You Didn't Know Exist.
Well, we once talked about that, didn't we, Nestle Boy?
Yeah.
We do have a change of bowler, and I'm not surprised really that Jadeja's come out of the attack with Stuart Broad at the crease, and I'm just trying to find his jingle, and oh, here we are. And he's in, and this is defended by Sam Billings to the right hand of Point, who is a little squarer, and therefore the single isn't on, but Stuart Broad was well back in his crease saying, I'm not taking 5 balls of this.
Now, Venkatesh has tweeted in with something. Kohli hasn't scored 100 since the kit maker changed. England finally won a test series for almost a year after getting a new kit maker.
It's a kind of Billy's Boots position here. Well, here is Siraj, and this is defended by Sam Billings, and this time they do take a single because inexplicably the man had gone out of backward point, and therefore cover point had to run round to field the ball. But maybe that's what India wanted because Broad's now on strike.
It's a bit like when a football team goes to a new stadium. It's always the curse of the Emirates or something, isn't it?
And an opening batsman changes his number. Well, that didn't work for Crawley.
Wasn't there one at White Hart Lane at something that you had to be expelled by unspeakable acts over each of the corner flags? Was that?
No, that's Peterborough.
Is it Peterborough?
Yeah,
I was going to say that Kurt is still running at White Hart Lane, given they haven't won anything for fucking centuries.
Oh, you see. I lines them up and you knocks them down. Anyway, I'm all for it. They've taken Richarlison off us, so, you can have a go.
It was a guy, Fry. Is it Barry Fry?
Oh, Barry Fry, yeah, Barry Fry. As Siraj is in and Broad gets one on off stump, and he does that sort of slightly stiff-limbed drive off the back foot, but he's got no timing and it's fielded. And yet again there's some complaining about people moving behind the bowler's arm. Broad looking a little incredulous about it, telling them to sit down.
Is it just me, or does it look very dark there?
Very, very dark.
It does.
Very, very dark. Well, we can't quite see it. If we do get any sight of the bright lights of Birmingham, and such things do exist in the distance, we would be able to tell. But it just looks like a cloudy day there's no shadows, so the sun isn't out. As Siraj, right arm over, and Broad gets one, he hits it miles in the air. Who wants it? Who wants it, as Bumble would say? And it's Rishabh Pant who wants it, and Stuart Broad, as we suspected, was there for a good time, not a long time. If he's England's number 8, I'm the Archbishop of Canterbury. He's gone for 1, and Siraj gets his man, and we need to play you this.
Then he waddled away, waddle, waddle.
Well,
nobody got Broad bingo.
No, he got 1 actually rather than a duck, but it might as well have been a duck.
What was the point of him coming in before Potts? I don't know.
Well, he hasn't had too much of a run, and I suspect we're not far away from this.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, it hasn't happened yet, but it soon will. So let's jingle up the next man. It's this one.
I've heard from Potts that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
Like that one. It's a good one.
Yes, it's a good one. Well, Sam Billings is in danger of being left high and dry, but we aren't, because we've always got our tweeters to rely upon. Nestle Boy.
O'Neill Harris says North London is Nestle Boys. I can tell by his avatar that he's of a like-minded persuasion. Neymar Butlin says Barry Fry is a tosser. Ask anyone from Cambridge. I'm from Cambridge. Barry Fry is a tosser. Do Cambridge still come out on the pitch to "I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts"? Neymar.
Sure not.
I went there for a cup game, I think, years ago, and I was in fucking tears because that was the music they ran on the pitch to.
Some years ago, I went to my brother's in North Wales for Christmas, and we decided that the landlord of the pub that we were in looked exactly like Barry Fry, which got us on as this ball is defended by Billings. Well, it's actually pushed quite hard. Excellent timing. It's running out towards the cover boundary, and they'll take a comfortable 2. England 250 now for 8. Yeah, we decided that the pub landlord looked like Barry Fry, and we spent a happy afternoon drinking far too much, telling Barry Fry stories.
He does have a pub landlord look about him, doesn't he? Or a sort of local car salesman
who can also get you other things if you so require.
Yeah, and you know he's a member of the local golf club, but not really accepted.
Yeah.
You know,
was in the local chamber of commerce, but had to leave under somewhat mysterious circumstances.
Yeah, and his time as a local councillor, well, you don't even talk about that.
I'm not sure if he's still a director at Peterborough.
Well, here is Mohammed Siraj, who's in again, and he hits Sam Billings. He's a big, strong boy, though. He won't mind that, does Billings. And he did well there, Sam Billings. The ball was following him, but he kept his hands low. He knew he was going to wear one, but he was happy to do so and avoid the edge. He could have played a similar shot to the one that got Root out, which was a very strange shot yesterday, where he kind of shaped to cut the ball and ended up getting an edge. But
he chested that one.
Yeah, I think he did. He didn't drop his hands quite as much as I thought first time round, but he certainly was, as the expression has it these days, putting his body on the line. What Siraj got was what he wanted, which was a dot ball, because that's put Potts on strike to Mohammed Shami. And I don't know about you, I think it's about even money to be out in this over.
Neymar has sent in a cheer up Barry Fry, oh what can it mean, you're a fat borough bastard with a shite football team.
Potts gets one, and he gets it very fine. It was short into the body, and he actually played it quite well, because he sort of rode it, got a bit of glove on it, bit of bat on it, but it was enough to get it to fine leg, and his result was... See, that's why I think you've got to have a leg slip against a tail ender when you're going to go into the body. I mean, he's got no idea where that's going to go. You've got to have a leg slip. Yeah. Shami's in again. He comes down the track, does Potts, attempting to do what Stuart Broad just did, and he should really know that that the outcome of the Stuart Broad attempted flay was a wicket, but he missed it by a distance. But they do know that Sam Billings is 20 odd out at the other end, do they?
Don't think they care.
Do you think this whole McCullum thing is more about aesthetics than the result?
I think they said that, didn't they? They basically says you'll be selected on your...
Shami's in again. Oh, and he plays a defensive shot. Well done, Potts. I mean, he's not a total bunny, Matthew Potts. He is up against a world-class bowler in Shami, but it's an old ball. It's an old soft ball. Billings is 28, not out at the other end, who's played reasonably well. I mean, what you do surely is leave what you can and defend the rest, don't you?
It's all about entertainment, a bit like Kyrgios yesterday.
Oh well, I couldn't watch it.
Oh, it was brilliant. I mean, the thing that gets me is the hypocrisy of McEnroe slagging him off. Fucking hell! I mean, I grew up watching the stars of McEnroe and Connors.
Goes wide on the crease, does Siraj, and that's defended well by Potts. No run. I just think Kyrgios is
far worse. They did far worse than he did yesterday.
I just think Kyrgios is so performative. You get the idea, he's and the part tonight of Nick Kyrgios will be played by Nick Kyrgios.
Brilliant.
I mean, he is a brilliant tennis player, but somehow the legend is overwhelming the talent, and the talent is big.
Well, people said that about McEnroe at the time.
Well, they didn't say it for long.
At the time they did.
They didn't say it for long. I agree with you, they did say it, but it didn't say it for long. As Shami is in, it is edged, but it goes along the ground, or rather on the bounce to second slip, where Shiraz Iyer, or is it Iyer, I think, does the fielding.
Like that bit where he was arguing with the umpire took up way too long and a bit too unnecessary.
Yeah, I mean it's part of his character. I think he won't admit it, but he's under a lot of stress, and a lot of it caused by himself. But I think it's just the way he gets through things like that.
He's got a chance, though. He's got a chance.
Yeah, in the bottom half. Yeah.
This is short and beautifully taken by Pant, who's had a lot to do behind the stumps. It's actually so short, and Shami, you should really be bowling better stuff than that it is given as one of these.
Wide. Like Lev Yashin.
Yes. Lev Yashin. The Man in Black, I think he was known as, wasn't he? He and Johnny Cash. So he's got to bowl that again to Shami, and that usually means a wicket, but this time it doesn't, as Potts plays a rather stiff-legged, slightly marionette-ish defensive stroke, and it's the end of the over. England are 255 for 8. Potts has 4, all off the first ball we faced, and Billings has 28. The deficit 161, and we have your tweets.
There is saying to you, Gary, Billings is 31, not 28.
Oh, showing us 28 on the screen. I suspect he's 31 years of age, though, which is probably.
I say that 31 is a new 28. That's all it is.
Warren is confusing Barry Fry and Barry Hearns.
Yeah.
Not well.
Accent's quite close.
Yeah, they're both a bit sort of maybe.
Your neck of the woods.
Dodgy in the same way.
Yeah, it's really. I was trying to describe it.
Yeah,
I think our lawyers may want to have a look at that before we support that. I mean, Barry Hearn, I might not agree with him politically, but he did a brilliant My Sporting Life on TalkSport with the always excellent Danny Kelly. As Siraj is in, and that's an extraordinary IPL shot from Sam Billings, who goes right across from leg to off and does a kind of scoop of the ball to the vacant long leg area for one of these. It does seem an awful lot of risk just for a 4 when you can drive, or you can pull, or you can cut. But it's the way England are going to play. They're going to introduce these ultra-attacking shots. And what it does do is it makes Mohammad Siraj think, well, if I've bowled a length ball there on the stumps and I'm getting hit for 4, where do I bowl? His answer is to bowl it in pretty much the same place. But because everyone's a little on their heels, everyone's a little bit negative, Sam Billings takes it a leg by, and they scoot through. England 260 for 8. Still a long, long way behind, but they'll take some confidence that they've been able to take the attack back to India, despite some fine bowling. Really
I'm surprised Billings hasn't played more shots like this. Considering, the methodology of New England, you would think, oh, this is a way to get myself into the team, be completely different from folks and attack.
It's showing one's willingness is an important part of the new regime. They've made that clear. It's Matthew Potts on strike, and he has a swish outside off stump, but unlike Caractacus Potts' car, that one didn't fly, and it was just taken by Pant behind the stumps.
Yeah, unfortunately, O'Neill Harris grew up. He's younger than us, and he grew up watching McEnroe win nothing, just abuse. It's part of his career that might have been good, but the rest was a lot of crap.
Watch him in what was it, the '84 final against Chris Lewis?
No, mate, that was Connors.
Oh, that was Connors. Who?
That was the most one-sided, incredible game of tennis. He was just brilliant.
Oh, he was brilliant that day. As was it almost the top edge goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. I think I watched that in a bar in Ibiza. I may be wrong. It gets very hazy, but I do remember that McEnroe just seemed to be standing still, hitting the ball wherever he chose, no matter where it was coming to him, because he seemed
Connors was like 2 in the world at the time, and he beat him 6-1, 6-1, 6-2.
I think it was 1-1 and 2.
It was just absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it just can't play tennis any better than that, I would suggest.
No.
So, 2 balls left in this over, and then we're going to go for a change. I'm delighted that Jason is with us here. He's going to be coming on the mic, as this ball is defended into the covers by Potts, who after a skittish early start is now beginning to look a bit sensible. Maybe Sam Billings has used that posh public school voice to the upstart oik from Sunderland and said, "Now look here, son, I'm in charge." And Potts has doffed his cap and said, yes sir, I am. So Jason's giving me an old-fashioned look.
Somehow you made him sound more like the Artful Dodger.
Well, possibly so. Can't do a Geordie accent. This is very full, and Potts essayed a huge shot at it, but he nearly yorked himself. Anyway, he gets it out to mid-off. There is no run. I'm going off the mic for a while. Some of you may be pleased about that, but I'm delighted to say Jason's with us, and Tony Bishop.
It is indeed. Thank you, Gary. Well, it's all been happening, hasn't it, since I disappeared off? You're removing things as you go, Gary. Mainly my notes. No, not to worry. And Jason is waiting. Be sure he's just hot-footed it up the hill from the bus stop. I had to leave the door open so he could get in. But with England on 260 for 8, Stuart Broad is batting wherever. Oh, he's not, of course. He's gone, isn't he? And it's Potts on 4, Billings on 33. That's how quick Stuart Broad's innings was.
Yeah, I'm very disappointed. I got on the bus and we were still 6 down. Now we're not.
Well, that is the way it goes. It's all down to Billings, really. 156 is what England trail by. Messers is back with us, I hope. Hello. Mohammed Shami, he's back with us, and he's going to be bowling to the man from Pembury, 31 years old now, Sam Billings, who comes down the track, launches it high, but I'm not sure he's got enough of that. No, it drops beyond the man at extra cover, which I think is Shubman Gill, is it? And he didn't get there in time. So it is, well, they should have taken one, but I'm not sure Billings actually took it, did he? According to the scoreboard, he didn't run. He did hop down the track, swung his arms through it. It went high off an outside edge, and plugged safely.
Doesn't say a lot.
Oh, no, he has. He's moved on to 35. 2 slips go down. Drives that far more sweetly, but fielded at extra cover this time, and there will be no run. Jason.
I was going to say, it doesn't say much for his confidence in Matthew Potts. If he's going to run down the wicket and try and slap every ball that he now gets to face.
Well, yes. I mean, the fact is, there's no Jack Leach now because, of course, he came and went as in his night watchman duties, which means that I think if you've only got Potts and Anderson to come, it's a license to thrill.
But we keep being told that Potts is a better batsman than he's showed so far in his test experiences.
I'm not sure Sam Billings got that memo. As onto the back foot goes Potts, and does play that tidily enough, although in a very bowlery way. You know, he didn't look super comfortable playing that shot, did he? But it was effective.
Yeah, efficient rather than stylish, I think is the best phrase for that.
I think that was probably about right. Today, 3 for 68 for Bumrah, 2 for 73 for Shami, 2 for 50 for Mohammad Siraj, 1 for 48 for Shardul Thakur. Jadeja, 2 tight overs for just 3 runs, but no wickets as yet. As Shami is in short, Potts ducks underneath that, but he ducked, but he left his elbow and his bat sort of rather high, but he's got away with it.
It's more like
still there?
It's more like a neck duck than anything else. The rest of his body didn't really move at all.
No, it was very much so. Ducked his feet. Messers is chuckling all the way from Perth.
It's my specialty.
It is. We know we can have a fair sense of what's coming tweet-wise by your chuckles.
I was chuckling at Jason.
Oh, wait, this is clipped nicely though by Potts. That's beautifully pushed away through mid-wicket. He's going to get 4 for that. And I take back everything I said, because that was an absolutely beautiful shot. Clipped away through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Nothing wrong with that, Jason.
No, Joe Root would be very happy to have that in his armoury.
Well, I think to be fair, he does have it in his armoury. But
yeah, but sorry, in his highlights reel.
Oh, yeah, I'd go along with that. Beautifully played indeed by Potts. Got Williamson 3 times in the Test series. Got Mitchell 3 times. Had a fantastic spell, but he's now got to do something with the bat, and Shami looks to york him with one that's very full and straight. But he plays it well. Billings in this occasion. Not surprisingly, he played it well. It's the end of the over, and there are 4 runs. No, well, that's really confusing, because I know that was Potts. It must have been Potts, and then they changed their because he scored 4.
They're getting a bit previous with their change of the overs and change of batsmen.
It's feast or famine with the bloody Sky captioners. I'm not kidding. Sometimes they're like a couple of balls late, and then just occasionally they're literally a ball early. I don't know what they think they're doing. 267 for 8, and what was Messers chuckling at? That's what I want to know.
I actually was chuckling at Jason talking about him ducking his neck, because it's exactly what happened. His body stayed still and his head just sort of went down inside his jumper. Neymar Butland said, "Did you watch that Connors game with shoulder pads and your jacket rolled up to your elbows?" Carol Robson, hello Carol, says, "For what it's worth, Kyrgios is a total cockwomble, but unfortunately, if he wins a Grand Slam ever, Aussies here, Oz, will laud him as a superstar, not the super prat that he is." I think one of the things too is that there's a Netflix series being made about him, isn't there? And I think he's just acting up for that as well.
Well, I got the impression watching that yesterday. Siraj has just bowled a perfect delivery. It ducked into Sam Billings. It has gone through his gate. His off stump is pegged back. England to 267 for 9. Billings has gone for 36 to an absolute beauty from Mohammad Siraj, and it won't be long, one feels, before we see India having a bat.
On your bike, mate.
36. Had to shepherd a longer tail, Jason, but that's Test careers are not built on 30s, are they?
They're not. He was slightly unlucky, because I think he got an inside edge on that, and it took out leg stump when you look at it in the slow motion. So no, but he's left a gate there for the ball to go through to get the edge. But he looked back and thought that's just unlucky. I think when he saw the leg stump bails being flicked off.
Yep.
Well, it's an almost inevitable consequence of playing one-day shots in Test matches. And because that was very much a one-day shot.
It was.
He's had a good deal of success with them so far, but it was going to happen sooner or later.
He was trying to glide the ball down to third man, I think, which he didn't need to glide. He just needed to defend it.
True enough. Well, India, of course, have never won here at Edgbaston. In 7 attempts, they've lost 6 times and got 1 draw. But they are looking in this particular match as though that little sequence may well be broken. They've also never won 3 tests in an England series before, and if you continue to think of this as being an extension of last year's series, which I know is not easy.
I'm tempted to comment on the fact they've probably never had a 5-test series in England before.
Well, yeah, that's probably part of the reason. Yeah, it must be said. They've won 2 tests a couple of times, but they've never won 3 tests in England. So yeah, you're absolutely right. That didn't occur to me when I looked at that particular stat. They do play a lot of 3-test series. More, of course, recently, given the
They seem to be
the
upgraded.
growth of Indian cricket.
Upgraded to
BCCI.
4 Test series in the last 5 to 10 years, and now mainly because of the massive power of the Indian population in market.
Well, very, very much so.
Yeah,
Very
absolutely.
much so. Anyway, why don't you go? We'll wait for the new batsman, which
Okay.
of course is this gentleman when he makes his aged and venerable way to the crease. It is none other than, where on earth is he? Lord above. We've got to find him. Well, that's. I'd love to a seamless little introduction there. Which here he is. Of course he is.
Jimmy, 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 oh, Jimmy, Jimmy, oh, little Jimmy, will let go.
It is England's leading
I
fast
think we
bowler,
might be on a
Richard.
drinks break, are we? I don't know.
Well, Siraj is certainly ready to go.
Oh,
Jimmy
things
is going to
things
face
you
him.
expect here on Guerrilla Cricket number 312. I think I watched that in a bar in Ibiza. It was very hazy.
In comes Siraj. Jimmy plays that with sort of kind of a leap away to his left, leaving all 3 stumps exposed, but leaving enough bat in front of them to just nudge it away into the onside.
Yeah, you talk about getting onto off stump. I think he was maybe a couple of more inches outside off stump when he played that. You could certainly see middle and legs poking out, ready to be hit.
Best with the bat, of course, was against India. Was that 2014 at 81 he got at Trent Bridge?
That was a flatty.
It was, well, as it was this year, although there was something in there. It wasn't completely just a road this year. I think Trent Bridge, there was something in it, but it was definitely a batsman's track. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
3 slips are in place for Jimmy.
I'll come to that after this ball.
We shall look forward to that. We shall wait and see. Billings the man out, 36 off 57 for him, but he's just been cleaned up by the man who is bowling now to James Anderson, Mohammad Siraj, and he beats Anderson's outside edge. He slants one across him. In fact, he's got an edge. He's only appealing retrospectively, and umpire Alim Dar is unmoved. Do we go and have a look at the Indian captain? Of course we don't. We go straight to Virat Kohli. Has somebody told the cameraman who is actually captaining this England team? Siraj is utterly convinced he got his man. I thought it just slanted across Jimmy. I didn't think he got anywhere near it.
No, I don't think that's anywhere near it. I mean, he's shaking his
Oh,
head.
Virat Kohli, look, he's going, no. He's giving it the old, definitely not signal. But Siraj was just a little bit excitable by that stage in a sort of a Broadian way. In he comes again, Siraj full. Jimmy turns it round the corner, very fine, down to fine leg. There isn't a fine leg. He should get 4. I think that was off the bat. Indeed, it was.
There's no modern fine leg that's ever going to stop that one when it's glanced so finely.
It was literally finer than the finest wine. Did it cut? Hang on a moment, I'd need to see that again. As we wait. Oh, it did come off the bat, yeah.
Yeah, he's just turned his bat, so he's got the face of the bat off it, basically. And it's gone very, very fine indeed. And the modern tendency has to have quite a wide fine leg or long leg.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. He played it with a sort of a combination of angled bat, but equally a bit of a flinch. But he got 4 anyway, as Siraj is coming around the wicket to Anderson this time, and kept fairly low, taken sort of shin height behind the stumps by Pant, and there's no run. 271 for 9, and that's quite a big old deficit.
It is, yes.
I think when we're still on only day 3, you sense, barring quite dramatic weather intervention, a result in this game, and India very much racing favourites.
Well, England have to bat probably 4 sessions to survive.
Well, they will. Siraj, Jimmy edges, keeps it down, guides it past the third of those slips. It's down towards third man. Is it going to make it? No, it's not. It's just hauled in. Pujara completes the fielding. Jimmy Anderson gets 2, and he moves on to 6. It's the end of the over, and Matthew Potts, who's on 8, and has shown he can clip a very good leg side drive. but he's going to have his work cut out, whoever's bowling, I think. 273 for 9. Messers.
Warren tells us he's off to walk the puppies. O'Neill Harris, I think he's casting aspersions. He says, is Knackle scoring at Sky and secretly signalling the Guerrilla Cricket Radio? O'Neill, are you suggesting that you don't believe that we know all this stuff without having Knackle to feed us? We know stuff. We actually do know stuff.
But it's also true that guerrillas get everywhere.
And a lot of
That's
it's
the
utterly
plan.
useless stuff, but we do know it.
Leah says, I can't wait for the war against Russia to end. We can get a lot of excellent Ukrainian drone operators to give us cricket coverage that'll make us cream our pants or skirts or dresses, etc.
Oh, well, there's a thought.
Just Ideal says, are you unlucky if your front leg remains in the white ball position? Is textbook technique redundant in baseball? Billings.
Well, we're having another look at the balls. Now, to me, Jason, this surprises me a little bit, doesn't it you? Because the England are 9 down. They've just taken a wicket with an absolute snorting delivery to get rid of the only remaining England batsman. Why are they feeling, do you feel, that they need another ball change?
It's a bowler. No, they're pandering to their bowlers to some extent. I agree, it's probably unnecessary, but this whole year has seen swathe after swathe of balls being replaced because the leather is
softer leather, isn't it?
Softer leather, and it's degrading after about 40 overs.
It is,
and it's 40.
Chat to the batsmen, they're loving it. Chats to the bowlers, they're not so sure. Anyway, Potts is going to face Mohammed Shami, and Potts has a real swing. He's gone up in the air. He's survived because it is plugged where an extremely fine mid-off would have been, and he's got himself a single. Bring Jimmy back onto strike. 274 for 9 England.
It's come off the maker's game name and gone absolutely nowhere.
Well, it's gone far enough to get him a single.
Right off the splice.
But you're right, it was off the splice. Just below it when we look at the replay. I think he was trying to give it the kitchen sink and all he got was one of the taps. But nonetheless, it has got him a single. Cleared Shami, was too wide of the mid-on that was coming round. They're clearly, India, not really believing Potts has got a particularly effective off-drive in him, or on-drive in him. Off-drive, sorry.
There's justification for that view.
Shami in. Anderson goes onto the back foot, waggles the bat without any great effect, and it's through to Pant. No run.
Definition of a fiddle, that really. He fiddled outside off stump.
He did have a fiddle, didn't he?
Whilst Edgbaston burns.
Well, Birmingham. Well, it's probably a bit too damp to burn at the moment, to be honest, after all the rain that we've been subjected to in the last few days, rather sadly. Jimmy will be... Well, I'm sure he'll be concentrating on his batting, but a bit of him has to be taking the opportunity to have a good old look at the track and think about how he's going to bowl. That's beaten his outside edge again by Shami. And Jimmy looks back down the track, has a nod to Shami. Bumrah's got a big old smile on his face. And for once, we're not actually having to look at Virat Kohli. We can actually see what the captain's thinking.
Well, I think Jimmy's got a royal smile on his face saying, you know what, it's going to be my turn soon.
Well, yes. However, he's going to have to do something with Brody and Potts really special, because England are still at 142 behind. That is a lead of mammoth proportions, and I don't think these two will reduce it by much. As Anderson leaps, he's halfway into Birmingham city centre. I think he's moved that far away to leg, had a massive swing and a miss. Exposing all of his stumps and, frankly, half of the city end. And a big old swing.
But everybody's smiling. I don't get it. Everyone's smiling.
No, do I. It's like they've been told to have fun with their cricket, and as a result aren't taking it seriously.
Well, hang on, chaps. I think you can do both. You can play with a smile on your face and still be serious, I think. As this one is...
I just don't think they are.
Angled. Well, I take my commentary seriously, but I laugh a lot.
Oh, I did that, but
this doesn't mean
that's part of the skill set for commentary.
Well, possibly, maybe you could argue you don't need to do quite the same thing. No, I'm not sure. If this was I've seen angrier, more competitive, Saturday afternoon Surrey or Middlesex League games than this, but I think that's better. Mind you, we do have a lady. Is that in? Would you call that fancy dress, or is that just what she's come to the game in?
No, it's fancy dress.
Around the wicket, and again. Shami's gone past Anderson's outside edge. The feet were planted, the bat was dangled, the ball went past it, and it's another dot ball. Shami can't believe it. Anderson has a wry smile. England are 274 for 9, and they still have their last wicket pair intact. Messers.
So the pawn bot. Neil Harris said he was referring to the messed up scoring on the Sky captions the Bishop was referring to.
Oh,
Knackle
yes.
could be waving. Ah, yes, good point.
Or maybe Knackles just rushed into the Sky commentary box to hand someone a note and distracted them from actually changing the score the way they should have done. But there we go, 274 for 9.
The pawn bot says the quality of
142.
leather and PVC is just not what it used to be. Click here. And Leah says you would be amazed, Tony, at how well rainy cities burn. Take Bergen in Norway, for example. They've had 330 rain
Very
days
true.
a year.
Short, pulled by Potts. Fine, and he's got himself 4 runs for it. Well done, Matthew Potts.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
It's definitely potty time. Got enough of that, didn't he, Jace?
Well, nice sort of top edge on it to get it over the keeper. That's all he really needed to do.
It was, and it did the job. And he's moved along very swiftly to 13 off 16, so he knows it's not really time for hanging around. In comes Siraj. Potts hoiks him high, hoiks him all the way over. Mid-wicket, up go Alim Dar's arms. Potts has gone into the 20s with a magnificent one of these.
Well, he certainly got hold of that one. That was flogged out to deep mid-wicket.
He absolutely crashed that high and handsome over deep mid-wicket. What a fine shot that was. Sort of getting to the sort of tail, well, sort of the right-hand side, I suppose, if you look at the Holly's stand. Siraj, full, back goes Potts, edges, taken. Well, Potts doesn't seem sure. That looked like, yeah, I'm pretty sure that was taken. I think that's the end of the fun and games. 132 is the deficit England must carry. Potts, I think, are they reviewing? How can they review that? I think they're having a look because they're not sure if the catch actually carried.
I think it's an umpire's review for whether it carried or not.
Yeah, so we're going to wait and see. Potts, who did have a chance to look round, seems fairly sure it wasn't. Alim Dar is giving the signal. The soft signal, though, is out. So, are they right?
Well, I thought that was my initial response at full pace. Potts moved away to leg and tried to hit it up and over the offside. The ball followed him very slightly, gets a thick edge, and we're just seeing it now. Is it carrying? That's interesting. You can't really. We need the side-on angle to tell that. That's really very close indeed.
Well, we're getting that side-on angle. I think that bounces into
that
his
bounces.
hands.
I think. I agree.
Yeah.
I think
I don't think that's out.
potty time may yet be extended.
Would you say potty time?
Potty time.
Oh, potty time.
Michael Bentin's
Actually,
potty
Michael
time.
Bentin's potty time.
Michael Bentin's potty time.
You have to, people of a certain age will remember that from the late 70s, early 80s.
They will. There's little men who you never saw, but you just see their footprints sort of popping across these sandy surfaces. Well, to me, that didn't carry. No blame, by the way, I think remotely associated to the fielder, because it would have been very hard to tell. But to me, that looked like it did bounce into his hands. The soft signal was already given us out, though. It's Shreyas Iyer who was the fielder.
The question is really whether the fingers on his right hand managed to just curl underneath the ball before it.
Or you could look at that this time. I sense perhaps it did. He's almost dropping it though, but then he catches it at the second attempt, doesn't he?
Yeah, well, he scooped it up, hit his chest, and then he caught it on the rebound as he was diving away.
Basically, it's a bit of everything. It looks like it bounced into his hands, but that might be the camera angle. Siraj is having a long conversation with Alim Dar, who is hard to tell. He's quite an implacable character, is Alim Dar.
Giving him his cap.
That's probably him his cap. That
probably means it's over.
Over as in end of the over, or
over as the end of innings.
All over Red Rover done done innings. Well, no signals have come back. We're watching Shreyas Iyer from every different angle you could possibly conceive. He's utterly convinced he's got the catch. Potts clearly isn't so sure. The umpires are clearly not sure. We're about to get a decision one way or the other for you. It's 284 for 9. Jason's giving it the full. He's out. It's given us out. It is the end of the innings. Potty time has come to an end. It's 284 that England have finished on. The deficit 132, and Matthew Potts is utterly furious. Jimmy Anderson's going, well, come on, son. How long were you going to stay?
Welcome to Test cricket, lad.
Yeah, I think that's basically it. Bumrah has his arm around Shardul Thakur, or Siraj does, I beg your pardon. Well, no matter how they can show us this as many times as you want, I don't think it will ever be conclusive. Real time, no, as I say, definitely no blame attached whatsoever.
I think the soft
to
signal
Shreyas Iyer.
was the determinant on that, wasn't it?
I think it was, yeah. I think it probably was. So Potts has gone. He finished on 19. He didn't quite make it to 20, which I think was a genuine shame. I always think 20 is just a bit of a marker in an innings somehow. Not a huge one, but psychologically it always feels like one.
Well, for me it was fucking huge.
England all out for 284. Who's fallen today? Johnny Bairstow, a magnificent 106 from him off 140. Just about survived a real working over early on at the hands of both Bumrah and Shami, but grew into his game. Ben Stokes, extraordinary dismissal. It was almost as though he was trying to get himself out before finally being caught by Bumrah at mid-off. Sam Billings batted well enough, but when he tried to hurry up because he was being left with a tail, that didn't last so long. 36 for him. Stuart Broad, brief, not especially glorious, caught behind off the bowling of Siraj. Matthew Potts caught in the slips by Shreyas Iyer, although we had to watch it multiple times to decide that it was a catch. And Jimmy gets another red inker just to add to his collection of multiple red inkers. Bowling for India, 3 for 68 for Jasprit Bumrah, 2 for 78 for Mohammad Shami, 4 for 66 take a bow as the pick of the bowlers, although I'm not quite sure that's fully justified, but the numbers don't lie. 4 for 66 for Siraj, 1 for 48 for Shardul Thakur, and off the just 2 overs, none for 3 for Ravindra Jadeja. And the heavy roller is a rolling. Messers, have you got any messages while we wait for the innings
just
change?
a few. Warren says, is Knackle giving grammar notes to KP24? Well, he may be, but I've got to say Knackle is an expert in preparing copious notes that other people actually don't read very much. And he's very tolerant of that. But I'm sure KP wouldn't be reading any grammar notes from anybody else. He knows everything. Ravinair gives us a Skrilla quote number 313. It's definitely potty time. And AD Brian, a 15 Legacy fan, says, love YJB. Well, without YJB, England would have been in even more shit, wouldn't they? The whole year when it comes down to it. But it was a pretty amazing innings, and especially when one considers at the beginning he looked like he'd be lucky to score 10. But that's it for tweets.
How are we doing on YouTube? Are we keeping Son of Bot under control?
Yeah, Colin's busy. Actually, Colin's been doing a lot of chatting with Emily Elizabeth on YouTube, and they both got their wrenches handy, or spanners as we call them, and watching the Formula One as well, which is about to begin. So that's about it, and we're due a change as well, are we not?
We are going to have a change, literally now, I think. I need to remind myself who's going to... I think I'm staying on and generally trying to be vaguely clever. It's Nessers and Ajit on ball by ball. What a treat that's going to be. It means I need to let Ajit in, which I shall do. I hope. There he is. Ajit's in. Nestlers is already here. Jason, you're able to take a break.
And released into the wild.
You are released into the wild to go and hunt down, I don't know, a cup of tea or something, or whatever it is you're fancying. There is some beer in the fridge if you want beer, tea, coffee, I didn't bring chocolate biscuits today, I'm afraid. Ajit, welcome.
Hello.
Hello. We can hear you. Are you well?
Well, a little bit in the well, I must say. Not well.
Oh no.
There's a flu running around at home. We went to the one guaranteed way of catching flu, a kid's birthday party, apparently.
Oh, they're not.
I was not aware of this, but I should be able to brave through. Not a problem.
Well, we hope so, because you're on ball by ball, so you better shout if you're going to struggle. But I think you will be doing that. I just have to juggle a few buttons to make sure that we appear on YouTube in a logical and sensible sequence. And there we are. I think I've done it. Nestlers, how are you doing?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Have you been out on your 35 miles?
I was out in
today?
the forest on the mountain bike today, giving it full gas, as they say in cycling terms.
Oh yes, where was it? You were somewhere with an interesting name. You sent us a picture.
Oh, Rifle Butts Bottom or something. What was it?
Rifle Butts Bottom.
Something like that.
It wasn't Paul Rifle's Bottom. We don't want you cycling over there. Although I suppose the crack would be somewhere to park your bike.
It's called the bottom of Rifle Butts. It's a hill. The bottom of Rifle Butts.
So, well, excellent title for a porn novel.
I
was about to say that. They make parodies. This one writes itself.
Yeah,
locally,
it does.
With other cyclists, it's called Cardiac. Because obviously I was at the bottom of it. I went flying down it and then got to the bottom. But you have to go back up.
Yes.
And I was met by 4 other guys who were equally struggling to get to the top, and the 3/4 of it was really ridiculous, but the last quarter is like cycling up a wall.
Well, this is it. You see, I think cycling is a bit like life. It teaches you that if you want the joy of the downhill, the wind rushing through what's left of my hair, and the general joy of the speed and excitement and adrenaline rush of a fast downhill section, you normally have to have earned it by plodding your way uphill. You will have to pay for it somewhere, either before or after, but you will have to pay for it. Anyway,
it's a killer. This particular climb.
Oh, it is. No, we're not back out there yet. We're still.
No, we're not.
We're still having a.
Anyone who says that Essex is flat has no idea what they're talking about.
Well, it's edging towards flat, isn't it? I mean, you're sort of bordering on, is it Cambridgeshire and Suffolk and those kind of areas, aren't you, in Essex?
Epping is really high up compared to London. Like, we look right down on London. I mean, I can see, I don't know, it looks like from one of the lookout points in the forest is higher than the Shard.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking well down on that. So, it's quite a climb to get from East London to Epping.
You were going to cycle into Gorilla Towers one day. Was that a serious suggestion, or was that just a
ain't that
half-hearted one?
No, ain't that far.
30 odd miles.
I mean, I do 35 miles a day commuting.
The bear cycled in the other day.
Wow.
He'd had some issue with his.
Yeah, but he just lives around the corner.
Well, yes, he does. Yeah, you're
Bloody
right.
hell, that's like me going to the corner shop.
Well, I came in, I couldn't get the door fully open. I thought, why can't I get the door fully open? And it was a bike. And I thought, oh, maybe Nestlers has come in and kept his promise. But
I will do.
It's Anyway, we're going to be starting soon, so I'm going to hand you over to the liquid honeyed tones of Ajit from the Armchair Cricket Podcast, and he's going to talk you through the next half hour.
Thank you very much, Tony. Little less liquid, a bit more ginger today. You will have to excuse me. It's the tea that I drink for my cold. And I hear there are assortments of viruses going rounds. I have been lucky enough to host a few, I think, over the last couple of days. It was unexpected.
Well, shall we jingle up? Who do we have opening? Remind me.
So it will be Shubman Gill along with Cheteshwar Pujara. So I see Pujara on screen, of course.
Pujara. Well, let's do Pujara first then, because he's right here.
Cheteshwar Pujara's into bat, prepared to face 10,000 balls. All in all, Pujara just bats like he is old.
the rest.
I like that. The wall, very good. And here's Shubman Gill.
It's Gilly, Gilly, us and Pepper, cats and Ellen, Bowen by the sea.
I'm less sure about that one, but it is Shubman Gill. Looks like he's going to take strike.
Hadn't heard of either, but they've wonderfully done, as always. So, what do we make of the position India is in? And Virat Kohli, whether he's the captain or not, he's made himself again the focal point for the opposition, as always. Alright then, Jimmy Anderson is ready at the top of his mark. In he comes. That one is wide off the off stump and left alone by Gill.
Well, it'd be some collapse if India don't win this Test match now. I think.
I mean, considering the way England bat in the fourth innings over the last 3 to 4 tests, even 400 might not be enough. At least they'll need 280, 290, 300 in the second innings. That means at least until half an hour left tomorrow. That's the way I look at it.
It's a weird test, isn't it? A one-off hung over from last time. I'd completely forgot about this match.
He'll take strike again. He's standing on the leg stump. This one is closer to him, and he's beautifully hit that down the ground, threw mid off. 2 men after it, broad, and looks like it's Ben Stokes, but neither can catch up to it. That's 4. India are off the mark in the blue balls.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, met that beautifully. Just slightly fuller from Jimmy, and Shubman Gill just leant into it and steered it away. Perfect on drive, really. Very sweet.
You always play that into the pitch, hoping the pitch will give you the speed to the ball, and there's always an extra cover. Next ball, oh dear.
I got him.
Next ball is back of length, and he sneaked that to second slip, where he's been pouched by, looks like Zach Crawley.
Yep. Good work from Jimmy. Genuine little bit of outswing, and well, can't be say another one because it's his first one. Here we go.
Classic Jimmy, really. It was right on the same line as the previous ball, but the length was probably 6 to 8 feet back. So it sort of got high on Gill, and he committed to play it rather than let it go.
Confidently taken by Crawley as well, because arguably you could have said that was Jay Root's catch. And Crawley, who's at second slip with Root at first, came quite a long way across to his left. So despite his batting travails, that was definitely a decisive piece of action. But if you were him, you'd have definitely wanted to have hung on to that. But he did.
Now, I mean, when you look at it, I think Zach Crawley is really hanging on by the nails in this team, really. I can't see if he's going to make it into the next series, the South Africa series. Do you guys see it?
The team are standing by him, apparently.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors involved there. I mean, not least of which, and I'm not suggesting anything skullduggerous in any way here, but Rob Key is a good friend of his dad, for a start.
What are you suggesting, Tony?
In comes Jimmy, so the new batsman, who's just played it down to mid-wicket. That's again the similar back of length ball. He's played it off the back foot.
Well, what I'm suggesting now is I think the decision will be taken in a way out the hands of both Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes, and taken by Rob Key, because I think McCullum's approach, and I think it's a laudable one, is 100% to back the players you've got and stick with them. And I think he may need someone to genuinely tell him when the time has come. We shall find out.
In comes Jimmy, a stagger of 4 slips away to edge over the wicket. That's the similar back of length ball, and he's beaten the batsman comfortably. Vihari looks a bit tentative at the crease, not going either fully back or fully front.
I should jingle him up when I can find where the bear's hidden him.
Alright, so Jimmy is on fire for England with the ball. I mean, it was sort of expected. It was a 2-card trick. One front, drive me up the road, another one just a bit back, you got to fence at it. In comes Jimmy. This one was more angled in at the stumps. Vihari up to it, he blocks it too. a mid wicket. That's the end of first over. 4 for 1.
Well, and here's Hanuma Vihari, which we'll jingle in before. Then we'll go to messages.
Vihari, oh, Vihari, oh. I don't know much about this lad. He bats right, and he comes from Hyderabad. Vihari,
Well, there
Well,
you go, Nestlers.
So Mr. Genius is pointing out that Pant's strike rate is 95 plus, better than the home track bully. I think he means Bairstow. How was Potts out, says Billy Bond. Fucking ridiculous. Well,
That's the thing I wanted to ask. I only heard you guys talk about it. It looked to the naked eye as if it didn't carry.
I don't think it did, I have to be perfectly honest. The soft signal was what did for him, because to me it looked like it just bounced marginally short, but it's happened, we move on. Potts was certainly not happy when he went.
Can imagine. From the other end, again with 4 slips and a leg slip interestingly waiting for him, is this Bandanard fast bowler with 550 wickets. He's at the top of his mark now with 8 on his back. And he comes, legs pumping. That's on the leg. Pujara won't miss out on that, but there's a fine leg waiting for him. But before he can get to the ball, it looks like it spots. They get back for 2 comfortably. He fumbled that a little in the deep parts. I think in his enthusiasm he overran the ball.
Well, here's the bowler. Which I dropped that so you could... Was that a replay?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh well.
Looks like Broad was not happy about where Pujara was running, which he was right. He was running right in the middle of the pitch to avoid Broad. In comes Broad from over the wicket. That's a foolish ball, but he's unable to hit that through mid-on. He almost sort of scooped it out with a strong bottom hand, and it went no further than mid-off.
You wonder a little bit about the psychology for Stuart Broad. I mean, he will not be accustomed in Test cricket to a mauling of 35 off and over. Admittedly, it happened to him in T20s, courtesy of
Yuvraj Singh.
Yuvraj Singh, of course, yeah. But it was such an awful over, and it was apparently bowling to orders. He's come out with a point to prove, I would hope, from his perspective.
Absolutely. Looks like his dander's up. In he comes. That's a foolish ball. Pujara is unable to play that away, but is able to block it. Looked like it could have been an opportunity to score some runs there. What sort of an approach do you think India will take, guys? So they have lost the sort of a more aggressive batter up front, who would be... Oh dear. That one looks like it hit Pujara amidships.
Yeah, there's a cock bother of that one.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Yep.
I don't think they'll be quite Bazball in their approach. Got to be honest.
In comes Broad. It's a back of length ball. Pujara is comfortably defending it into the covers off the back foot.
I want to stop everybody from using that phrase. Bloody awful.
Well, Vihari, you would think, is the more aggressively inclined of these two, isn't he? But he's also sort of rather feeling himself into, run making.
It's somehow Pujara. Yeah.
Well, I watched him bat at Sussex this season, and he was utterly just a joy to watch. So much a class apart of in Division 2 of county cricket. He was quite magnificent in his making runs there.
Usual kerfuffle with people behind the bowler's arm. Somebody keen on making a video with a dark coat, and he's been shooed away by the umpire rather angrily.
Just sit down.
Alright then, we are ready to resume. In comes Broad. That's wide of off stump of that slightly back of length. Pujara happy to let that go off the front foot. So, for me, Pujara will probably play his usual sheet anchor role. Vihari is sort of he never feels comfortable in the 11. I think sometimes he's asked to bat at 3, sometimes open, sometimes 6. In India, he bats a bit lower in the order. When he's touring abroad, he's asked to bat up the order. But he has a tight technique. He has that going for him. I think he'll also look to find his feet, try to score a few runs. In the meantime, in comes Broad. That's a near Yorker of a ball, but that's on off stump and been dug away by Pujara. That's 6 for 1 at the end of 2 overs.
Was it the West Indies series where Virat Kohli had said the dressing room always feels very calm when Bihar is batting because his technique is so correct?
Absolutely. He doesn't look like, he doesn't cause those flutters. He gives you that same comfort that the other Hyderabad used to give, certain Lakshman apparently. When at the crease, he gave you that sort of permanence, if there is such a thing in cricket.
Yes, Liz.
Ravi Nair is pointing out that his favourite climb is Ditchling Beacon on the way to Brighton, which is horrible.
It is. I've done that one.
He did the London to Brighton twice in the 90s. It's a Tour de France rated climb, apparently. Leah's saying, too soon, Nestlers, too soon. Ajit probably and me definitely sometimes wake up in the middle of the night remembering 36 all out in Adelaide.
Interestingly, there's another ball left in the over. That surprises me a little, but nonetheless, that was a wide ball which Pujara tried to cut, but he under-edged down to fine leg. Lucky, he didn't hit the stumps. They have run through for a single, and that's the end of the over. 8 for 1. I say the ultimate ball may have been a no ball, and we may have missed it. Or the last ball. Because the score has moved by 2.
Blair also says, play Hit Me Baby one more time, Jingle. A golden opportunity wasted again.
Well.
Why? Sorry,
don't know. Warren says, what's worse, Bad's ball or Mickey Arthur's balls? We nearly got to see them on many an occasion, didn't we? With his special shorts.
There are short shorts and there's those. A man of a certain age should avoid. Anyway. Well, Anderson is ready to bowl, but he wants to change in the field. He's asking fine leg to be a bit more finer, whether it's fit. Indeed. He was about to run into ball, but he's gotten his switch. So there is a leg gully in place for Anderson. This one is a regulation ball, outside off, being pushed into covers off the front foot by Pujara.
I mean, he bowls as well, doesn't he, Vihari? Because didn't he, on his debut, didn't he take some wickets at the Oval, if my memory serves me right?
I would call them no more than right arm slow dobs. They do take the form of an off break. I wouldn't go that far, however.
Okay.
In comes Anderson. That's slightly more back of the length, but Pujara up to the task. He was waiting off the back foot and guided that wide of the 4th slip down to 3rd man for a boundary.
Well, one of these.
There we go. Liaz Harvish. That was a beautiful seaming ball because it was definitely going to go down the leg, but it held its line, swung back into the off stump and beats a diving Pope at 4th slip, and 2 stocky men, at least one of them quite stocky. Bairstow chases after. The next ball was a further back of length ball that Pujara is able to get on the back foot and play down to middle.
Yeah, he does look sturdy, doesn't he, Pujara?
Pujara, yes. Bairstow a lot more. I think it's all those cakes combined with a lot of bench press.
Well, I think in his time at Sussex, Norton 22, then for Sussex, 201 not out versus Derbyshire, 109 versus Worcestershire. I'll hold on.
Next ball is sort of sliding down leg. Pujara tries to flick it, misses it, but it's gone off the leading edge towards a potential point where the slip fielder comes in and fields it. They've run through for a single.
Yeah, when it was Sussex, 201 not out versus Derbyshire, 109 versus Worcestershire, 203 versus Durham, and 170 not out versus Middlesex. I mean, this was a man who just, he was obviously played in county cricket before with Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire, but I mean, he just looked the real deal, and it was just a joy to watch, close up, as it were.
Absolutely. And the determination. He carried a battering ram with him. He knew he was going to use it with the Indian selection door. In comes Jimmy to Bihari, who takes a tentative movement into the stumps, but lets the ball go. This is a traditional Jimmy ball, on and around off stump, seaming away. So for me, Pujara sort of forced his way in through the bulk of those runs in the right conditions. You can't deny that when a player really does that, can you? Given somebody was
complete carnage of the British Grand Prix, apparently.
Oh Lord!
Wow.
We've got
Anderson, that's another nick. Has it been pouched? Well, England are claiming it. It's actually Crawley who's claiming it. Bairstow dove across him. Nobody else looks really interested though. Jimmy looks nonplussed. Bihar is not even considering a decision. And England are all laughing about. Crawley is just running around like a kid. I don't know what this means. Nope. I think
it's not a wicket.
I don't think it's not a wicket. And well, they were not sure if it was the end of the over. That's why Crawley was doing what he was doing. Meanwhile,
oh no, it pitched well, bounced well short.
It would have been Bairstow's catch because he was diving in front of Crawley. It would never carry to Crawley. Bairstow missed it, and Crawley fielded it really well. It must be said. He was diving blind. Crawley saved a boundary.
Doesn't give the air of a man who's got the sword of Damocles over his head, does he, Zach Crawley?
Well, maybe he hasn't.
Well,
in comes Broad. Well, that's off the back foot, being defended into covers by Pujara.
As I suggested earlier, is it more about aesthetics than actual scoring? Maybe he's been told, you look great, carry on.
That's what they said to James Vince till they got fed up with it.
Yeah, but that was a different management, isn't it?
I saw a statistic today. If you remove that 275 out of his career, he averages 18.7 or something across all conditions.
I mean, you take out that massive time.
Crawley.
Yeah.
Crawley, yeah.
Where would he be without that double 100 against Pakistan? I'd venture to say he certainly wouldn't be batting out here.
Indeed. In comes Broad. That's back of length, but Pujara was ready for it. He slashed at it hard, and now it looks like there's a gully who has stopped it. And before the slip can go around and field it, they run through for a single. India are 15 for 1. In the meantime, we get to see a montage of dismissals from Gill, where in the 2 innings, where he was out caught once of the front foot, once of the back foot. Now they're showing the same length, same ball. How Pujara is dealing with it by getting beside the ball and playing it under his eyes. This is really a textbook thing. Beautifully done by Pujara. In comes Broad. A back of length ball. Bihari gets in line, plays it down the pitch to be fielded by the bowler. Indeed, we get to see a bit more of that, where we see where the point of contact with the ball is and how the head position and how the bat coming through.
I think the point essentially is how much more compact Pujara is compared to Shubman Gill. Yeah.
There may be a bit of IPL hangover yet with Gill, though he is a compact player. In comes Broad. Oh dear, that was a full fast one, but Vihari manages to play it off the inside edge down to fine leg for a single. I don't think he had much of a handle on where the ball was going. It could have as well ricocheted on the stumps.
I've got a great, strange stat of the day from Leah coming up after this over.
Alright, here's field for that. So now it's 4 slips and a gully. So it's 3 slips together, sort of a 5th slip. And you would call that a gully, or would you call that more of a point?
Backward point.
Very interesting. Backward point. Alright. A very interesting field. England backing their bowlers to bowl good lengths and lines. And they do. But this time it was a short ball which Pujara gets on top of and cuts it through to the point boundary. One of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, Broad has not really found his range in this match, I don't think.
Not yet. That was a beautiful shot. Pujara was almost waiting for that. We saw he's beautifully on the back foot the moment the ball arrived. Played that with both the feet in the air. Very calypso.
Yeah, he played it beautifully. 1 for 89 in the first innings. Yes, he had, with more luck he might have had more, but that's not a great return.
In comes Broad. Oh dear. That was a very close leave, but I think he left it more on length. And as they say, it was a good leave. It went through to the keeper. At the end of 4 overs, India 19 for 1.
So Leia sends in a strange stat of the day. With Pujara's 4, Jimmy Anderson becomes the first men's test bowler to concede 10,000 runs in a country. So Anderson, 10,003 runs conceded in England, 419 wickets. Murali, 9,646 runs conceded in Sri Lanka, 493 wickets. Broad, 9,008 runs conceded in England, 354 wickets. You know.
That's a rather negative way of looking at it at life.
Yeah,
if you're a bowler, but it's certainly an interesting stat.
In comes Anderson. This was a beautiful ball starting on middle and seaming away, which is bunted into the point region by Bihari, who recently has got off the mark. I forgot to mention that when he inside edge one down to fine leg. Well, I saw another stat in another podcast that I listen to sometimes. They said there have been 800,000 overs bowled in Test cricket, and Broad's over is the costliest of them all. Let that sink in.
That is true. That is an extraordinary over, considering, as we've said a few times, he was bowling to orders. Was it the Chief Lemming
Still, I
giving
think
the orders?
he lost it.
Oh, Jesus. Sorry.
In comes Anderson. All right. That's nicely played by Vihari. Got on top of a beautiful full-length pop and place it down to mid-on region.
Oh.
No worries.
Nestle,
yes, you're saying something.
Well, I think it's to do with the British Grand Prix. If I'm
I just saw the crash on the first lap. Bloody hell!
5 cars taken out.
Yeah, but there's one that's just gone. How the guy got out of that, God knows. Anyway, I've been told off for giving things away when the Formula One's on, so I won't say any more than wow. Hope he's fine.
In comes Sir Jimmy. That's just slightly back up full length ball, and Vihari is able to comfortably let that go through to the keeper.
It's lucky he didn't go in the crowd. Gee.
Well, I'm looking at some clips, and indeed, it's a bit hard stopping. I can comfortably say, in any other, it was Zhao whose car flipped actually. In any other era, he may have not walked out the fence, or gone for that matter.
Absolutely.
They have been taken to a medical center, apparently.
Wow.
So, back to the matters at hand. In comes Anderson. This one's more heading into leg, but Vihari cannot get it wide of the mid-wicket fielder, so he finds him. So this is one of those Hail Mary sort of a ball, which will start on leg and expect to take the top off. It didn't, it just headed down the leg, and Vihari had to just keep it out. That was a potential opportunity to score some runs. What do we think of this England field? Very confident? Of course, you have 1,200 wickets on both sides.
Well,
very
England,
confident.
Early wickets is only, England need to take wickets to stay in this game.
Absolutely. The back of a length ball, wide enough. Vihari withdraws his bat, lets the ball go through to the keeper.
Which is, you asked about the approach. I think you've got to think about timing. We're just over halfway through day 3. You've still got, weather permitting, 2 full days and a session and a half.
Absolutely.
They've already got a lead of 151. I'm sure they'll want that to be 350 to 400, and they've got time to get to it.
In comes Anderson. Again, another ball wide of off stump. Vihari lets that go. 5 overs, 19 for 1.
Should we have one more over of this crew? Let me think. Do we have time for one more over? Nestlers, do you want to take us through some tweets?
We're up to date at the moment.
Well, that being the case, let's change the guard then, because I think Ajit, you're staying on. Gary, you're going to be moving over here. Let me just change a few pictures. Gary, you can start talking in the meantime.
Okay, thanks very much. England do need to take wickets, notwithstanding we're only about halfway through this test match. Things move very quickly these days. It'll be an interesting decision if they're given the opportunity, new captain in Bumrah, as to when to declare, given England's Baz ball. And Stuart Broad is in and just cramps Pujara for space there, but the ball goes to backward point. There is no run.
I rather suspect India might play a more traditional approach. Look to bat out 100 overs, get close to 300 of a lead if they can get there, and then see if they can declare. That would give them probably 110 overs or so if there's not a lot of rain interruptions.
Yeah, I mean, I've always had the feeling if you can't bowl a side out in 100 overs in the fourth innings of a test match, you don't deserve to win. But England's approach to chasing targets is now declared as this ball goes through to the keeper. So they're going to chase everything. You know, they're not going to shut up shop. So, you know, how many do you need? 420, 430? England probably would have chased that down in at least one of the chases earlier. But it's still too early perhaps to be thinking of that. England have got to look, as you always do with ball in hand, to take wickets in test matches, because 20 wickets is what you need to win a test match. And if England can get 20 wickets, a win would be in the distance but not out of the question. As Broad's in and it's left alone by Pujara there, it was a good leave because that ball was ducking inwards and hands on head from England, but you're not often going to leave the ball and it's going to hit the top of the off stump when it's on that line, and sure enough it didn't.
Well, from an England perspective, I would say they would look to, if possible, wrap India up under a lead of 300, then they can chase it down at their own speed, whatever that might be. And India will want to give them at least 4 an over for the remaining overs in the game. That's when I think India would feel comfortable with this England lineup.
I think
whatever it's called, the new approach.
Broad's in, and that's also a pretty tight leave, and the ball was ducking in, but largely after it passed the bat, and Sam Billings did a good sprawling take to leg side. If England do chase down a target, they'll chase it at a faster rate than 4 and over, I promise you that, the way they play now.
Absolutely. I mean, they'll want their top order to come good, the top 3 to make a few runs, because it really starts from Joe Root, right? At least Lees is able to eat some time up. They would want that for sure, but Crawley and Pope, because Pope did very well in the third test against New Zealand in the 4th innings, so probably they would expect a riposte from him. That would be good.
Yeah, it's hard to make these calculations these days. That ball was a little closer to Pujara, and he's slightly late on it, and the ball just dribbles away into the offside. There is no run. It's only the 6th over, and there's already a wicket gone down. But such is the pace of Test cricket these days, it almost feels like this is a quiet period, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Look, Broad is bowling with good wheels, and India is scoring it better than 3 and over, I think.
Yeah, but somehow if you're not getting the kind of boundary crashed off the opening bowler every other over or better, you're thinking, oh, you know, need to get on with it a bit. So you can be seduced into this stuff, as this ball is clipped from a leg stump line. He's been moving closer and closer to the stumps, but you know that's what Pujara's playing on. He wants Broad to bowl straight so he can just clip him into the offside, and he did, and they ran a single. Pujara retains the strike. He's on 13. India are 20 for 1. The lead is 152, and we have some tweets.
Well, we don't actually. People are very quiet. I think a lot of people have been drawn off to watch the drama in the Grand Prix, which has been pretty horrendous. Oh, Warren's just come in asking for the forecast for the next 2 days. Well, the forecast for the next 2 days is apparently good, but you know, this is England. Sunny intervals changing to overcast by late morning for tomorrow.
Here's Anderson
and
bowling
Tuesday,
beautifully, and this is clipped down to long leg, where they'll take. I think they'll take 1 because Pujara is. Would you say he's the slowest runner in world cricket? I think he must be pretty close if he's not it.
Potentially, yes, potentially. But I think in the previous set of overs, I think Anderson had the fine leg a bit more finer, if anything, for this shot specifically. I think Leach, the new fielder who's moved there, has probably missed the memo. He was a bit wider. That was a 2 on the ice side.
It's a Ponting and Clark would have been turning for 3. Jez, I know you have a jaundiced view of the English weather, but it's actually been pretty good summer. There's been very little disruption of the cricket calendar so far. That's well wide of stump and treated with some disdain by Vihari. No run.
It's not so much the weather as the forecast.
Well, there is
the predictability is zero.
Well, I
absolutely.
I may have mentioned a few times. I grew up with sandhills at the top of our road. I was that close to the coast, and the weather forecast was just, I just didn't look at it all the time I was growing up, because whatever it said, there was no chance of it being the same, because you could literally walk 10 minutes inland and the weather would change when you live right on the coast, as we were.
Yes. It's such a contrast to Perth, where it's entirely predictable.
This is pushed a half volley from Vihari, and that's the kind of shot that betrays a little bit of a mindset, or perhaps a little bit of rhythm missing from a batsman. But it gives heart to a bowler, because that was a full half volley, and Vihari didn't even try and hit it for 4. He just pushed it to the man at extra cover, and you barely notice those until they start to add up, and then you're thinking, you've got to take those scoring opportunities, because there's going to be one with your name on come soon. But it just gives Anderson that little bit of confidence that I can keep pitching it up and I'm not going to get driven. As indeed the next ball shows exactly that, which he pulled his length back a little, and Vihari did try to drive, but without any real commitment to the shot, and he missed it, and it went through to the keeper.
Well, among these two, I say Pujara is the aggressor now, Vihari the more of the blocker. But beautiful ball, beautiful ball. We get to see that again, but I think he missed an opportunity there. That was a 4 to be taken, 4 to be had. But yeah, I don't think it will play on his mind. He has a sturdy
4 slips in a gully, just one man in front of the bat on the offside, and it's that one man who will field it coming in from extra cover, and there is no run. Anderson just bowling with such rhythm, complete master of his trade. We're seeing his figures this summer: 4 for 66, 2 for 57, 3 for 62, 2 for 20, 5 for 60, 1 for 9 so far. I mean, we should savour it while we can. There are, there's Pat Cummins, who's probably ahead of him, and Jasprit Bumrah, but he is a master of his trade, and of course he slides one down the leg side the moment I say that, and it goes away for 4 leg byes. Let's just jingle that up.
If anything, another missed opportunity for Vihari there. If he had got the bat on it, that would have been 4 to his name.
Yeah. Just maybe there are some figures for Jimmy Anderson which shows he's not as effective in the second innings of matches, and that is his 4th over. It was the last ball of the 4th over. Perhaps just a little bit of fatigue in that, as ever, the England batsmen have not given the bowlers much time off. And if there's one thing, and Messi Jez, I'm sure you'll agree with me, if there's one thing that is a marker of getting that little bit older, it's that you need more time to recover from pretty much everything. Anyway, we can get some of your tweets in, because believe it or not, there's movement behind the bowler's arm.
I'll say that in spades, Gary. Mayank, the weather is just like that in Santa Monica, California. You're in the beach and it's never above 26, 27 C. You go 5 to 10 miles inland and it's shot up to over 32 C in summer. Yeah, but I mean, that sounds predictable. The thing about English weather is it's so totally unpredictable.
Yes, I think I'd take that to have the chance of living in Santa Monica. But this goes through to Sam Billings, who took the ball head height there from Broad, so he is bending his back. But
good wheels all round.
Yeah.
But one thing I'll tell you, I don't know if the lights are on or what, but light seems to have receded quite a lot just now.
Yeah, I think some of that is the cameras and the fact that it is a stadium at Edgbaston. It's high all around the ground. It may be a bit of an optical illusion, because I think the light does appear to be perfectly fine. That's down leg side, and there is no run. I don't think they've got the lights on, but there's no shadows, so there is cloud cover, albeit it seems quite high cloud cover.
Well, speaking of aging and recovering slowly, I think there's a quote from the TV series Frasier, where Frasier's father, who lives with him, he says, when you get into the chair and when you get out of it, if you have to make sound, you're middle-aged.
Yes. Well, here's
Seven
Broad
there.
again. This is outside off stump, and again it's taken about head height by Sam Billings. So that shows that Broad is bending his back, although I suspect Matthew Potts is warming up for one or other. I think Jimmy might get one more, but I think time to introduce the sturdily built man from Sunderland isn't far off.
Absolutely. Look, the riposte to that is, I mean, his son says something and he asks, and he says, I feel terrible, I'm a middle-aged man. He says, look at me, I have a middle-aged son.
Well, there's something in that. As this ball is defended to mid-on by Pujara. I mean, I'm not saying they're playing for tea here, but both these batsmen are willing to give the initiative to England's two ageing new ball bowlers, knowing that there'll be easier runs on offer in the extended session after tea than there are at the moment. So
I have
much.
a feeling.
Well, that's a big problem for England, isn't it? The lack of scary, if you like, follow-up bowling.
Well, Leach has got to, he did get the 10 wickets, and I know that can be a record stuck in a groove, but the spinner has to do more than hold an end, particularly when they often can't be trusted to hold an end. They've got to present a threat, and I think it's, it might be quite a big session for Leach coming up after tea, because if he gets hit out of the attack again, as Broad's in, and this is defended by Pujara, and they look to scamper a single. They might have crossed, but they might not. And well, Pujara wasn't taking singles like that when he was 23. Never mind what he is now, 33, 34, something like that.
34, yeah.
I think Leach has to do more in terms of presenting a wicket-taking threat. I mean, he's not going to get hit out of the attack by these two, but he might get hit out of the attack by numbers 4, 5 and 6 to come.
Yep, I think 4 might not do it himself.
Yes, I think
5 and 6 might have different ideas.
I think this ball is through to Billings, who's a busy presence behind the stumps. It's the end of the over, not much to say about it. And we'll go to your tweets to see if you've got a bit more to say about it.
Leah says, in quotes, the bullet bearing your name is not the dangerous one. The dangerous one is the one labelled to whom it may concern.
Yes.
To quote more or less Patton.
It's not the one you hear, it's the one you don't hear, isn't it? That's what they say.
She also sends us a photo of what looks a very nice afternoon German summer classic, potato salad with sausages. Oh, that'll feed you, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Potato and sausage.
That's
Yes.
the worst meal I've ever had. As this ball is clipped to leg, and they accept the single that's on offer down to Jack Leach, throwing in right-handed, bowling left-handed, and that's one more to Vihari. He goes to 2 off 19. India 26 for 1.
Don't let the Germans hear you say that. It's like heaven on earth for them. That and a bit of bonus.
You go into those tube stations at 7 o'clock in the morning in the likes of Bremen or Hamburg or something, and they're eating huge, sort of 12-inch long, half-metre long, it seems, sausages at 7 in the morning as this ball goes past the outside edge of Pujara and through to the keeper, and Jimmy pulls a face. He's got to be careful pulling that face, Jimmy, because he's a very youthful-looking 39, about to be 40, until he scowls, and then his face wrinkles up like W.H. Jordan.
I can see the Germans saying, "You go into Victoria Station, you're eating this bloody pasties at 7 o'clock in the morning."
You could be right, Jez. You could be right. Hoist by one's own fast food.
I think it applies if you're both British or Dutch. You would not be good making fun of their eating practices.
Yes,
it applies to whether you're British or Dutch.
There is a case for that. As Pujara rocks back and he just pushes the ball square. They've got to have a man at point really for Pujara. He scores a lot in that area, but it's Ben Stokes who runs around from gully fields, and they're through for a single. He goes to 15. I want to mention something, because I don't think I've done this on air, but if any listeners are looking for a film to watch, I'm not sure it's streaming around the world yet, but the Irish film called The Quiet Girl is the best film I've seen this year. Absolutely extraordinary adaptation of a short story by Claire Keegan, and it's just beautiful. This ball is defended. There is no run. It's getting a lot of good press at film festivals, but because it has no marketing budget, all of its sort of publicity is largely word of mouth. But you will not spend 100 minutes or so watching a movie and derive more from a film released in 2022 than the Irish film The Quiet Girl.
A 100% rating on Rotten Tomatoes.
Yeah, it's in Letterboxd's Films of the Year so far. It's the 5th highest rating on Letterboxd as well. As this ball takes the edge, and it goes to Ben Stokes at Gully, who gives the crowd something to shout about by purporting to throw the ball up in the air, but it was on the bounce that he took it by some distance. There is
so I take it that's better than something certain Sally Rooney may have written and gotten produced.
What? Sorry, what's that?
This movie, A Quiet Girl, is probably better than what Sally Rooney may have written and gotten produced.
Well, I think so. But it is in Irish. It's not just an Irish film. It's largely
Gaelic.
in Gaelic. Yeah. As Anderson is wide of the off stump, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. India are 27 for 1, quietly accumulating after 9 overs. Anderson's had 5. I suspect it will be a little break for him, or maybe we're just in the run up to tea, so he may just continue from that end. But we are going to see a change of bowling now, as I did suspect. And it will be this man, once we can find him.
I've heard from pots that the kettles are filthy black. You know he might do. Let's bring him into the attack.
And I suspect we might see Jack Leach at the other end, because Stokes has just had a quiet word with Jimmy, and the tap on the back saying, "Well bowled, son. Have a blow." But it is Matthew Potts, the find of the summer for England. Strong-shouldered approach, and he starts off with a hideous ball wide of the off stump, which would be called wide in schools cricket, but for some reason in Test cricket it always gets allowed. No run.
Well, as a bowler, you're allowed to have a warm-up ball. I tell my players bowl it at the mid-off or extra cover, but you can do it in the middle.
I just wonder what sort of authentic shot Pujara is supposed to play at that, because you'd have to sort of take a double bunny hop to be able to get a bat on the ball there. But they always, you're right, they always let you have one at least in a Test match. We'll come to
say he played the right shot for that.
Yeah, he did. This ball is a better one. It's just defended by Pujara. It goes into the leg side, but because he's playing with very soft hands on either side of the wicket, there is no run. And as mentioned before, England don't have to worry too much about the scampered single with Pujara at the crease. We'll come to your tweets at the end of the over. Jez, I hope you've got 1 or 2 lined up. I hope they're not all watching the carnage at Silverstone. My understanding is that the driver who was most affected by that big smash is okay. Reminds me of Jody Scheckter at the British Grand Prix in 1978, I think it was. This ball is defended. There is no run. Very famous, enormous smash at Brands, where there was just cars all over the circuit. I think it was 78, might have been 77.
I'd say the driver would almost certainly be dead if it wasn't for the halo.
Really, because I understand the car tipped over. Yeah, it's
Yeah. At that speed,
yeah,
it would have been quite disastrous.
Yeah. Well, they get a lot right with the safety these days in Formula 1, as this ball is pushed into the offside and there is no run. When they import some of this safety into cars, family saloon cars, you might say, they obviously don't have sort of carbon fibre monocoques and so on. But my understanding is that they some of these safety features and the strength of the materials going into cars, they're very good at protecting the people inside the cars, but they're not very good at protecting the people that they hit in accidents. So there's always a kind of combination of pros and cons with these things. One of the reasons we're talking like this is because there's not much happening in the middle, as Pujara just taps the ball again into the leg side. Potts searching for a bit of rhythm, searching for a bit of line and length. We'll be searching through your tweets.
I was looking at the starting points of Vihari and Pujara, if I may get a word in before.
What?
Maybe. So basically, Pujara is still Vihari has a trigger moment. I don't think that's helping him against Anderson and Trott. He looks really tentative. He seems to be reading the ball off the pitch because of that movement. Pujara looks more comfortable.
But made a little uncomfortable by a ball that ducks in and keeps a little low, but no harm done, taken on the pad, but we're going well down leg side. It's the end of the over. India still 27 for 1. Your tweets?
Sud says, yes, the Quiet Girl is awesome. And who's the South Indian dude on comms? So introduce yourself, Ajit.
Hello, I'm Ajit. I have a podcast called the Armchair Cricket Podcast. I'm happy to be associated with Guerrilla Cricket. What do they say? Long time listener, short time partner.
And you're based in Holland, aren't you?
I'm based in the Netherlands, yes.
I had the pleasure of being interviewed by yourself, some 3 months or so ago now, I would guess, Ajit? Is that
Absolutely,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
We did an episode together, yes. Very enjoyable it was too.
Yeah, it was good fun. So you'll be able to dig that out. I think it's in your archive there. But Anderson is continuing, and this is slashed by Vihari. A little bit of aggression there. We haven't seen much of it in the last 20 minutes or so, but it's a very decent cut shot, played from that neutral position that I always think of Ricky Ponting as inventing, and it went all the way for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think he has a special place on our podcast. Okay, it's the 150th episode. So for those of us who wants to...
Thank you.
What was my episode? Nothing special.
Absolutely.
I would have raised my bat had I known. I was so honoured. But
150 doesn't count. Jeff Lemon has a view that it's a nothing score. And I tend to agree.
I never celebrated my 150s when I was playing. So Anderson is in. Oh, it's a beauty there. Great comeback, as they say these days. Just held its own outside off stump, and Vihari was forward to it, but it beat the outside of the bat. Went through to the keeper. Ajit, you don't need to tell me this if you or our listeners this if you don't want to. But whereabouts in the Netherlands? I mean, it's a compact country.
So, I live in a suburb of Amsterdam, 30 kilometers away.
Yeah.
It's a city called Almere.
Oh yes, a flower market in Ellesmere. Is that right?
Not Alsmere, Almere.
Almere. This ball is defended. There is no run. That when us Brits go to Holland, we're always amazed that you're on a train and you sort of go through Amsterdam, and sort of 5 minutes later you're going through Den Haag, and then 5 minutes later you're in Leiden, or so it seems. That all of those cities all seem to back one onto the other. People say that Liverpool and Manchester are quite close together, separated by 20 odd miles of moorland, but I mean it is a compact country, isn't it?
And language.
Oh, and language, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But the cities are quite close proximity, aren't they? There.
It's a very densely populated country.
This is defended. There is no run. Much of it on reclaimed land.
Precisely, I was about to say that the city didn't exist 30 years ago.
Yeah. 30 years ago. Amazing.
35 years ago, they filled the ocean in.
Yeah.
And they started erecting houses, and we came.
Fantastic.
As they say.
Fantastic. Well,
Warren wants a Gary Naylor review of Zulu.
I haven't seen Zulu. Michael Caine and Stanley Baker, as I recall, but
indeed,
I haven't
Battle
seen
of Rorke's Drift.
Yeah, Welsh were involved there, weren't they, at Rorke's Drift?
They were. Yes.
Yeah. Well, we had a charge of the Light Brigade earlier. Now we're at Rorke's Drift. It won't be long before Passchendaele raises its head, or indeed Arnhem, as this ball goes through to the keeper, and there is no run.
Well, I mean, to complete off the point I was making, messages.
Oh yes, please
145. Episode number 145.
Oh, thank you. So Gary beat me again.
Well, no, you beat me. You're in at 145. I'm on 150. So I think you win in primogeniture, or whatever the expression might be. Oh, he really bent his back with that delivery, did Jimmy Anderson. Oh, I've got time to talk a little about Spider Cam, which I might do in the next over. T is still 5 minutes or so away. We'll come to your tweets in between.
Really dark. I wonder if we have a break at T.
Anderson's in, and this ball is defended back to the bowler. It's the end of that over. India have 31 for 1. We have your tweets.
Leah says, well, Gary, people eating 2 foot long bratwursts in train stations at 7 a.m. is mostly a Saturday-Sunday thing for people that partied until 6 a.m. A true Northern German in Kiel eats a Fischbrötchen at 7 a.m. and it's basically a fish burger, which looks pretty disgusting to me, but I'm sure that some people love it. Venkatesh says, seems to be a poor choice to have the media VIP area above the sight screen. Stoppages have started to become annoying now. Yes and no. I mean, it brings in a lot of money if you put people there, and yeah.
It is a fantastic view.
Mike says, it's not Holland, it's Netherlands. I know Holland is a part of the Netherlands. I thought that he was in Holland. So
not anymore, sadly.
Not mutually exclusive, though. Holland does still exist. It's just part of the Netherlands.
Here is Potts, and this ball is just turned from middle stump line to the man at long leg by Pujara, who helps himself to an easy single. India go to 32 for 1. So I was going to talk about Spider Cam. Because I'm often in the grounds very early, I sometimes see them setting up Spider Cam, and it's a much bigger beast close up than it appears when it's sort of scooting around up in the air there. It's a big piece of kit, and my understanding is that it has 3 wires that is attached to it, and they raise it through these 3 wires. And again, it's my understanding, although I'm not certain as Potts comes in, this is left alone, that those 3 wires with the controls allows it to move in all 3 dimensions of physical space. So it can go up and down, it can go across, and it can go from side to side, it can pitch and yaw and all those things they do in The Right Stuff, if you remember the film based on Tom Wolfe's book about the astronauts. And it uses gyroscopes to ensure that it's level at all times, and the operator is charged with obviously getting some of these amazing swooping shots that we have, but also, I'll come to it in a moment, as Potts is in, this ball is defended, no run, is the operator is charged of making sure that the camera is always behind the batsman who's on strike and behind the wicketkeeper in a slip cordon. So you do see it moving around quite a bit, and every now and again they get it in the wrong place and the players get a bit antsy about it. But the idea is that once the batsman is facing up ready for the next over, that the camera is behind the batsman, behind the keeper and behind the slips, and it does make for some spectacular shots. I think it came from American football as this ball goes through to the keeper. So that's my little take on Spider Cam.
I think IPL can
the
take
Sky
credit for
Cam,
that.
which was the Sky Cam was invented in the United States in 1984.
Yeah, I think like a few things, might have been that Olympic Games in Los Angeles where we first saw it, along with the Rocket Pack Man. And don't we all enjoy our rocket packs, our individual rocket packs these days? Nearly 38 years later, we've all got them. That technology trickled down, didn't it? Potts is in, and this is beating the outside edge of Vihari, who looks much the more uncomfortable, if that makes sense, of the batsman. He's playing and missing much more than Pujara. He's also going quite hard at the ball, so if that does take the edge, it will carry. Goes through to Billings, no run.
It's quite an extraordinary technology, actually. I just wish they wouldn't use it to interview people during play, which I think is most inappropriate.
Oh yeah, in Australia, it is a little irritating, isn't it? Although I think the Australian players always do it with such good grace. This ball is defended, and there is no run, and that is the end of the 12th over. India 32 for 1. Ajit, you were trying to get in there, so please do.
I was saying 2 things. I saw the jetpack first time in a James Bond film. I have yet to see it become a common mode of transport. Yes. Second one, it was more of how bad Vihari looks. I think of the 2 batsmen, he's the one that looks desperately putty. I think he's playing off the pitch. He's not looking comfortable. I think that trigger movement, if anything, is hindering him. Potts is that much quicker compared to Jimmy, for example, and I think he's finding it tough. Even the ball that is comfortably wide off stump, he's unable to deal with.
Yeah, well, Ben Stokes has dipped into the big book of how to be an England captain and realised that it's the over before a break, and so this man is coming on.
Got me in love, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach.
and he's in to Pujara. He has a slip and a forward short leg, and that's a horrible long hop that does turn out of the bowler's footmarks, but it was so wide that Pujara couldn't reach it. No run. Good take by keeper.
I think it was going to go to the slips, by the way.
Yeah.
And if anything, I think the non-striker had a word.
This ball
is that not a wide?
Well, I think there is a case for that. That ball is punched to the sweeper at deep cover. Again, I think for all Stokes saying how much he believes in Leach, I think if you're bringing him on 33 for 1 after 12.2 overs and you've got a sweeper immediately on the offside, it does suggest he doesn't quite believe in Leach. But Pujara helps himself to an easy single, and he has 17 now. He gets a second slip for the more jittery Pujara. Left arm round to the right-hander. 2 slips in along with a forward short leg, and this ball is on a leg stump line, and it's just pushed past the sprawling Ben Stokes at mid-on, and that's a bit of poor cricket from England, really. Oh, it was Matthew Potts, because they've allowed 2 there where there shouldn't really have been 1. But Vihari will take them. He is struggling for a bit of rhythm. I do have some sympathy. You know, there hasn't been much in the way of warm-up matches for these Indian batsmen, and I'm surprised that so many look in such decent nick. Obviously not Vihari, and obviously not Shubman Gill. This ball is defended, and there is no run.
Vihari looked okay in that Leicestershire warm-up where they cannibalized the game by having players on both sides. He looked okay in that game.
Yeah,
but
it's a
different level, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, how seriously you can take matches like that, I don't know, but that's the idea of a practice match. And Leach has just milked there. The ball was full and on leg stump, and Vihari just punched it through the vacant mid-wicket. And again, I think almost any other batsman in the world who was non-striker would have been back for 3 there, but Pujara is the non-striker, and so they took only 2.
Well, with the ball left for T, you can't blame him, right?
Yeah. And here's Leach again, left arm round, and that is cut, but without any timing. In fact, it takes more of a bottom edge, and it goes to backward point where Jimmy Anderson does the fielding. 13 overs gone. Have we got time for another over? I don't think we have, you know. No. India are 37 for 1. The lead is 169. Vihari has scratched out 10 off 37. Pujara, not exactly fluent himself, but looking much more at ease, has 17 from 39. We'll have some of your tweets, and then we'll go away for 20 minutes, and we'll be back after tea.
Another, excuse me, another of Ajit's guests, Leah, has kindly included the link to his podcast. Mayank says, looking at KP being happy and laughing on screen makes me very irritated. He's such a prick, even when he's not doing anything. Yeah, I've got to say, I feel much the same about KP. The Pornbot says, Spider Cam sounds quite dishy. Is it single? And Neymar says, is the operator called Spider-Cam Man? Which would seem reasonable. Ravi the Heavy Roller says, that's interesting, Ray the Skycam. I thought Vince McMahon, WWE, came up with the Skycam when the XFL was launched in 2001. Leah says, I don't want a personal rocket pack because I know the Tsiolkovsky equation, which I certainly don't. Talk about personal anti-grav devices, though, and I'm in. And Warren says, how on earth do you milk a leech? Thank you.
Carefully. With tiny fingers.
All right.
And that's all our tweets for the time being.
Well, I'll find some highlights, shall I, to keep people going over tea.
Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
And we'll be back at 20 past.
Indeed.
recording with Steve Neal, author of Over and Out, the story of Albert Trott, the man who cleared the Lord's Pavilion. Starting in 1, 2, 3. Hello, welcome again to Gorilla Share. In February this year, just before the world lockdown, I was at the MCG Museum in Melbourne. Lovely old chap showed me around, and he knew absolutely everything you could possibly know about Australian cricket and, of course, the MCG. So we got chatting about Lords and comparisons between the two places. So I asked him, did you know that the only player ever to hit a ball over the Lord's Pavilion was actually from Victoria? He didn't, and he knew nothing about Albert Trott. Well, I recommended he read a book called Over and Out by my guest today, Steve Neal. It was Cricket Writers Club Book of the Year in 2017, and is the remarkable story of a neglected cricket hero. Albert Trott was good enough to play for Australia and England, but at the height of his power, no test team would pick him. He took 8 for 43 on his debut. When he played his last test for them, he had an average of 102.5, and he's perhaps most famous, of course, for his exploits on the 31st of July 1899, when he powered Monty Noble's delivery up and over that Lord's Pavilion. It's a wonderful book on Albert's life, but with a sad and tragic end. Steve, a very, very warm welcome.
Oh, thanks, Tony. Yeah, good to be here.
Yeah, well, delighted to have you with us, and obviously we're going to talk about the subject of today, Albert Trott, also played for Australia and for England, and all of those amazing stats, an incredible story behind him. Let's start, though, if we may, just just tell us a little bit about yourself, your background in cricket, and how did you discover Albert?
Well, yeah, I'm glad you asked me that. I was originally from Birmingham, so kind of Warwickshire is where my heart is. I'm not a Middlesex man. I haven't lived in London, kind of visited Lords. I'm now based in Somerset. I'm about a gimlet hit away from the Froome ground, the showground, where the fastest first-class century of the season was made in 1934. So I go across to Taunton, I watch Somerset play. I go up to Bristol for one day and off to the Lords and other test grounds. Yeah.
Well, you clearly have developed an affinity and an understanding of our subject today. Just tell us, give us a little potted summary, and then we'll sort of unpick what is a wonderful, unlikely story about a somewhat charismatic hero that seemed to drop out of everyone's consciousness and cease to be a hero.
Yeah, it's quite interesting what you were saying in the intro about the business of about what not being known at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, unknown. Now in 2010, I was with my youngest son, and he was just off to university, and he said, "Could we go around and do a tour of the Lord's Ground?" So I joined in and kind of went along with it and really enjoyed it, actually. And then there was the kind of moment where you're sitting in the stand and the tour guide kind of says, "Well, does anyone know who cleared the Lord Pavilion?" And of course, there's the Indians there say Tendulkar, the Australians say, "Oh, Bradman," and some, must be W.G. Grace.
I'm sure it'd be Bradman style, but
yeah. And he's going at that point, you don't want to look like the man who knows everything. So it's Albert Trott. I said the other interesting thing about Albert Trott was he had an average of 102.5 in the Ashes, and at this point there's a South African there, and he kind of turns to me and said, "Excuse me, sir, are you the author of A Life of Albert Trott?" And I said, no, I'm not actually. I'm just kind of interested in him. I've read David Frith's book and things.
Yeah.
Then the idea came to me, perhaps I could be that person who writes the history of Albert Trott. So eventually I did get the book out, but it started in the Pavilion, the book did, and it was good. It was good.
Well, it's interesting there you mentioned the David Frith book, which I think is called A Silence of the Heart.
Yeah,
that has a chapter on Albert. I mean, it's I haven't, I must confess, read it, but like your homework being on the bus, I genuinely can tell you that it's on its way from Amazon, because reading Albert again, your book on Albert made me think about it. I know you said that it was reading that book and the chapter about Albert that kind of drew you to his story. Just tell us a little bit more about what it was in there that made you think, this is going to be something that I want to personally write a book about.
I think it was, in one way, he made that kind of fantastic entrance into Test cricket. That he cleared the pavilion, he came to play for Middlesex and MCC, and then he shot himself, kind of 1914, committed suicide in his lodgings. So it was kind of a very sad story. And what I was interested in was how someone kind of starts out so promising, and then it kind of goes wrong bit by bit. And that was what I was interested in. That's why I wanted to find out about. I mean, people say sometimes that the kind of book you should write is the book you want to read, and I wanted to read that story in full. So I ended up trying to find out about it.
You have a wonderful phrase, or it might actually have been Patsy Hendren's that you'd appropriated. It was something about playing cricket, or earning his living as a professional cricketer, but playing like a gilded amateur.
I think it's my own, not Patsy, on this occasion.
Well, it's a beautiful line. So Patsy can't have it. It's definitely yours then.
No, I think that's kind of one of the oddities, really. I mean, Trott was a professional cricketer. He barely did anything else. I think he had a 2-week stint delivering letters in Melbourne as a postman, and that was it. The rest of his life, total professional cricketer. But the way in which he played his game was in a kind of freedom and abandon of, the kind of professional of the golden age in some ways. He didn't kind of, look at his average, look at his figures, think about renewals of contract. He just kind of played for that moment more than anything else. I mean, it's incredible, really. I mean, you look at the amount of games he played for Middlesex and Somerset, and if he ever had a day off, he went off to play club cricket somewhere, just because he enjoyed playing so much.
But he played, was it 12 years for Middlesex? 98 to 1910, I think, during which Middlesex won one championship in 1903. Bowled a lot with J.T. Hearn, who everyone remembers. Did he go on and then play for Somerset for a bit afterwards?
No, Trott, no, not at all.
No, I didn't think so. No.
No, I mean, once he stopped playing, I mean, he became an umpire.
Ah, yes, he did. And apparently, as I found out in the book, was not necessarily one of the best umpires. His umpiring perhaps being as idiosyncratic as his cricket, and it was not best loved by Jack Hobbs, as I recall.
That's right. Yes. I mean, I think it was known, kind of on the circuit, that you got a shocker from Albert Trott. I think he gave, I'm sure his concentration wasn't good by that particular point.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously we'll come on to he's leaving the Middlesex and what was a very sad story of decline. But I mean, I think what really interests me, and you say it yourself, you make a point. I think you actually conclude at the end of the book he probably doesn't deserve a picture in the Lord's Pavilion. But then your reason for saying that is because in the days of amateurs and professionals, where the professionals were actually of the lower class and the amateurs were more of the gentry, it was just not a place he would have belonged.
No, I mean, he was never in there. He was never allowed in there. I mean, if you look at the portraits in that period, they are of amateurs. I mean, I kind of haven't gone round and done, a thorough inventory of what's there. But yeah, I mean, they are largely amateur players. I mean, obviously, times are different now. But back then, Trott's place was next door with the professionals in the Bowlers Pavilion.
Yeah. Yep. No, indeed. Why do you think? I mean, like maybe we should start by just reprising some of the stats that people may not necessarily know. He played 3 games for Australia, didn't he? 3 tests for Australia, all against England.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's interesting in itself. I mean, 1894-5 was, a key series in terms of England-Australia. Since the Australians' victory in I think 1882. They had only won one series since then. So it was a long period of English dominance. And in that 5-match series in 1894-5, England took a 2-0 lead in the series. And it was Trott who came in for the third match, who kind of turned things round. He took, in that third test, he scored 38 not out in the first and then 72 not out in the second. And then took 8 for 43 to win the game. And then, after doing that, 8 for 43, they remain the best figures on debut. They remain the best ever figures at Adelaide. I mean, and that says something in itself. In the next match at Sydney, he turned that round with a 85 not out. But he didn't even get a bowl in that match, which Australia won.
His brother at that stage wasn't captain, was he?
Sorry?
Was his brother captain for that game, or did that game later?
It was George Gifford, the captain from Howe. So it was 2-2, and then the third match, Australia lost it, and England took the series. But, kind of Trott came out of it with an incredible amount of credit, how he turned the series round. I mean, in kind of the wider picture was that England team had gone over then at that point because of the banking crisis in Melbourne, financial problems, a crash, and the Melbourne Cricket Club had lost a lot of money. So it was the Melbourne Cricket Club who invited England over to tour. And I think, that series was very much part of what was creating the Ashes and put, the kind of England-Australia contest, kind of raised it to that level. I mean, things were flagging at that point in terms of Ashes cricket. So, yeah.
His first wicket was AC McLaren, wasn't it? I mean, if I might...
Yes.
Not a bad scalp to open your career with.
No, it was... the English cricketers quite rated him. And in fact, it was McLaren.
Okay, well, welcome back to the post-tea session, the final session of the day. It will be an extended session. And after English summer, really, of harum-scarum, wacky races, test cricket, the last hour or so was much more sensible, with Pujara and Vihari playing what you might call old-school test cricket, leaving those they could leave and attacking only the balls they could attack. England bowled a 4th and 5th stump line, and India were happy to do that. Vihari searching for a bit of rhythm, searching for a bit of form. Pujara playing with those soft hands that have served him in good stead. And the other thing that England did well was prevent the singles, which Pujara is not the quickest man between the stumps, and therefore is very much an opportunity for the fielding side to close off the scoreboard strike rotating ones, and England have done that well. Jack Leach had 1 over before tea. He turned 1, but it was so far outside the off stump that it was all but a wide, and but he'll be looking to get himself into the match, because he has been hit out of the attack by Rishabh Pant first time round, so he's unlikely to be hit out of the attack by either of these two, although he's aware that Kohli and Pant and Jadeja lie in the wings, but that may yet be tomorrow rather than today. I'm not sure who's joining me. Jess, are you there, Jess?
I'm with you as a comments person, and Nesta should be with us any minute to do the tweetery.
That's good. I've seen the crash in a Grand Prix. I don't like watching such things until I know that everybody is reasonably okay, and it seems they are reasonably okay. But Nestle boy, that was as big a smash as I've seen in Grand Prix for a very long time.
Oh, I think it's astonishing. I mean, crikey, at one point I thought it was going into the crowd.
Oh, God, yeah. It's
like something from the 1950s.
Yeah, shades of Le Mans 1956 and that horrendous
I mean, you can't legislate for everything, but I'm sure they'll look at that.
Oh, I think they will.
You shouldn't flip over the barrier like that.
No, I think there'll be some. There'll be, one hopes, a metaphorical inquest. One knows now a metaphorical inquest rather than a real inquest. But there were times when you're watching that crash unfold when a real inquest looks a bit more likely. I understand Fangio in the famous dreadful crash at Le Mans in 1956. I understand he drove through a gap that was so tight between the cars, Wolfgang von Tripp's car having left the circuit. No, that wasn't von Tripp's, was it? I can't remember. It was a French guy who left the circuit, but Fangio had paint on both sides of his car, indicating that he'd scraped through a gap that was literally too tight to go through, and had gone through that, which shows it could have been even worse. But motor racing is becoming safer and safer.
Echoes of today, because Gasly went for a gap that disappeared.
Yeah. Here's Matthew Potts, and immediately there's movement behind the bowler's arm, and Pujara, who is probably as mild-mannered a cricketer as you will ever meet, is disappointed as a gentleman comes out of the hospitality and wanders slowly to his seat. It takes a lot to rile Pujara, but he did look a bit riled with that. So between the balls going through the handcuffs and people moving behind the bowler's arm, it's yet another reason why we're not playing cricket when we should be playing cricket. Potts was all the way into his bowling action there and had to pull out, but he's back in again now. And one lifts a little on Pujara, but it's fielded at backward point by Ollie Pope, and there is no run. We'll be coming to your tweets in a moment, but we'll just finish off on the increasing safety of motor racing. It is still dangerous, and in that crash you do see the energy that these cars have, because 100 miles an hour looks like nothing on a modern Grand Prix circuit with the cameras that we're so familiar with. But once that 100 miles an hour is not stuck to the surface by the amazing tyres they have, there's a lot of energy to be put somewhere. As this ball goes past the outside edge, good start by Potts, no run.
Well, I mean, it's just, you hit someone else's tyre and there's nowhere to go but up.
Yeah.
Often, and that's especially at that speed. I mean, round corners and stuff, fine, it's slow, but, when you're going head down a straight like that, wow.
Yeah.
But the Halo did its job again by the look of it.
Yeah, I think the driver's concerns, hard to believe, about the aesthetics of the Halo have been well and truly consigned to the past, as this ball is defended by Pujara, who was turned around just a little bit by Potts, who is getting a modicum of shape away, either through the air or off the pitch. But Pujara is happy just to play himself in after the break. You don't have 96 test matches without knowing that that's an important part of your role as a batsman.
The only thing I will say about the Halo is they've done some helmet cams recently that I've seen, and it does look awkward looking out. I'm not saying that puts them off, but it's not as nice as if it wasn't there.
Well,
but obviously,
I'll just make a remark on that myself in a moment. As this ball is defended, there is no run. I did do a test ride on some of those kind of scooters that have been introduced in the last 15 years or so that have two wheels at the front and one wheel at the back, and they have a kind of canopy that comes over, which has two struts either side of the when you're riding, and for the first 10 minutes you're very much aware of these two struts that are in front of you, but then your brain somehow is trained, as Potts is in again, and this is defended, no run. Your brain trains itself to kind of look through them or past them, and it kind of edits them out of the picture, and so you do become used to the fact that what you could see 10 minutes ago as these very intrusive sort of blocks of metal in front of you just disappear.
It's just a case of getting used to it, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit like wearing glasses. For years and years I never wore glasses, because every time I borrowed somebody's going to put them on, all I could see was the frame of the glasses. But once you've got your own, after about 10 minutes you don't even notice them at all, as this ball is defended and it skews a little off the outside edge, and Ollie Pope's in the game again at backward point. There is no run. It's a maiden to start from Matthew Potts. India 37 for 1.
Well, we haven't had a lot on the Twitter sphere, but Armchair Cricket Podcast has given us a little clip of a game at the Wanderers with possibly one of the most amazing catches ever seen in cricket, and I suggest everyone goes and has a look at that. It's incredible.
It's a high bar. Where can they see that? Is that
it's on our cricket feed.
So it's at Guerrilla Cricket.
It's on the Twitter feed.
Right. Okay.
The
well,
Armchair Cricket Podcast is saying, "Is this the greatest catch ever taken?"
But it's the off season surely in South Africa now. Is it from a game played last season or something like that? Maybe. Who knows? Does sport really have off seasons anymore? It's hard to believe.
Well, in England, I think it does.
Yeah.
You don't often play when it's snowing.
No.
Although sometimes.
Last year, I think there was some snow-stop play at Worcester or somewhere like that. As Broad is in, and this goes through to the keeper. There is no run. As we're in a quiet period of play, and we're talking about sport more in general. Nestle, but your views on the Saudi-backed tour, which seems to be sort of introducing, or rather stealing a player from the PGA sort of every week. I think Paul Casey is the latest.
Yeah, I mean,
light the fuse and retire. I think, Gary, when you say that.
It's really rich golfers move tours to play for even more money. Shocker.
Yeah, you could be right.
They've been playing in Saudi for years.
This ball is cut, but without any great sense of authority by Vihari, but he gets it to Alex Lees, who runs around from cover point to extra cover, and they're through for a single, extending the lead out to 170 now. Stuart Broad, by the way, is bowling, so Jack Leach did just have that one over before the break.
I think it's shit, but I think, and a lot of the players, apart from, well, even Brooks Koepka is kind of seems to have been in a very, very long fallow period at the moment. But I don't know. I mean, when they start all getting on their high horses about it, it's just rich blokes in slacks talking about other rich blokes, isn't it? For God's sake.
Broad's in, this is a half volley, but it's just defended by Pujara, and there is no run. It's Ben Stokes at extra cover. I tend, because I have a fairly loose connection to golf, as soon as people start talking about it on Talk Sport, I immediately turn it off, because there's nothing in the whole world, I'm afraid, more boring than hearing other people's golf stories. Unless it's PG Woodhouse writing, I don't want to know. I've always been loosely connected, and now it just sort of leaves a bit of a bad taste in the mouth that this money grabbing is going on, as this ball is pushed from a leg stump line down to deep backward square. I'm not sure who was chasing after that, but they seem very enthusiastic. Who's that? Is deep backward square there? Blonde-haired person. Not sure who that is, but they take a single.
So, Gary, in that context, how do you feel about the fact that the IPL broadcast rights have been sold for $54,000 per ball?
Well, it all seems crazy, doesn't it? But I think it's every kind of worker's right to sell labour to the highest bidder, as this ball is pushed into the leg side. But it's every regulator's job to regulate that, and to ensure that whatever decisions are made in the commercial marketplace also have some long-term interest in terms of sports development, in terms of its competition. And I think this is a real challenge in all sports, is to accept the fact that they're in a global market and the kind of astronomical sums that can be produced by that, but also to ensure that there are appropriate development paths, that the recreational game is defended, that the women's game is supported. This ball is inside edge onto the pad and there is no run, and that competition is promoted, and there will always be a kind of tension between those now. It's not going to go away, and we're never going to go back to a kind of perfect world, if ever it were a perfect world, where with everybody playing for the love of the game. But I don't have a problem with the big number, because people will only buy something that they think is worth buying. So if that's what they think is worth buying, then fine. But it does, I think, place an obligation on the IPL and through that the BCCI to ensure that its leadership of the world game protects the full extent of cricket and doesn't merely serve its latest paymasters, as this is pushed into the leg side and there is no run. So a rather long answer, but I'm sure that's what you were expecting.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, well, good luck with that indeed. Jez, what's your view?
Amazing stat. The PGA Tour in America, and I know it's charity, but it gives more to charity each year than the NFL, the NBA, and the baseball game combined.
Yeah, and I think maybe it should, given that the paths out of poverty that those other sports provide is rather less the case than would be for golf. This ball's pushed into the leg side, there is no run. I get wary about charity in America because, you know, it is
there's a lot of tax breaks.
Yeah, and also, you know, I'm a very pale pink of the left persuasion, but I do think the state has an obligation, and in America that obligation is often placed on charities, and I think that that is not a good idea. Even if
the state has no obligation in America.
Well, quite. As Matthew Potts is in, and this ball takes the outer portion of the bat, and for once Ollie Pope can't defend that, and I think that that's Crawley running all the way back to the third man boundary. He drags the ball back in, hands it over to Pope. It was Crawley. They'll have a look at this, and Crawley's shaking his head saying I think that's 4. I think he's right, because when he gets his hand on it, it's all but it's gone into the sponge. So that will be 4 down to third man. So let's jingle up the 4. Sorry, Jez, I wanted to know your view about that stratospheric deal.
I mean, my view is I think you're right to the extent that players are entitled to a reward for their effort, and if they're very good at it, then to get it. But so many people have got their fingers in the pie. If there's not a distribution to the nurseries that create those great players, then the game will die. It's really interesting looking at this game. Pujara is here not because of the Indian domestic game, but because of the English domestic game and his success in the county championship.
That's so. Matthew Potts is in and bowling. He's a product of Durham, who play in the second division of the county championship. Mohammad Rizwan, who has a decent shout for being in the World 11 as a keeper batsman, is also playing in the second level of the English county championship. You know, we've got to accept that, and I think there's a kind of world.
None of the Indian domestic players playing in the Ranji Trophy are contracted to their teams. They get a match fee for each game they play, but there is no contract.
That's a beautiful ball by Potts, who angles one in and then it jags away off the pitch, and Pujara sort of waved the bat as it went past, but it was much too good for him, and it goes through to the keeper. I mean, I think there has been some improvements in player pensions and such like for the Ranji Trophy players, but I think there's a lot of work to be done. But the world seems to be suffering, and I don't know whether this is old men talking and all of us do have some miles on the clock, but there seems to be a worldwide shortage of leadership and empathy, and those two qualities are key in ensuring that a market is appropriately regulated for the greater good. As that ball goes through to the keeper, there is no run. We kind of need not Fred in to tell us that we're talking nonsense and that there is only decisions made by individuals and those decisions should be respected. But I don't hold with that, and so do many others who grow up in our tradition. Have we excited any of tweets with this political ranting?
Well, no, but William Francis is currently at the All-Ireland hurling semi-final.
Oh, really?
Looked like a completely sold-out Croke Park.
Oh, I'll bet.
Between Limerick and Galway, I think.
Limerick and Galway.
Diana Patterson is not impressed by our chat. Warren Davis has sent us the link of the stoning sketch from Monty Python's Life of Brian.
Oh, right.
Meanwhile on Live Golf.
This ball is half volley and it's punched without any huge intent from Vihari, and it's fielded by Matthew Potts at mid-on. Sean, I was talking about the Quiet Girl, wonderful film. I don't know if you've seen it yet. A lot of it in Gaelic. and set in Wicklow, much of it set in Wicklow anyway, and
I hope it was subtitled for you.
it was, and a lot, there's radio of the Gaelic football, and I think hurling as a regular kind of backdrop when they're in the car. And there's even a little bit of Michael O'Hare on it. As this ball is defended, there is no run. Unfortunately, not Gay Byrne, but Michael O'Hare is on discussing the Gaelic football or the hurling. I'm not sure which.
My father used to play hurling back in Tipperary.
Yeah. With the is it a shillelagh that they play with, or is it sort of a version of a shillelagh? A hurley. It's a stick with a flat end, isn't it? That a hard ball is hit at head height.
It's a fantastic game to watch.
It's quick.
Really exciting. Oh yeah.
It's incredibly dangerous looking.
Oh,
it
preposterous. As Stuart Broad is in. This is very full, it's driven and it's caught by Johnny Bairstow at third slip. Well, Vihari has had no kind of form for the 44 deliveries of this innings. He goes to that 44th. Broad gets his reward for keeping him quiet. It was a very easy catch in the end to Johnny Bairstow, and Vihari really is put out of his misery. I think it's not unfair to say that. And England have their second one of these. So, Jez, put out of his misery, is that fair?
I think it is. I also think it's fair to Broad. I think Broad spelled a lot better in this innings than he did in the first innings.
Yeah, I agree.
And he's getting reward for effort now. I just hope that England can keep this up, even in the face of adversity.
Well, things are going to change because this man's come to the crease.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her arse. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets us all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. We wait to find the match is dead and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says Coley's the cat, Coley's the cat.
Chris Difford and Glenn Tilbrook wrote that about 10 miles north of here in Deptford. As Stuart Broad is in wide of the off stump and there is no run.
Farong is back with us and has sent a really classic Darren Goff quote about KP, saying he's the only person I know who fell in love with himself when he was 16, but he has been faithful ever since.
That's beautiful.
It is a good one. I have to say, I mean, he's still irritating in extremis, but during the rain break he was quite interesting when he was talking about batting and bowling with Mark Butcher and Ian Ward.
I couldn't watch it.
This ball is defended. There is no run. I do take your point, Jez. I only watched it because I had to, but if only you could get past the I'm KP-ness of being KP, pun intended, then he does have some interesting thoughts. But God, you've got to wade through a hell of a lot before you get to them.
Oh, I wish he was shitter at cricket.
Yeah. I watched him for 5 minutes the other morning, and he spoke the whole 5 minutes without saying anything.
Yeah, well, he can be like that. As Coley, oh dear. Well, you can't play the extra cover drive much better than that. And he's off with one of these. Something of a free hit for the man who hasn't scored a century in 3 years, because India are so far ahead in this game. It doesn't really matter that much if he's in or out. But often you get the feeling that Kohli needed the pressure to give of his best, and that to be team pressure. This time he's got individual pressure because he is due a score, and the longer it goes on, the more whispers will come. And there's a lad, is it Khan, first name beginning with S, who's averaging 80 odd, I think, in the Ranji Trophy, and so there are some young flyers who could come in. And once you get past 30, you're always looking over your shoulder to some extent. But it's Pujara, who's also past 30, who faces up to Matthew Potts, who's bowling a good spell here, and it goes through to the keeper. There is no run. We'll come to your tweets.
Hombre Nuevo says that PGA Tour is registered as a non-profit organisation with the IRS and has lots of laughing emojis. I'm not sure that the PGA Tour actually makes a profit.
Distributes its
I think
funds.
its money is given, obviously, to running the tournaments, given to the players, paying for staff, and then given to charity. I'm not sure if it actually... I don't know.
Potts is in, and it's just tucked off the pads by Pujara, who's looked very compact so far in this innings, and he helps himself to a single. India go to 48 for 2, the lead 180. These two must have put on a few runs together over the years, mustn't they? Pujara and Kohli.
Certainly must. Pujara was, he was just outstanding in Australia at the beginning.
Oh, he was brilliant, wasn't he? So brave as well. He took so much on the body for the cause.
Yeah, I just love the bloke. I just think he's everything a gutsy Test cricketer can be.
Yes, Potts is in, and Kohli's forward to it. He's beaten the outside edge. There's a big appeal. Kettleborough isn't interested. And Sam Billings is saying no, so I'd be very surprised if they go upstairs with this. It looked like it went past the bat to me, but there was excitement, and Sam Billings, who's never short of a word, is explaining why it did not take the edge. Ben Stokes gives him the thumbs up, and England would be very disappointed if Snicko shows that this is an edge, but he gives Matthew Potts a pat on the back. It was a good ball. Kohli came forward, going hard at the ball, but yeah, he's missed it by a distance. The game's always different with Kohli at the crease, isn't there? We'll miss him.
There's something about it. There's a frisson.
We'll miss him when he's gone. For all of how people love to hate, we'll miss him when he's gone. Ultra Edge showing that there was nothing on it. This ball also takes the edge, but it's going to go all the way down to the third man boundary, and the game speeds up with this man at the crease. And let's give him a bit of a Bollywood jingle.
1 2 ka 4 4 2 ka 1. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
It's often said, that one player will empty the bars and so on. I think that's often a phrase that's much more metaphorical than literal. But I think Kohli does empty the bars. You're not going to be staying in the bar with Kohli at the crease, and he grabs a single there to Stuart Broad, who is often something of a camel now in the field at mid-on. There's almost always one to him, and Kohli's far too smart not to know that. He gets the strike rotated. He's on 9 from 6. Pujara has 23 from 55, and this is the first innings so far this summer in his 4th test that Matthew Potts has not taken a wicket. Of course, there's only 2 that have gone down, and he hasn't bowled that many overs. He's also a man who makes things happen. He's into Pujara. He beats the outside edge again. This is good stuff from Matthew Potts, and it's the end of the over. So we'll go to your tweets.
O'Neill Harris says the CPL, the IPL, and most other T20 league has allowed many players to eat who otherwise would have starved. First-class cricket outside of England pays poorly. I don't care about golf.
They wouldn't be playing in the IPL, the CPL, and elsewhere if there wasn't first-class cricket.
Yeah. Roger Melly says, "Fuck me, that jingle for Kohli is a cracker. It's even better than ball-tampering Bancroft, my previous favourite." Leah tells us the KP interview with Wardy and Butch about batting and bowling wasn't good because of KP. It was good because of Wardy and Butch.
Well, there is a case for that. Kohli's giving it the eyes. He's giving it the eyes. They talk about Johnny Bairstow having the eyes. Surely the eyes of eyes in world cricket are those that peer out from under the helmet of Virat Kohli, and he gets a half volley on off stump, but he eschews the drive and just pushes it to the man at mid-on, and there is no run.
Leah Pujara says is an all-round first-class person, steely and determined at the crease, selfless in the field, and a lovely human being in everyday life.
Well, he went to Sussex, and there's a lot of youngsters in that side at Sussex, not quite as many as there were before, but he showed real leadership. He could have gone there and just picked up some easy money, but because he was only there for a short time, but he made, I think, 2 double hundreds and I'm sure was an enormous influence in the dressing room. This is punched beautifully by Coley. That is somewhere between the extra cover drive and the cover drive. He's looking very much a man in form, as Michael Palin once said of Thomas Hardy. Let's give him the jingle.
He played that a long way from his body, didn't he?
Yeah, but beautiful balance, hands going, head, hands, feet all in harmony there. I mean, this is part of what he hasn't had recently, is that kind of rhythm and timing, which you need as much batting as you do bowling. Broad's goes slightly wide on the crease, and Coley lets it go through to Billings, who doesn't take it too well, and Johnny Bairstow runs round and says, I would have kept wicket rather better than that, Sam. Picks the ball up.
Oh dear. I was having a go at Billings on day one, because I think he's a bit of a messy keeper.
Yeah, it's the way of it these days.
Afterthought.
Yeah, it's not easy keeping in England. You do get that ball wobbling once it's gone past the batsman. Although it always did, and didn't seem to bother Bob Taylor and Alan Notter, nor even Alex Stewart and Matt Pryor, who were not the most natural of wicket keepers, but boy, they made themselves into effective performers. Pryor and Alex Stewart did. Broad's in again. Knees pumping, which you need to see with Broad. He gets a half volley, does Coley, and he punches it back. Broad does the fielding off his own bowling, and Ben Stokes at mid-off gives him some applause. What's your view on the captain at mid-off? Because I like a captain at mid-off, can talk to the bowler, can see what's happening. I don't like them in the slips where they seem a little distant from the bowler.
I agree, actually, and I also think that sometimes the captain being put in the slips is not the smartest thing in terms of their abilities.
Yeah, I
even
agree.
though they seem to think it's where they should go.
And Ben Stokes has been very fallible in the slips over the last few years. He still takes the odd blinder, but you hear people saying, he's a brilliant fielder, Ben Stokes. He hasn't been a brilliant fielder for some years now. He's quick over the ground, he's got a good arm, but his catching has been very fallible. Perhaps not unsurprisingly, given the volume of work he takes on.
Well, yes, I mean that's a real problem, isn't it? Particularly given the fact that he's not actually very fit at the moment.
No, he doesn't look fit, does he? Or totally fit. As Coley is forward, just pushes this into the covers, fielded at cover point, and there is no run.
Who doesn't look fit?
Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes.
Really?
Doesn't look fit to bowl to me. He looks working against his body, if that makes sense. It all looks a bit of an effort. It looks mechanical. At his best, he has a lovely run up, and he has a very strong action. I'm fed up with these complaints about the ball. I think that the umpires get the ball to look at the end of every over because they're checking it for tampering. So my view is that if a captain or a bowler wants the ball to be looked at, they do it at the end of the over, where the umpires get the ball anyway. I mean, all of this handcuffs. Over after over, play stopped now. There's only one ball left in this over, and out comes the new balls now.
Levels are too low.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of that.
I think they need more give in them, because probably this would have been happening for decades if the handcuffs had been a thing.
Yeah, I agree.
You only used to get to change it if the umpire looked at it and thought, that's obviously out of shape.
Yeah, I think,
and I agree. You probably need an objective measure. But I do think they need more tolerance.
Yeah, and I think one way they could get more tolerance and perhaps make the players more reluctant to complain all the time would be to use those from Ann Summers with their pink fluffiness around them. That would give some tolerance, and it would give some shame to the fact that these players keep whinging about the bloody ball.
Where are these other
balls?
Where are these other balls from? The ones in the nuclear bomb sort of proof case. Where are they from?
My understanding is they're balls that have been used in in innings that have been closed. So let's say this innings they take a new ball after 80, and then India are all out for, let's say, 347 in the 100th and 10th over. Then they've got a 30 over old ball in there.
That means a ball that's been considered out of shape goes in there.
No, because the ball that England will finish this innings with, whichever whenever it finishes, will be a ball, unless it's the 80th over. It will be a ball that has a certain age on it, and they'll have some understanding of that.
They're all from this match.
No, they're all used in first class cricket, is my understanding.
Well, that's what I mean. First class cricket where? County games?
Probably. As maybe second 11 games, this ball is pushed back to Broad, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. 19 gone. India are 57 for 2. Are we due a change?
Just before we go, just want to clear this up. So, is there a person whose job it is to collect those balls and give them to the test ground?
My understanding is that is the case, and my understanding is also that the manufacturers want some of them back because they want to look at the wear and tear and the deterioration on the ball. So, I think there's quite a bit of kind of quasi-science, or certainly observation, goes into this, and I think it's a good thing that the ball deteriorates. It shouldn't be deteriorating as much as it is now. Next ball is punched to short mid-wicket. I'm sure we are due a change, but there's nobody coming in yet. Tony,
I'm in.
Jason. Oh, you're here, Josh.
No,
is it Colin? Colin, it is. I don't know. I know I'm staying in this seat. What am I doing, Jez?
You're going on to comments. I'm going on to socials, and Colin's doing ball.
Super. Okay, Colin. So please take over.
No problem. We've missed the first ball. I didn't actually see
it. Just got pushed to short mid-wicket, and there was no run. I gave the score as India 57 for 2 after 19.1 overs.
Potts in over the wicket and straight through to the keeper. No shot offered by Pujara. India sitting 57 for 2, as they say, through 19 overs. A lead of 189. Pujara on 23 from 58 deliveries, and Kohli at the non-striker's end on 13 from 12 deliveries.
And to slightly misquote, or in fact completely misquote, add 4 wickets to score, because I think that's what England need to do at the moment if they're going to get back into this match.
Exactly, with 189 lead so far. Back in is Potts on a good length and just blocked down by Pujara for no run. I've missed most of it. I'd seen the first one of Shubman Gill doing the Crawley nick to second slip. How did Vihari depart?
I was commentating and I've already forgotten. Jez, what was it?
Yeah, he was caught in slip.
Yeah, Johnny Bairstow at third slip, going hard at a ball, wasn't he, from Potts?
Yeah. Another Crawley. As Potts comes in again. Caught in the pads, but maybe outside of the line, hit impact. He had a good stride on him as well.
He said,
between there.
From my lip,
not playing a shot.
Yeah, from my lip reading of Billings there, said if that's hit him in line, it's out. So that's what I thought.
If he's not playing a shot, it doesn't have to be in line.
No, I know, but is he definitely not playing a shot? Well, I think they've reviewed it. There's a review.
He definitely finished shoulder arm with the bat.
I ought to correct, by the way, it was Stuart Broad who got Vihari, not Matthew Potts. But Potts has been the pick of the bowlers.
As we get it does play a shot.
Yeah, I think it's hit him outside the line.
Outside the line, probably high as well, considering it's a newish ball.
It's quite tight though. It's quite tight.
Maybe that's call online.
That's a long way out. By the stride, I can't see it now. So we're just seeing the ultra edge where it looks like there's no bat involved, and now onto the ball tracking. Outside of off, in line, missing, going over the stumps by about a bail's width, I would say, going over the top. England lost it. And Ben Stokes is not happy that he has lost that decision, but
he's not one to hide his emotions, is he, Ben?
No.
Although
he stride he put in, which seemed to...
one of the things that's hasn't been said so much about Bazball is the fact that the England coach has told the England players to enjoy themselves. I do think Stokes is a lot less angry than he was, and he obviously is still an emotional man, but I think he's lost the shouting, the swearing, and the anger, or a lot of it, and he does smile a lot more on the field, and I think that has to be a good thing.
I see what they're arguing about as Potts comes in again, and it's defended but edged down through first slip, and the wicketkeeper diving along. The ball was, I don't think it carried, it seemed like
I think it did. I think it did.
I think it was a drop.
Yeah,
it's a big drop. It's a big drop.
We'll have a look as Pujara fends at a forward defensive and tickles the edge through, waiting to see.
Potts has got no luck.
Oh, it's gone to him, but only just.
Yeah, but he should be getting his hand underneath that. He never got actually low enough.
Potts coming into bowl again on the line with the stumps, where he's hit straight to mid-on, who's decided to have a very hard throw at the stumps, even though both the striker and non-strikers are standing within the crease.
And just a little vignette there. Potts was very unlucky, bowled very well there. Stokes was right across to him to shake him by the hand and say, "Well bowled, son. You deserve more than that." And I think that's an element of McCullum's approach to captaincy when he was captain. He hasn't sort of gone across there and scowled at him and say, jammy sods that were playing against or anything. He was telling him positively that he had bowled well and deserved more. And I think that is good to see.
As that was the end of the over. Messi, have you got any quick tweets?
Armchair Cricket Podcast says, disappointed for Hari. He did the hard work before the break, only to give it away immediately afterwards. He could have had some runs, which one feels quite crucial, given that Rohit and Rahul will be ready shortly. And Mayank.
I'm going to interrupt because we had a change of bowling.
Jimmy Anderson's first ball on a good length, blocked back to him from Kohli, no run.
I think Stokes senses he's going to need to get Kohli out here, so he's brought back his number one gun bowler.
Yeah, it's a very wise choice. Anderson in over the wicket, full length, and Kohli clips to mid-wicket for no run. Anderson already taken one wicket so far in the innings, I think sitting at 1 for 13. Probably wise to bring your strike bowler on to try and get something out of this.
Yeah, if Kohli gets away and he's 70 or 80 not out at the close of play, this test match is gone.
Definitely. As we wait Anderson to come in. Over the wicket again on a good line. 4-stump line blocked out into the covers for no run.
You see, under Root, England would have 2 slips and maybe 1 slip here. Under Stokes and McCullum, they've got 3 slips, and it is noticeable that England keep the slips up there. They're constantly telling the batsman that we have a plan to get you out, and so often under Root, what they were telling the batsman is, we're waiting for you to make a mistake. Here they're saying, we're bowling for the edge.
Yeah, we're getting you out rather than you getting yourself
Absolutely.
out. Anderson into bowl over the wicket. A good line again, but just blocked out into point for no run. How much do we think is a required run, a required lead for India? I know it's a hard one to come up with, but
well, back in the old days, we'd say, well, they've already got 193. They should declare now. But I mean, who knows? After the first time ever, there's been 3 chases over 250 to win 3 consecutive Test matches. It could be anything. It really could.
Anderson then
they'd want 400 at least.
Blocked down, very high in the bat, down to mid-wicket. Who comes in? No run.
And I mean, there's nothing forcing them to declare if they can keep batting, because the main objective is to win the series.
I think we looked at the weather forecast as well and saying the next 2 days are quite free of rain, so they'll be decent.
I don't know what the record chase is in cricket these days. Is it 443 or something like that? I think they'll want to set England a world record chase just because it's a world record chase.
And Anderson then over the wicket and gently blocked down to mid-on, who comes back in. No run, and end of the over at 61 for 2 through 21 overs. Messi.
Warren gives us a link to a tweet to a story about Boris Johnson. He just says, surprise, surprise, Boris Johnson is fucking incompetent at fucking. Neil Harris says, the balls are defective, employees can complain about defective tools, for fuck's sake. Yeah, fair enough, but I'm just wondering how defective they are, whether the tolerance measure is too low. Leah says, let's be honest here, if Kohli can get Stokes to bowl Anderson into an early grave so he can't get out and Jadeja and Bumrah, Kohli has done his job.
Well, there's a month before Anderson needs to play again after this, so he can be worked quite hard.
He's saying in this innings, he needs to wear him out before Jadeja.
Oh, I see what you... Oh, God, yes, true.
And Potts to continue his spell, coming in to Pujara. Slightly going down leg, and Pujara has just eased it onto the leg side to square leg and ran a 2.
Yeah, it's real old school batting from Pujara because he lets the ball go outside off stump. He defends the balls that are on a sort of 4th, maybe a 5th stump line, and he just waits. And he's got a young bowler at the other end, and he says, "You come to me, you come to me, you come to me. I've got one on middle stump. I'll just ease that into the leg side for 1."
Yeah,
in this case,
I think Pujara's definitely not giving in to Baz ball, as it said.
No.
Potts in again for stump line, and Pujara just simply blocks it down into the covers for no run.
Nice little run down the middle of the pitch as well from Pujara. Look, here he goes down the middle of the pitch. Look, he turns here and right down the middle of the pitch.
Ooh, yes.
Trying to hide.
Twice.
Yeah.
We'll argue the case that Potts was in his way, but still, if you're the umpire, you're coming back to him. Potts in over the wicket, wide of the stumps and left alone, shoulder arms by Pujara for no run.
Yeah, you're entitled to that. You've got a lead of 195. You're batting in the 3rd innings, so we're seeing the red zone here, right in the middle of it. You know that this is you earn the right to a little bit of this jiggery pokery. I think it's all fair in love and war.
Pujara running a middle stump line.
Back.
It's really waiting for the ball to come round for some reason. Must be people in the crowd again.
Yeah.
Don't know what it is with Edgbaston, but seemingly nobody's happy with.
Well, there's a lot of development in grounds, and they sell the most risky areas to the cricket fans who least understand the game. In other words, the hospitality lot.
Potts in, unwrapped on the pads. I think it's going down leg, but we'll wait and see if there's. And once again, the Sky commentator is getting confused by going on to Joe Reed instead of Stokes when they were in
That's true.
Initial. No sign of any DRS from it.
To be fair to the hospitality lot there, it did seem it was a steward in a high-vis jacket who was getting in the eye line there, and if you're wearing a high-vis jacket, you really shouldn't be too close behind a bowler's arm. Of course, what they'll say is that steward's there to stop people walking across, you know.
Potts in for stump line and blocked solidly by Pujara back to the bowler for no run. Yeah, steward in, I guess in a way they're not actually meant to be looking at the game, more looking at the crowd.
Well, I think he's there to keep the door closed when the bowling is from this end, but in doing so possibly he was standing up, but you're never going to hear any criticism of the stewards from me. They're on £10 an hour or something like that, and it's a tough gig.
Potts in, blocked, cross bat to point for no run, and end of the over.
So Twitter, we're up to date. What we haven't done today is mention Patreon. It's the way we keep ourselves on air to pay the various costs that we have to just get this out there, and there are no salaries involved, sadly. And if you'd like to support us, you can do so by going to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket. And there are different tiers of membership. The lowest tier gives you access to our Discord channel. And the next tier up at $4 a month gives you the weekly podcast and the Smaximum newsletter, which is prepared by Hendo and others, which is well worth the read.
Here's Jimmy, and it takes the inside edge there of Coley's bat. Coley is advancing down the wicket, trying to cover any... Oh, sorry, sorry, lack of concentration, sorry.
Old habits.
I'll just let you continue on there.
Sorry.
That's alright.
Oh dear.
Such a fun
How
couple.
Gary is that?
Anderson coming in for his second ball, still over the wicket to Coley. Wide of and shortest of a length, where Coley goes for an expansive drive but just smashes it straight to cover for no runs. Gets a bit angry with himself that he's not picked any and just only picked the fielders.
And Jez, you've got the top tier that you were going to mention.
Yes, the top tier includes being included on the scroll of honour that goes across the screen continuously, and is $10 a month, and which we have most of our supporters on, I'm pleased to say.
Anderson
and
in short of a length and shoulders arm through the keeper, no run. Sorry, Messi.
And we have a growing activity in the Discord channel, which is a really easy interaction medium that Hendo calls it like Twitter without the idiots, but it's actually more than that. It's got a number of different channels. It's a combination of bulletin board and chat, and we can go to voice chat if you want to as well. So it's a really nice place for the Guerrilla family to come together. So yeah, please consider helping us, because we do need the money to keep ourselves going.
Anderson then. Coley goes for a drive, hits it straight to mid-on for no run. India on 63 for 2 through 22 overs. Coley on 13 off of 22 deliveries.
And when you're here for the thick end of 8 hours, as me and Tony Bishop have been, it helps pay for those pizzas that they bring in to keep us going. Oh, wait a minute, they don't.
Paid for?
They don't actually provide the pizzas.
No. Nope.
I brought in some noodles today.
Anderson then full on the stumps, blocked down to the bowler for no run. Some good bowling from Anderson on the probing line. Fourth or fifth stump, attempting to get Coley to maybe nick on back past the stumps, but so far not so good.
And we're getting Kevin Peterson's view of a county championship match on the screen at the moment, which is a Sunday 11 playing in a public park. It looks rather bucolic.
Some of the fielding today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anderson then for the last of his over. Coley slightly coming down the pitch and blocking back to point region for no run.
The back of Coley's helmet. I'll just before you come in there with the tweets. The back of Coley's helmet has a big red button on with MRF, and it looks like one of those things that you see children wearing with I am 5, at a party. It looks about as cheap as you can possibly get, and no doubt MRF, those everyone's favourite cement suppliers. No doubt they're paying an absolute fortune for it, but it just couldn't look any cheaper, could it?
I haven't noticed it, I must admit.
Have a look. It's on the back of Coley's helmet, and it's very much.
It's actually a tyre rather than cement.
Ah, fair enough.
As Potts continues on, facing Pujara on the stumps, blocked back to mid-on for no run.
And I think, to be fair to them, have they sponsored the Pace Academy at Chennai now since the days when it was Madras? I think they might have done.
I think they might. They put a lot of money into the IPL through sponsorship.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm not complaining at them as long-term sponsors of Indian cricket, although it is usually the cement companies, in the Ambati Cement, I think, and one or two others. But just this extraordinarily cheap button.
Potts coming in over the wicket, down leg side, and has been guided round to the deep long leg fielder for one run only. Pujara moves on to 30 from 70.
I'm not sure if you're listening, Nestless, but if you are, is there any chance of you coming on to replace me? I've got a sick dog in a little distress here, and I actually need to go and tend to her.
Do the needful, Nestlers. We'll do what's required this end.
We'll talk.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Tony, I don't know if you can come in and bring in Nestle Boy.
Potts in, blocked back the way to cover fielder for a no run from Coley.
Yeah, good spell this from Potts. He's kept his pace up. He looks a very fit young man, built for fast bowling. Of course, he'll get a stress fracture sooner or later. They always do. But
it looks exactly what England need.
Yeah.
Right about now.
Yeah.
Someone with aggression, someone who's just bowl all day long, regardless of any condition. I quite like him.
I do.
As he comes in again over the wicket, very full but wide, and it's been guided to the point fielder and scampered through for a quick single. Ollie Pope trying to get the run out, but not hitting the stumps.
Yeah, it's what Frank Bruno would refer to as a big strong boy, Harry. He's a big strong boy. Big Frank was always keen on describing his opponents as that. Good to see Big Frank looking well these days. He's had his difficulties, but the word national treasure is often overused, but it's not in Big Frank's case. Wandsworth boy, of course.
Where did I see him? Oh no, it wasn't Frank Bruno. I'm thinking of Chris Eubank. I seen him. He was on top of a victory bus lately. As Potts comes in, no shot offered by Pujara, who just showed his arms through to the wicketkeeper. Yeah, I seen a victory tour bus. It couldn't have been Liverpool, could it?
Well, I think my understanding is that Chris Eubank likes a victory bus. Danny Baker told a story of when he won his world title or something, and Chris Eubank was an extremely skilled and monumentally brave fighter. I'm not having a pop at him at all.
No.
But Danny Baker told the story.
As Potts comes in straight on the stumps and has been guided round the corner by Pujara. Virat looking for a second run, but being turned down and complaining to Pujara for not being quick enough to come back for the second.
And he was a Brighton lad, of course, and he had a big Hummer vehicle, which were very rare in the UK at that time. And apparently he would drive around Brighton with a loudspeaker in this Hummer vehicle, saying "Eubank here, Eubank here," so that people could wave to him. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but that's what Danny Baker would relate as a story. As Matthew Potts goes off for a rub down, I do think they take it a little easy on bowlers bowling a spell and then getting a bit of massage from a soigneur, as they would call it in the Tour de France. But still,
Anderson to continue. Comes with a bouncer, very quickish for Anderson as well. It looked a lot faster than his normal deliveries, but too far above Pujara, who doesn't really need to do anything because it sails over his head. Surprised it wasn't given a wide.
Again, gentlemen, if Tony or Jason are there, if you can oblige us, we're short of a message jazz at the moment for good reason. That would be great.
I've got a favourite one of Chris Eubank.
Go on.
As Anderson comes in, Pujara backward foot punch to point for a quick single. As I think it was actually cover. It maybe took the ball in front of the point fielder. It's actually Greg Davies, the comedian, who goes on about Chris Eubank, who came into school as a teenager to then, well, not his school, he was a teacher at the time, and he came in to talk to his students, but instead of coming in to talk for about half an hour or 20 minutes, came in to do a 2-hour conversation with the students.
Fantastic.
And got incredibly into their faces.
An audience with, and indeed a fight with, perhaps. Yes, Tony, Message Jazz has had to go due to his dog being looking ill, so we're short of a tweet person at the moment.
Here, we've got
hello.
Nestle's here.
Nestle boy, good to see you. Scrub that, Tony. Coley has 14 from 26, gone into his shell a little.
Anderson coming in, blocked down by Coley, looking for the quick single, and Pujara comes through happily for it. And Coley's very thankful for the quick single finally coming off. 15 off of 27 he has. And giving strike to Pujara.
The lead now 200.
All I will say is, don't. If you do like it, don't miss the highlights of the Grand Prix, especially after the safety car. It's still going on and it's quite incredible.
That's where I got to.
Oh fuck!
It's alright.
It's a proper motor race.
It's a hell of a crash.
Oh no! Aside from that, what's happening now is amazing.
Oh, okay.
Say no more. Quite literally.
I will say no more.
Nestle boy. Say no more.
I've been chastised in the past for giving away too much.
Anderson into ball and Pujara back of a length as he guides down to a square leg going hounding in, or a mid wicket hounding in.
Fine use of the word chastise there, not what one hears too often these days, but superb description there.
Chastised. Yeah, it's something that you more hear on radio, talk radio or something like
Well,
that.
it's all a little bit of the prime of Miss Jean Brodie, and I'm not saying that in your accent, I'm saying it because it very much was the accent of Miss Jean Brodie.
Anderson into ball, short of a length and ducked out of the way, swayed out the way by Pujara through to the keeper for no run.
I used to love that TV show.
Girls, girls, girls!
Girls!
Was it Maggie Smith? Was it Maggie Smith who played Jean?
Yeah, I think it was, wasn't it?
Was that a Scottish accent that was coming out, or was it just...
It's my very poor attempt at Scottish accent. I think it was... The novel was written by Barbara Pym, although I may be wrong in that, but it was definitely Scottish matronhood at its most officious, I think.
They're the worst. Anderson coming in for the last ball of his over. On a good length, wide of the stumps, left alone, through to the keeper for no run. India on 68 for 2, 25 overs gone, a lead of 200. Kohli on 15, Pujara on 32, and I'll hand you over to Nestle.
Yeah, that TV show was on in the 70s, wasn't it, Gary?
I think it probably late 70s, might have been early 80s.
Oh, really? Ah,
yeah.
It was earlier than that. But
maybe.
I didn't really understand it, but I liked it.
Well, I didn't see it, which suggests it's more early 80s, because that's when I started going to the pub in earnest, rather than late 70s. I probably saw it. Would have seen it in the late 70s.
This is when you used to spend all day in the pub.
Yeah, and I enjoyed it as well. I don't regret it. My doctor might say I should regret it, but I don't regret it. I loved every second of it.
A friend of mine who goes to the pub most days told his doctor to work round his drinking. Mr. Pierce, you've got to cut down your drinking. He goes, I can't, just work round it.
Well, we need a change of bowler, so it's this man.
Ben?
Can't hear when that's finished. As Ben Stokes comes in for his first delivery, just left alone by Kohli as it's wide of the stumps.
The camera's picking out someone I think is on Twitter as WG Rumblepants, although I may be wrong.
That's not him. That's
somebody else.
Younger than him.
Ah, right.
Well, an old school steel touring bike there.
Yeah.
I just shout at him the other day.
A fake MCC cap and the bat that was handed to John Edrich at Old Trafford in 1976.
Stokes comes in for the second ball of a slightly back of a good length and just on the leg stump, guided round by, I think it was Kohli. No, by Kohli for one run. Lead now over 200 on to 201.
Yeah, and one of the signs that Ben Stokes isn't at his most fit to bowl is the number of no balls he's been bowling, and he's already scratching away at the surface here, and he just doesn't look quite right, and I don't think it's because he's not working hard at his fitness. I just think he's being asked to do too much.
Stokes back foot defended down to cover, coming in to field the ball for no run. Yeah, I was half waiting, so I had a long pause after the first ball thinking this is bound to be a no ball, because it seems to deliver at least one and over currently. As you say, is it because of his fitness, or is it just because too much effort balls produce too much overstretching and the
I just think he's searching for rhythm, and we're seeing that his front foot is going into something of a hole there. But change bowlers always have to bowl into a little bit of a pit.
Stokes comes in full on the stumps, blocked down to mid-on for no run. If he thinks that's a hole, he should try and bowl up in the northeast of Scotland.
Well, quite.
You could plant potatoes in some of the bowling places I've bowled in up here. Especially one of our other opening bowler I bowl with, he's an actual farmer, and you should see the trench that he digs when he bowls.
What's quite a hostile environment to play cricket in the northeast of Scotland.
Yeah, Stokes into bowl, short of a length, bouncing, but ducked out of the way by Jara, straight through to Billings for no run.
Oh, well, I didn't mean the weather, I meant the opposition. No, I did mean the weather. It's the power play finished. We're seeing here Richard Kettleborough.
He wants the stumper, the pounder.
Yeah. Did you see the other day? The pounder went mental.
Oh, he was giving me a heart attack on how much he was using it.
But let's face it, they do need a reason to stop playing cricket, because we've had a almost uninterrupted hour of play here, except for the ball change.
Stokes in for the last ball of his over on the stumps and defended back rather edgily, but still getting there. And that's the end of these 26 over, 69 for 2.
No, show the pounder.
I think there are a change as well.
Well, I think I was on early, so I'm staying.
I don't have it on me.
It's Tony's in.
Swapped, I think.
Jason's in. There's no Joss. Joss is supposed to be on, isn't he?
No, he's bailed. So
he's bailed.
I am going to jump in for this one.
Leia tweeted in, says, well, Gary Naylor, Rumble Pants is a pretty cool guy and well worth a follow if you don't already do that.
Yeah, no, and he often talks about us, from what I can see, so we like him all round. And it was the chap I think we saw on the screen, wasn't it?
Apart from when I shouted at him about politics.
Oh, did you? Oh, I didn't hear that bit. 104 for 2 is where we stand. This is getting frustrating now, I think, from an England perspective. And it's very encouraging, I would argue, from an Indian perspective.
Yep.
So we shall see how that goes. I'm also trying to just follow the finish of Gloucestershire versus Middlesex, but I shall veer away from that and come entirely back into the orbit of this game, where India are 69 for 2. The lead now 201.
What was the biggest run chase? You had it.
Highest run chase here, 283. That was South Africa in 2008 at Edgbaston. I mean, these things I'm not sure really mean that much anymore, because all things are there to be broken.
In the new Bazball era?
Anderson is in, and this is just eased away into the offside by Virat, who for once, there actually is a genuine reason why the camera does need to be on him, because he's batting. But we did seem to see him just about all the time while India were fielding, even when it really should have been on Bumrah and the bowler. No, we'd always go to Virat, strangely enough.
It's quite a compelling contest at the moment, because Virat's come in, Anderson's been brought on to counter him, Virat's going down the wicket to counter Anderson's movement.
3 slips, Anderson in, swing and a miss, and actually I think that was between bat and pad, was it? It was a bit of a swing outside of off stump. Crawley has his hands on his head, Billings had his hands on his head after he'd taken that from behind Virat Kohli. We'll have another look. Very still very correct. He does have a swing, yeah, it went past the inside edge. So well bowled, Jimmy. He can chalk that up as a moral victory, but not, alas, genuinely a successful victory, because Virat Kohli is still there. 69 for 2. Kohli on 16. In comes Anderson's full, and it's clipped nicely to mid-wicket. Fielded superbly, though, at mid-wicket by a sub-fielder who I don't recognise.
No, it'll be a member of the Warwickshire staff?
Yeah, it'll be a member of the Warwickshire ground staff. We'll see if we can find out who it is for you.
But yeah, I mean...
he got a low 5 from Stuart Broad.
But so to finish off that Anderson competition thing, he's should shove one up his nose every now and again just to keep him honest.
Well, very much so, as this one again is left outside of the off stump by Coley, and there is no run. How many overs? 26, nearly 20, well, edging toward 27 overs. These balls, Dukes they may be, but they don't seem to last as long as the old Duke balls.
They're not durable.
They're not as durable. Lacquer not as hard, the seam not as pronounced. Not as friendly a bowler tool as they once were. Anderson in, full, driven beautifully by Virat Kohli. That's a gorgeous off drive, and it's a gorgeous off drive for 4. Absolutely beautiful that, Jason, wasn't it? Perfectly timed. Slightly overpitched maybe by Jimmy.
Yep. Going back to the Dukes very quickly, I mean, some of those differences you ascribed are by design and by agreement, and some of them are just due to the fact that it's COVID and things have changed in the world.
Well, very true.
Like the natural materials of which they're made.
On drives this time, but straight to Stuart Broad, who's in his customary floppy hat and equally customary mid-on position.
Yes,
so no run. End of the over. 73 for 2. Nestlers.
O'Neill Harris is pondering the fact that it could be a Nestle Boy and Naylor marathon today.
Oh, Middlesex managed to lose on the last ball. Unbelievable. Helm thumped for 6 by Benny Howell.
I know his name.
What, Benny Howell or Tom Helm?
No, Tom Helm was thumped by Benny Howell. You know Benny Howell's dad or Tom Helm's dad?
Tom Helm's dad, Gary.
Oh, right.
Yeah, he did some work for me. Right.
Ah.
He was an office furniture consultant.
Well, it won't surprise you, is he? Sorry to cut across you, because it won't surprise you that the handcuffs are out. No one's being arrested, but the ball is being examined.
Again.
If Gary was sat in here, it'd be reasons not to be playing cricket, which is a combination of very bad Yorkshire and nothing remotely.
Well, if it's very bad Yorkshire, then imagine Gary's doubly offended.
Well, I'm sure he is. Especially I've got to drive him home. I probably want to be nice to him, don't I? Yeah, well, we haven't. Let me see. Well, they're sort of compartmentalised into 1, 2, 3 compartments. There's 2 with 6 and 1 compartment with 3. We're getting a very interesting spider cam view of the ball box.
That must
steady on pawn bot.
Must be very slightly disconcerting to be having to make a potentially match-changing situation by selecting a ball. There's this whir going on above your head, thinking,
well,
is that going to fail round about now and drop on my head?
The ball has been changed. Ben Stokes wants his field in a little closer from what I can see. He's going to be bowling his second over. He's going to be bowling it to Cheteshwar Pujara, who has been looking by and large very Pujara-like, really. Immovable, effective, working at his own speed. Full and defended, as you might expect. Pushed into the onside, no run. The lead, 205, 73 for 2.
Adam Etiek wonders it's time to rebrand the Duke Dino balls, i.e. Dukes in name only.
Dukes in name only. Yeah. Dino ball. Okay, I like that. Dino as in Dino De Laurentiis or...
Yep.
But now Dino's off.
Dino's off.
Dino's off. Yep. Stokes, in he comes. Defended again by Pujara. Quite. If you can have such a thing, a more expansive defence than the previous one. Well, he does a little swish of the blade afterwards. Well, not quite at the Smith or Labuschagne level, but there was a hint of it there.
He did give it the full stride and then the follow through, just to make sure that it was dead into the ground and was never coming up again.
Yeah, he absolutely did. Did Pujara. I hope Potts is alright. The fact that we have the substitute fielder on, always worrying when an England fast bowler goes off for a period. This one is down leg. Billings, who's always lively about his work, flung himself to his left to prevent any buys.
Yep, it's good. It's a good take. He's not got quite the range of Ben Stokes, which is slightly taller and therefore would be easy to gather that down the leg side.
Yeah,
but he made what could have been potentially awkward look very easy.
3 slips, a gully, cover and extra cover in place. As in comes Stokes from the city end and taken shoulder high this time by Sam Billings after Pujara again leaves. Has a little fiddle with his gloves, make sure they're nice and tight. Looking very smart, isn't he, in his cable knit jumper, his Pujara, looking very old school.
Roger Pineapple will be very happy to see a cable knit jumper. In fact, 2 cable knit jumpers, I believe.
Well, yep. Looking every inch the class act that he is, Pujara. Stokes in full, little bit of swing and a movement away, but Pujara is far too canny an operator to do a Crawley, frankly, and have a swish at something that he didn't need to.
Yep. Well, 86 miles an hour. Ben Stokes is cranking it up a little bit.
He is.
I'm thinking he's definitely come on for an impact spell. He's trying to make something happen, so he's going to go full out.
Yep, you're absolutely right, Gary.
Although, to be fair,
Jason?
He doesn't really ever do anything other than full out, does he?
Not really. No, he doesn't have a slower gear, does he? As this one is again left by Pujara, taken above his head this time by Billings. Be interesting to see the speed of that. It's the end of the over. It's still 73 for 2, so it's a maiden by Stokes. Just the 1 run conceded off his 2 so far. 205 is the lead India have stretched to, and we'll go to Nestlers.
Well, Leia sent me a tweet. I don't completely understand, but that won't be the first time that someone's...
You're really quiet, Nestlers. You've gone strangely...
I said...
Oh, that's better.
Leia says, has sent me a tweet that I don't completely understand.
It may not be the first time.
No.
Jason's running a second pair of eyes across it
Hang
for
on.
you.
We've got another ball yet, haven't we?
We have. Again, is that Knuckle screwing up Sky's captioning again?
Is that what he does?
No, he doesn't. We just thought he might have got involved earlier when it all went weird.
What does he do at Sky? Do we know?
Well, we had a feeling he might be running in and distracting the captioner by thrusting, bits of paper under his nose. Full and flicked around the corner. Down to fine leg by Pujara. Will get himself a single. Alex Lee's the fielder down there. This time it is the end of the over, and it's cost 2 runs more than it might otherwise have done when we thought it had finished. So India is now 207 ahead, 75 for 2. Nestlers.
Right, Leia's tweet. What the F is Ernesto doing? There are 2 digits before the point that are not 0, and he hasn't even faced 100 balls. T20 is truly ruining Test batting.
Ernesto is a reference to Pujara.
Is he?
Ernesto?
That's the first name of Che Guevara. So Ernesto
right.
Che Guevara.
What's that got to do with Pujara?
Che is this some sort of rather intellectual German rhyming slang? As this one is short and left up. Left again, of course, by Pujara. And Billings this time has to practically take off to take that. So run that by me again. Ernesto is the first name of Che Guevara.
Yep.
Che Guevara rhymes with Pujara.
Well, yeah.
So it is rhyming slang of sorts. Okay. And rather clever rhyming slang, if I may say so. So
Leia, I'm really sorry, but I went for a long ride today, and it's late in the day, and I'm tired.
somehow, rather like that Wolf Billings, that was just a little bit too high for Nestlers. That one, though, would have been more at Nestlers level because it came through at ankle height, which if
I think
piece of rhyming slang had done, you'd have got it, Nestlers.
If you can make the tweets like about 5 words long and really dumb, please.
So Cardiac Killer's taking it out of you, has it?
Mate, it's like climbing up a fucking wall at the end.
Oh well,
I was nearly in tears.
Is it like the point in the marathon when you reach, what's that, normally after about 12 or 13 miles and you hit the wall, isn't it?
I don't know. I've
You
never done.
just have to push on through.
Tested it once,
easy
but
for a
got
commentator
rejected.
to say.
Surely you mean break on through to the other side.
Well, indeed. Jimmy Anderson in again. Left once more by Pujara, taken by Billings. And between Billings, Root and Crawley, they all seem to leave it to each other. In fact, I think Billings was less than happy, to be honest. He tossed it in the general direction of Root, who didn't seem to be paying any attention.
That's
which
always
is
dangerous, that
far
one.
from ideal. We're going to have another look at it, actually. Billings takes it. It's a good ball. He flicks it rather absent-mindedly, and Joe Root is just a million miles away.
Just, ugh.
Yeah. Well, well done, Sam Billings. Joe Root, he may be England's best, most classy batsman, but he's got to have his wits about him. Left again outside of the off stump by Pujara. Rinse and repeat.
This is what my friend would call pretty bowling. No, it looks good. No, because they're playing missing or
But
they're,
it's
or
just
they're
taking
leaving.
shine off the ball.
But
life out of the ball.
there's no real threat in it.
No. No, I take your point. And for India, a lead already of 207, 8 wickets in hand, bags of time left in the game. They can dictate the pace, really. It's up to England. England know they have to get amongst wickets if they want to get something out of this. As this one is cut by Pujara, but cut to backward point, and there's no run.
I mean, for all the fact that was short and wide, at least that's inviting a shot from which they could potentially make an error.
Well, we will actually. Let's have a look and see what our friends at WinViz are saying. Although I suspect we know the answer pretty much.
Last time it was something like 75, 25, 25.
Yes. Let's have a look. What are they saying? Yeah, England at 12%, India at 77, the draw at 11 is where WinViz stand. Jimmy Anderson, 3 slips go down, full. Pujara, a little bit more watchful. That was a better ball. Started closer to off stump and swung away a little bit. But once again, Billings, who's been a busy lad, can field. It's the end of that Anderson over. 75 for 2 are England. The lead 207, and we'll go back to a rather sleepy and tired Nestlers.
Warren says, hoping for good news re Poultryman's cat and the Message's dog. Yes, indeed. Leah says, people that use I know are idiots. I first noticed this when people use Gino for the 2004 Battlestar Galactica in reference to the Gina Invia character. Ravier's cat's getting better.
Good. Oh, I'm very delighted to hear that. As in comes Stokes, and left outside down leg this time. I found out the name of the cat who always comes to say hello to me when I arrive at Gorilla Towers, and comes to say goodbye to me when I leave, and rolls over and loves the cuddle. It's Kimmy.
Oh, after Kimi Räikkönen?
I don't think so. Especially as it's a lady.
Well, my friend's cat is named after Nico Rosberg.
Okay.
Could be.
My other half was calling me an idiot the other day because I've got a name for my lemon tree, and we've just planted an Indian bean tree, and I've given that a name as well. As all that was absolutely hooped mightily in by Ben Stokes. Kohli has sharp intake of breath with a sort of, well, it would be a smile. It's either his attempt at a Trent Bolt impression, as he really sucked in his cheeks. That absolutely hooped by Ben Stokes. Kohli left it, was on height, safe enough, but boy did that come back in. What a ball that was.
That's like the viral video that we've been going around YouTube of the league bowler who hoops one in and takes out off stump with a guy just not playing a shot at all.
Well, Stokes' next delivery was a well-directed bouncer that was had his Kohliness having to duck underneath.
I think he's done it more than once, because I saw a picture of the two side by side from him bowling exactly the same ball to two different suckers and getting the same result.
Yeah. As we wait for Stokes again, fiery spell this full, and this time Kohli defends squarely, and there is no run.
Sad news from Messi that he fears that Rosie is near the end. He might have to make the vet call tomorrow.
No. Oh no. Well, I think we've already. Well, that's just a horrible thing to hear. Thoughts with you, Messrs. That must be unpleasant. Appreciate you taking the rest of the day off, obviously, and you look to be with us. Edge drop, extraordinary. Coley got an edge off Stokes. Billings spilled it, but he spilled it straight into the hands of Joe Root, who is now doing a dance of delight. Coley has to walk for 20. Billings will be hugely, mightily, massively relieved. Coley, for some reason, has a little chat with Richard Kettleborough on the way.
But I think he's probably saying, how do I play that?
Well, how do you play it? It wasn't absolutely...
It absolutely spat off a length.
It did. I mean, Stokes has been bowling beautifully. Absolutely, as you rightly say, spat off an edge, a length, get there in the end. Billings got himself into a bit of a tangle because it surprised him, and now Joe Root set off on a little lap of honour because somehow, completely unexpectedly, it ended up in his hands. But his coliness has departed the scene, and a wicket has gone, and it's him. What a ball, Jason.
Yes, but also a great reaction by Root because he's seen it going to Billings' hands, and he suddenly grabbed it with one hand low down, almost by his knee.
Indeed.
Almost as an afterthought.
Well, it was fantastically quick reactions from Root. We criticised him, didn't we, just a few balls ago, for being asleep when Ginger. Oh, best.
Are you sure you didn't try and climb up a mountain today?
No, Gary's wandering in.
Gary coming in and showing
a large piece of
ginger,
ginger.
showing ginger power.
Oh, is that what he said?
All
Ginger
right.
power. In
it's
Knuckles
good.
Day, you just
It's
get a note
it's
with
brilliant,
some obscure
brilliant radio.
stat.
This. Leah says, "How the fuck do you not name your cat Kitty Raikkonen if you are an F1 fan?" That's very good.
Very good. Well, that's true.
And I must remember that if anyone
Kitty
asks.
Raikkonen. No, this cat is Kimmy, and it's a delightful, delightfully friendly cat. Always enjoys a cup.
I think I've met her.
Yeah, she speaks of you often, Nestlers.
Oh, I'm sure she does. And Adam Etiek has sent me a picture of beans on toast. So I hope it gives me a bit of energy.
Oh, well, that might give you a bit of a lift, knowing as you're a real toast man, aren't you?
Well, beans on toast is actually a favourite of cyclists. It's in the cyclist cookbook. It's one of the foods that's good.
Big on proteins, high on energy-giving things. Yeah, baked beans are excellent for that.
Makes you fart.
I was about to say a little additional wind power to get you up hills, possibly. Now, hit this new man at the crease is the destroyer of worlds, certainly the destroyer of England from the first test.
He has become destroyer of worlds.
It is, of course, Rishabh Pant.
Rishabh Pant.
Who deserves, I think, Mog, a slightly longer jingle, but nonetheless.
No,
you're never going to forget it, are you?
No, I think that's a good jingle.
I go along with that, actually.
I like a short jingle myself.
Yep.
Just me.
No. I think you've got to mix up you've got to vary your length. Well, now.
And your line.
Can England remove the man who just battered them mercilessly in the first innings? Not immediately, because he's dropped the bat on that, galloped a very quick single, and moves India on to 76 for 3. Has he come in slightly earlier than we expected him to?
Yeah, it should have been Shreyas Iyer.
Yeah, I thought so. I wonder why that is. Or is it just a sign that India want to move things along a bit?
Oh.
Yeah.
They've got no need to.
Well, no, I agree. But so it could be a psychological thing.
Maybe he was bored and he wanted to go.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit around here all day watching this. He said, I want to get out there and play.
I think it's tactical, to be fair. I think that they've decided that if he goes in, England won't dare to bowl Leach, therefore they'll tire out the fast bowlers a lot quicker.
Well, and also knowing that England appear to be a fast bowler down at the moment. Well, Pant, he's kept the strike, and he's going to be facing Stuart Broad is the man charged with trying to remove the tormentor of England's first innings. Fastest ever 200 plus partnership against England, him and Ravi Jadeja put together. 222, nearly 6 and over is what they achieved. And he took down poor old Jack Leach in fairly rapid time. As we watch multiple times the dismissal of Kohli, always something for the opposition, any of India's opposition teams to rather enjoy.
Ravi there wants to know how long since Kohli's last century?
2019?
I think it was 2019 from recollection, yeah.
It's a long time.
Broad around the wicket, left by Pant through to his fellow wicketkeeper Sam Billings.
I'm liking this attack now with Broad and Stokes, because they both bowl the in swinger to right-handers with all the away swinger to left-handers.
Yep, Broad around the wicket to Pant.
Sorry.
Nestlers has, don't know, something's excited him, or amused him, or titillated him.
Well, a tweet from Warren.
Ah, all right, we will wait and hear that at the end of the over. 76 for 3. Broad around the wicket to Pant, bit inside edgy, gets it away to mid-wicket. I think he was aiming squarer than that, but he's got another single, moved India on to 77 for 3. 209 the lead.
Warren says, does beans on toast equal buttery arse bubbles?
There's a horrible visual I want to be
I've got it,
cleansed with brain bleach.
Oh, I think so, yeah. 3 slips. There's a third man, a backward point, extra cover. There may be a deep cover, but we didn't see that in shot on the offside for Pujara. Stuart Broad is pumping, his hair is flapping, and he's caught Pujara on the finger there, who rapidly lifted his hand off the bat. I think that clearly stung a bit, but he's no damage done as far as we can tell. Are we going to watch that? Ooh, yeah, caught him on the bottom hand.
It's right on the protected first finger, which has got
something he felt. But in the true Brian Close tradition, he's not going to let anyone see that it might have hurt that much. Oh, actually, I'm lying. He might be, because he's got.
Oh, it's starting to swell up quite a lot already.
Oh, this is not as good as we thought. His gloves are off. The Indian physio is galloping as quick as he can down the Edgbaston steps.
Well, we might be seeing Shreyas Iyer after all.
And yeah, as you rightly say, has that dislocated that or just bruised, do we think? It's a funny old shape he's got it on.
So, on this wicket, Warren previously said, are there eggs in the pitch that the balls are spitting from? And he said, the way that ball from Stokes went, India might have had enough already.
We'll find out.
Claire says, shouldn't that be he has become death, the destroyer of worlds? Yeah.
Well, that was the original Oppenheimer quote, wasn't it?
No, it's because it's from the Bhagavad Gita and stuff.
What?
Oppenheimer used it, didn't he? It wasn't his phrase.
Yeah.
Was it? Well, you know more
he
than me, I'm
re-quoted something else.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that. I thought it was his. Well, I've learned something today.
Well, he's probably put it into the popular parlance in the Western world, hasn't he?
I guess that would be it, yeah, very much so.
Seeing as he made something that's potentially could even now destroy the whole planet.
Well, Spider-Cam has got a aerial view of Pujara getting the magic spray to take away all of the feeling.
I've got a technical or an equipment question, because I don't play cricket now. The gloves now, have they got anything else inside them apart from the plastic that they used to have inside them? Some of them that I played with. If not, with all the sort of technical advances that are coming in all sorts of sports, can't they make something that protects the fingers completely inside the glove while still having them malleable?
Well, that's a very good question.
I think they have at the moment. They've got foam on the backs of the gloves, so you protected the back of your hand. They've also
Yeah.
got sort of plastic cones inside. So
Yeah, but obviously they
to
don't
protect
work.
the tips. But
But why not have some kind of carbon fibre? I don't know, some material. I mean, you know, I'm coming from a technical point of view where a bike nowadays is made of
Well,
carbon
do you know what?
fibre and
I
whatever
don't-
else.
We know a man or two who
Ah,
runs a cricket
yeah.
equipment company.
Jono.
I think we should get hold of Jono. By the way, 10% discount if you're looking to buy any cricket equipment you can get from Woodstock if you buy it via Guerrilla Cricket. So just see the details of that on our website.
But I mean, everything's made these days out of carbon fibre and different materials. Everything you pick up in the sports shop. And I don't know because I haven't played cricket for about 100 years. And whether or not the inside of these gloves can have more protection in them, because it seems to me something that is possible.
I think that the idea behind what the technology in the gloves is probably the same as is behind the back of the neck device, which is meant to fail and to dissipate all the energy in breaking apart as it goes. So I think these cone parts of it, the inside, if they are meant to break, they're meant to dissipate all the energy when they go into pieces as well.
I mean, give the gloves to a Formula One team to design. I bet they'd come up with something better than the players are using now.
I'm sure they will, but no one's going to want to pay £300 for a pair of gloves.
No, but
gloves recreationally, but professionally they might.
Professionals would, yeah.
Yeah, no, professionals.
Oh no,
almost
screw
certainly
you
will.
lot.
Gary is sliding in. Are we due a change, chaps?
Oh, I don't know.
Am I wandering on too long?
You're the man.
Yes,
I'm
we
well
are.
aware of that. Yes, we are due a change. If I quickly scroll across,
I don't know
it
if you want
looks
to go
as
there and
though-
over.
let's see. Have we got? Well, yeah. It looks
Messi's
like we
not
are
in.
about to restart. So let's see this over through.
I
After which,
need-
Gary
I
will be
need-
coming into this chair.
I need to not do this next one because I need to pop out for a minute.
You're not on this next one anyway. It's going
Yeah,
to
no,
be.
but Messi's not with us, is he?
No, Jason's going to slide in and do
Oh, okay.
into the role that Messi would have played here.
Cool.
And then you're back for the last couple, Nestlers. Broad in. And surprise, surprise, after a player's had a bit of a whack, what do? You drop one short. Unfortunately, it wasn't especially well directed and was easy enough for Pujara to just duck underneath past his right shoulder. And there was no run. 77-4-3, 209 the lead. 33 off 96 for Pujara, who has gone about things in his unhurried way. Rishabh Pant, new to the crease, coming in ahead of Shreyas Iyer. That's 2 so far from the 3 he has faced. But it's going to be Pujara facing Broad. 3 slips go down. It's full. Shout for LBW. Alim Dar not interested. And as a result, England
buzzers.
have thrown. There's going to be overthrows. Who's that going to have to chase after? It's not the venerable James, is it? It is. Poor old Jimmy Anderson. And what England seriously do not need is overthrows. Pujara had come a little way down. They decided to, I think Stokes it was who decided to chuck in the...
No, it's route from first slip.
Route from first slip. Having succeeded with that trick at Lord's, they decided maybe they'll try it again. It didn't work this time at all.
I mean, that didn't get up at all. And
It was a real bottom edge. It did keep low. Root put in the throw. And it was an awful throw, to be honest. If he was aiming at the stumps, it was a disaster.
Well, it was a
Pant at the other end ducked out the way. And off it went.
The throw was the each way bet. You didn't know which end he was aiming at.
Yeah, it was.
Because it pitched in the middle of the wicket.
Well, and as it was, it got neither set of stumps. So Pant is on strike. Full wristily whipped
shot
beautifully away through mid-wicket. That is an absolutely gorgeous shot from Rishabh Pant, and it's going to get him one of these. Now we are done. Jason's going to stay where he is. Gary's going to come in and take over ball by ball duties, and I'm off for a bit.
Yep, and whilst we're doing that, I will try and get through some tweets once Gary has manhandled himself into the mission control command module position.
Hello, Jason. How are we?
Good. Warren says, is Shubulux, i.e. Nestlers, asking for cricket gloves to be made of the same material that airplane black boxes are made of?
No.
In which case, you're probably going to be dead when they find it.
I think Nestle's wasn't appreciating carbon fibre is very strong, but it's very brittle.
Yes, I'm not sure I'd want carbon fibre shards from impact into my sensitive digits.
No.
That's Ben Stokes bowling a fine spell, it has to be said, and just defended by Pujara into the leg side. There is no run. India 84 for 3.
Yeah, you want something that absorbs energy but doesn't actually dissipate it into the fingers. Once they're dissipated round,
something
it's protecting.
Something is elastic, not plastic.
Yes.
Stokes is on middle stump and a little short, and Pujara is just able to turn that, as he has done with almost all the deliveries on the stumps down to long leg, and they walk an easy single. Pujara goes to 37 from 99 deliveries.
That almost classified as engineering talk there, Jason.
Well, I am a pseudo-scientist, I suppose, with a STEM degree.
Thought he was about to come out with Young's modulus of elasticity.
I remember those days doing physics A-level.
Ravinair says, take it from a semi-Indian, the Bhagavad Gita is shit. Oh well, that'll be 100 million Indians annoyed then, at least.
Here's Ben Stokes in. That's wide and going wider from Rishabh to Rishabh Pant, and it's taken in front of first or even second slip by the keeper. The delivery that got Virat Kohli, speaking of physics, rather defied physics, didn't it? It's leapt, gained pace off the wicket, and before you all start telling me that no such thing is possible, I do know, but it had every impression of leaping and jumping at Kohli.
I did say that Ben Stokes was putting in an effort spell. He was going to be bowling as hard and as fast as he could.
Another bit of swing there for Stokes, starting off sort of outside the leg stump of Pant, and he just drops the hands on it, does Pant, and gets a single down to third man. But Ben Stokes is making the ball talk when it's been fairly quiet for the England bowlers all through the test.
It looks like he has to expend a lot of energy into bowling fast compared to some of the bowlers.
Yep, true, but I think this is perhaps the most rhythmic he's looked all test.
Oh, I agree. All summer, I would suggest. He's had to fight his body to be able to get the ball down to the other end. That one doesn't swing, it just holds its line, and Pujara lets it go. But he was watchful there, Pujara. He certainly couldn't just sort of leave that on line without at least shaping to cover the in-swing. But he's not quite in Wakar Yunus territory here for swinging the ball in and doing a bit of toe crushing. But he's getting it to go, isn't he? He's getting it to go.
Yeah, it's kissing the deck and then moving on nicely. No, it's not losing pace into the deck. He's just kissing it and.
Well, he's a much better bowler when he bowls a fuller length rather than the sort of the short stuff. You know, the enforcer role. He's in again with Stokes, and that one does duck in. It's taken on the pad. He's padding up Pujara. It's always worth a look with this.
Not quite enough, I don't think. I know he bent the ball late.
I'd have a go, you know. I'd have a go for sure, because that was ducking in, and often they can be ducking in a long way. He's asking here, and he's gone for it. This could be a big moment here. The ball swung in. It was certainly wide. Pujara padded up, which is always a dangerous thing to do when the ball is swinging. And Ben Stokes is having a go here. I reckon this is about 30-70 against, but I'd go with those odds against Pujara, who's the set batsman.
It'd be interesting to see how DRS handles this, because it only just started to swing, which I wonder how it will affect the ball tracking of it.
Oh, I think this is very close. We'll see.
High knee roll from a good strike.
Well, here we go. The ball starts to dip in. It's taken on the pad. There's Pujara, and it's umpire's call. It's hitting the top corner. Well, that shows the review was worth taking, because England do not lose the review. Had the umpire, and it would have been a very brave decision, gave Pujara out there, he would have been out. But it just goes to show this ball is really moving for Ben Stokes. It's the end of the over. India are 86 for 3.
Leah says, talking about the Bhagavad Gita, yeah, the closest to second text I have is assorted William Gibson stuff. The culture sequence by Ian M. Banks, sorry. And the Revelation space stuff by Reynolds, who I don't know. I respect people's right to revere the Bhagavad Gita, though.
I was in the West End on Tuesday night. I think it was Tuesday night. I was at Soho Theatre for a play called The White Card, which was a New York set play, which is certainly interesting and not a little discomforting for those of us who live in our little bubble of complacency. As Broad is in and beats the outside edge of Pants back there. That was moving a little bit. Anyway, I walked back to Tottenham Court Road Underground Station, which is quite a sight these days with the Elizabeth line open, and I went past Govinda's, which I was very pleased to see was still open. I used to go there a bit in the 80s, eat the vegetarian food at the Buddhist restaurant cum temple, which is just off Soho Square. I had already eaten, so I didn't need to eat, otherwise I would have gone into Govinda's, which is a lovely place to eat in every sense. Broad is in, and this is clipped by Rishabh Pant. He looks in decent nick, he does. And the man sweeping on the leg side does his job, and they're through for a single. Pant has 8 off 8, the lead now 219.
Pant definitely got a lot of time here to see himself in. There's no means of like, let's get some quick runs or anything like that. He'll take his time and just find his own rhythm.
Yeah, he's from the Sehwag school of see ball, hit ball. I'm not sure that he takes that much notice of the scoreboard. He's a free spirit with bat in hand, and he emanates joy. Here's Pujara, and he gets that ball on leg stump, and as usual, he turns his wrists on it, and he gets it down to Jack Leach, who's at long leg. Leach yet to have a bowl other than that one just before tea. The lead goes to 220. Pujara 38 off 102 deliveries.
We are getting into those over spells where England seem to do falter with the 6-wicket partnerships and things like that. It's roughly starting at the 30-odd overs.
Well, Stokes is bowling like a dream at one end. This is where you need your spinner to come in and either bowl maidens or, better still, take a wicket. But it's Broad bowling at the moment. That's very wide of the off stump, and it goes through to the keeper. The reason I want the spinner bowling now is I'd like the seamers and the swing to come in, especially against a new batsman. If they can get through Pant or Pujara, I don't think it'll be easy coming in this late in the day in fading light with the ball swinging as it is.
I think
Stokes managed to cope with a spinner on the other end going quick overs. I think that might be a bit testing for him.
It could be. He's bowled some long spells. I'll bring you in a second there, Jason, as this ball starts wide and goes wide and no run.
I think the ball is at the moment is reversing quite nicely, and therefore they're going to try and keep with that as long as they can. And if it stops reversing, they're going to ask to get the ball change again.
Well, that seems to be the case, doesn't it? If you don't like what the ball's doing, you don't hand it to the spinner, you hand it to the umpire. Which, I think they've got to do something about this, I feel. I know there's some talk that there's a better batch of balls coming, but Roger Melly has a word for that. This is half a run there by Pant, and you suddenly realise it's just Pujara at the other end, and he's not going to be coming through for a quick single. He scampers back. It's the end of the over.
There would have been a committed single there, but Pujara's not wanting to be any anticipation of that.
Are you all right there, Jason? You're sort of leaning over to read the tweets here. It's not an ideal.
It's not ideal, but there are no new tweets at the moment.
If you want, Jason, I can do tweets if it's easier for you.
Up to you. I'm happy with either way.
So there's still plenty of batting to come. Suresh Iyer next. Ravindra Jadeja, the Centurion. So India are 220 ahead with Pujara at the crease on 38 and the Centurion Pant. England are still right up against it for all of this ball swinging, and that ball does swing in from Ben Stokes, but Pujara is happy just to punch it to short extra, and there is no run.
had a very bad jingle going through my head, a Vishad Pant, but is it ABBA with Voulez-Vous or something like that?
I'm never up to speed on jingles. Pujara goes out of the steps away and shows, he's showing frustration here, and he's rightly so, because too often he's looking up trying to track a ball that is swinging, and there are people moving behind the bowler's arm. The camera, perhaps rather cruelly, is pointing out exactly who it is.
Culprit.
Yeah. Name and shame, or rather photograph and shame. Somebody will be bringing a privacy case sooner or later against that. But Stokes is in, and a huge in-ducker again. Wakar-esque. We've seen a few of that from the pavilion at the Oval over the years, haven't we, Jason?
We have, not for a while though. No one has seemed to be able to pull quite the same amount of magic since.
No. I think Tom Curran's probably the one who swings it most in, but he hasn't played much this season, having been crocked in the IPL. There was no run from that. Pujara is very much in defensive mode here, which is fine because Pant is always going to score quickly at the other end. Gets that ball, which he's done over and over and over again from middle stump. He gets it down to long leg where Alex Lees does the fielding, and Pujara gets a single. They've given him that get off strike shot too often, haven't they?
Yeah, it's bread and butter for him. It's a nice strike rotator. He gets to go and have a cup of tea at the other end and watch all the fun.
Yeah,
he's very familiar with English seasons and over here, so I think Pujara's going to be phased too much by it.
Yeah, and
watch him get our next ball.
A cup of tea is a very English thing, but of course it's also a very Indian thing as well, as Stokes is in, and that ball did swing a long way, and Pant just followed it a little with his hands there, got an inside edge. I think he was guessing a little bit where that ball would end up, but he's seen it big, and therefore he got enough bat on it to get it back to Stokes, who is bowling like really, really well here. There's something about his action where he gets the ball, he gets the release point beyond the perpendicular, so his arm is almost at kind of 1 o'clock rather than 12 o'clock when he releases. I'm sure that's where some of the swing comes from, and that swung enormously, but it was a full toss, and Pants is just happy to get a bit of bat on it, and outside edge goes all the way to deep point, and I'm certain you're right, Jason. This is old school reverse swing we're seeing here. I don't know how they've got it to go like this on a outfield that's very green. How they've got it to be dry enough for it to work, or
how they've got it to work.
A lucky ball. They've got a lucky ball.
They've got a lucky ball. Exactly that. They've changed the ball, and this one is now moving. If it had been moving, they'd have gone for another plan.
Yeah, I think.
Surprisingly, he's managing considering the amount of seam wobble.
The lead's now double Nelson, 222, and Pujara gets one that he covers up. Well, he's played that sort of back defensive stroke a million times in his life. Maybe not literally a million times, but well into the thousands. And it's the end of the over. India are 90 for 3. They lead by 222.
Ravi Nair says, if they can get through Pant, quotes, Gary's making you quotable. Well, I think he's also making food for the porn bot.
Yes, I think so. I think so.
And Leah says, talking about the Bhagavad Gita, well, I respectfully disagree. If peeps consider the Bhagavad Gita as sacred and are decent people, I'm okay with that. If they are arsewipes while displaying religious symbols, I tend to blame them being arsewipes before blaming the whole religion.
Yeah, religion. I'm increasingly thinking I like royals. My life is too short for me to be interested in this. As Pant just clips this into the leg side, and he realises it's Pujara at the other end, so he's happy with 1. He goes to 10 from 14. He does score quickly, like most of these players who score so quickly. You sometimes don't really notice that Pant has got himself to 20 or 30, because at that point he goes Burko and scores his next 50 from 21 deliveries, doesn't he?
Yeah, he sort of ghosts up to in quick singles when you're not really noticing.
Yeah, it's because he's so busy at the crease. He's got good footwork. He's a bundle of energy. He smiles a lot. He talks a lot, and these players they can really change the atmosphere of a match. Broad's in, and Pujara lets that one go through. Getting a bit of variable bounce now. That one stayed pretty low, and Billings took it around ankle height rather than we were seeing earlier from Broad, where he was taking it in front of his face.
Our only thing I think is quite noticeable between the two is a chance of a run out. Pant being very excitable to try and get a single, whereas Pujara is more, let's take it easy.
Yeah, I'd definitely be... well, I mean, I wouldn't, not playing club cricket, but if I was playing at this level, I'd definitely be saying run-out chance coming here, lads. As this ball is defended. It's a half volley, and Pujara shows that he is worried about this swing that's evident at both ends, having survived a close call padding up to Ben Stokes a couple of overs ago, because he just dropped his hands on that rather than drove it. There is no run. I mean, I do think there's a case. You sometimes hear it, don't you, Jason? You hear a fielder saying, "Run out, come in here, lads." Every ball would have someone saying, "LBW, come in here, lads. Clean bowl, come in here, lads." You just go run through the 10 forms of dismissal, or is it 9 these days? I'm not sure. Broad is in, and that one just dies in the pitch and bounces before it gets to Billings. And no bounce now.
My favourite is running in at cover field, full pelt, and picking up one-handed and pretending to throw the ball at the stumps, even though the bowler hasn't even moved, thinking, "Oh, God, the minute you move, I'm having you."
Yeah.
And then as soon as they do move, I totally bundle that ball.
Oh, it's always the way. It bobbles over your hand, and you have to turn round and run back, and you're just hoping they're not taking a second. Yeah, we've all been there. Broad in with 3 slips. Wouldn't have had that onto Joe Root, and that goes through to Billings. It's 1 ball left in the over. Broad's got a little bit of a problem here bowling to Pujara, because if he bowls outside the off stump, Pujara leaves it. If he bowls on off stump, well, certainly on middle stump, Pujara just turns him to long leg and takes an easy single. So he's actually really, the way Pujara is bowling, he's really just got 1 stump to aim at, which is the off stump. Otherwise, Pujara is happy to let Broad bowl.
I think he's bowling in search of a plan rather than having one.
Yeah, you could be right. This is on off stump, and Pujara plays it dead bat into the covers. There is no run. India are 91 for 3. The lead is 223, and you have some tweets, Jason.
Well, I don't actually. There's not a lot that actually been said. That it's Jermaine. So I was just going to say, what's going to happen when the end of these bowler spells occurs? If it were me, I was captain, I wouldn't bowl Leach. Whilst Pant is there, I'll bowl Root, because Root takes the ball away from him.
I think there's a case for that. I do think if you're playing a specialist spinner, you've only bowled him for, what has he bowled, 10 overs in the match so far?
9 overs to 73,
and 1 earlier before tea. I mean, I think you've got to show some belief in him, but I agree with you. I think Root to Pant is a better wicket taking option than Leach to Pant for sure. Let's see, Stokes in again, and this is a leg stump half volley, notwithstanding the swing that Stokes has got. Pant's not going to miss out on that, and sure enough, he hits it to square leg for one of these.
What I've tried to do is go into the GPL league to see what predictions are in play, but it's kind of hard to tell because of Messi's one typoed 3,123 runs is changing the scale of the whole graph.
3,123 runs. Well, look, I think Pant's a good bat, but I don't think he's that good. Here is Stokes again, and he's aiming at that leg stump and very full. There's a preposterous LBW appeal, and Sam Billings gets out his running shoes, and they're through for 2 off the pad. Richard Kettleborough lifts the leg and taps it, and 2 leg byes ensues.
I don't remember what England started the day on. I'll try and find out all that.
With the 86 for 3 England at the start of the day, I'm not certain. And I've got no idea what England were all out for either. So I'm not your best source of information here.
That's all right.
I seldom am when it comes to numbers like that.
Tony will be back to answer all your Guru Prediction League related questions.
And Stokes again targeting the stumps, again getting a bit of swing, but he's getting it from a very full ball, and Pant is able just to drop his hands on it and get it to Jack Leach, deep square leg, and they're through for a single. So Pant has 15 from 17. He's keeping up that near runner ball scoring rate. The lead now 230.
84 for 5 they started on.
84 for 5.
Yep. So 200 done by England. That makes it quite easy. So 298 we are on, and
not a bad scoring rate given we had a significant break for weather. That's a mistimed cut there from a wide ball that was wide and short, and I think Stokes is beginning to show a little bit of fatigue. He's gripping at his thigh and went off the bottom edge, and India picked up 2. That's Pujara going on to 41 now. The 100 is up for India. They are 100 for 3.
As Messi is sent through the GPL picks so far. So we've 2 gone already of Hombre Nuevo, and now we've got 313 all the way up to 347 that are still in play.
347, wow. Stokes is in, and this is defended by Pujara, and the man, I think it's Ollie Pope coming in from point, does the job. 1 ball left in this over. Do you think Stokes is going to have another one?
No, I wouldn't. Based on what I saw in that, I think 4 overs is probably, was it 4 or 5 overs?
Yeah.
It's probably long enough. And he needs to think of plan C now.
Yeah, and you might want to bring him back just before the end, especially if a wicket goes down. As Pujara, you might want to bring himself back, of course. Pujara faces up to Stokes, and he deliberately steers that to the left hand of backward point, and Ben Stokes throws his hands in the air like he does care, and Johnny Bairstow runs back, and they get 2 where there's probably 3 with most of the pairs at the crease. But it's the end of the over. India are 102 for 3. Stokes has now bowled 6 overs, 1 for 17. The lead is 234. Pujara closing in on a 50. He has 43. Pant has 15.
Warren asked a question: have I done an Elon Musk and Tony Polak's Twitter talking about the conversation that's going on between Ravi Nair and Leah, which is religious based?
Oh, I see. Oh well, yes. I'll leave the religious stuff to Dave.
Yeah, can't be bothered with that.
May your God go with you.
Whoever he is or she is.
Yeah. Right. So the state of the match is that India are 234 runs ahead, just 3 wickets down, with plenty of batting to come. Huge favourites, obviously, to win at the moment. That ball keeps low from Broad, and Pant jabs the bat down on it, and there is no run.
It's a better line, but it's still, unless it really grubs, too easy to play.
You've just
too full.
If you're playing a specialist spinner, you just have to get them on. You know, the ball is 36 overs old. I think that's what they're talking about on Sky, because it's picking out Jack Leach, who's on the boundary. You've got to get him in the game at this point, as this ball is clipped by Pant through mid-wicket, and they're through for a single. The ball has stopped swinging in the last 10 minutes or so as well. It's swinging a little, but we're not getting that prodigious swing.
Broad appears to be bowling a good line or a good length, but never in tandem.
Yeah.
Just one or the other, and it's leading to easy singles.
Yeah, commendably, Ben Stokes is trying to win the match, and we can tell he's trying to win the match because he has 3 slips, because he knows if he's going to win this match, he's got to take 10 wickets, and that's what he's trying to do, and that's part of England's new philosophy, and I commend it. But he's also got to use his bowling resources. This is defended by Pujara, and there is no run. I mean, I think we can be pretty sure that Jack Leach won't get manhandled by Pujara, so Pant could do it to anybody, so I think that's what he should be saying to Leach, sort of aim for the foot marks, look for a bit of turn, or indeed he goes to Joe Root and says, buy me a wicket by tossing it outside outside the off stump of the left-handed Pant, and see if we get a spiralling top leading edge or something like that. But the game is sliding from England here. They need to do something. As Broad is in, a little bit of swing, but Pujara is seeing it big now, and he just defends no run.
Even the psychological game of, that turned big there, just getting in the mind of them instead of letting them having easy runs. But, I wonder if Stokes will come back on, considering what he's been saying about his bowlers. He wants to put them through the tests and endure a lot of punishment to try and get in. Is he going to play to his own mantra?
We're not being impatient here. We're not saying this is dull cricket, because there's a bit of an arm wrestle going on here. As Broad is in, and that one goes the other way a little bit, and that was a good ball, and Pujara played at it and missed the first time in a while. No, we're not being impatient. We're just seeing that if India had a risk-free, let's say 40 in the next sort of hour, then the lead will be 275. And at the moment, apart from that ball, there isn't that much threat. So a 40 in an hour, especially with Pant at the crease, it could easily be more than that. It's perfectly conceivable, and that would leave England in a very difficult position. They've got to do something in the next hour to get a wicket, as Broad is in, and this is defended by Pujara, and there is no run. So it's not impatience, it's more sort of strategy and tactics, really. The strategy is to get 10 wickets. The tactic ought to be bowling the spinner, I feel.
India would have Jadeja on by now.
Oh, absolutely they would.
Right, well, Venkatesh says Zach Kohli could be a thing, I guess. I'm not sure what that is in relation to.
It might be going hard at the ball and edging it.
Nestor says, yes, I was talking about carbon fibre, whatever else. And Tony is suddenly appearing out of stage left.
Now, Tony, or at the end of the next over?
We due a change. I forgot when we even started.
We are going to hang on for one over.
Oh, now.
Let's hang on to what we've got. Don't let go, Colin, you've got a lot. No, I'm not going to sing.
I'm only going by the extensive emails that I've had from Tony all day.
That's okay, I'll let you on.
No, go on, stay there. You can stay for another one.
Don't ever let me sing, by the way. I know I'm the world's worst karaoke singer. I'm not a man who suffers from false modesty. Many established listeners will be well aware of that. But boy, can I not sing. I am a shocking singer. Stokes is continuing, though. He has 1 for 17 from 6 overs, and he gets a little bit of swing, but it's swinging into the middle of the bat, as sometimes is the case once the magic begins to fade from the ball, and Pant just helps himself to the easiest of singles. India go to 104 for 3.
Yeah, falling on leg stump. It's bread and butter for people. These.
Well, he knows that he can't bowl it. He can't set it off on the stumps because it'll swing wide, and then Pant has the opportunity to free his arms. So he knows he's got to bowl a tightish line and then hope that Pant edges one that sets off on leg stump. But you see, this is just too easy now because Pujara just rocks back and he punches that backward of point for one of these.
2 + 2 is our member. 2 + 2 is our member.
And that's a shot that we older cricket fans will remember Jeff Boycott playing. Michael Atherton always played that shot well. It's the upper orders. If you're an upper order batsman, when you're in, you can play that shot where you just rock back. You play it with a vertical bat. You open the face a little bit and you punch it through the kind of point to backward point area. As Stokes is in again and slightly squared up is Pujara by that, which suggests it swung a little bit. But I mean, 85 miles an hour there from Stokes, but there's no kind of follow through, is there, from Stokes there, Jason? He looks like he's feeling a bit of the
I think he's
workload.
Spent for this spell.
Yeah, he's
I
gassing.
So do
all
we
he needs is a couple of no balls and some people behind the bowler's eye line now.
Yeah.
Just to really help him out in these.
That's so.
In fact, he hasn't bowled a no ball in this spell, has he?
No, he did earlier on, I think, when he had that one over, but he hasn't bowled this one. Very full from Stokes, but the swing has gone, and he's now feeling his kind of leg again, but there's no follow through at all. It's like when I would bowl playing for Putney, we were allowed 12 overs, and I almost always bowled them straight off the reel, off the first opening the bowling and staying with it. Well, I can tell you by the 10th over, my follow through was. Shall we use the adjective perfunctory? I think that would be the right one. It was definitely perfunctory. Was my follow through. We're seeing the green of Birmingham, one of the cities that's rather greener in the UK. A lot of canals in Birmingham, more miles of canals than there are in Venice, as I understand it. And we're talking about that because Pujara's just punched the ball to extra cover, and there is near run. So we're going to have a little change.
Venice of the North.
What's that?
They do call it the Venice of the North.
Yes, they do. They do. It must be somewhat galling to hear the word North used in the context of Birmingham. I hear that when Celtic played at Ross County, they travelled 200 miles north to get to Ross County, which shows, that Scotland is bigger than it looks on the map, put it that way.
It's a terrible ground to spell.
And here is Stokes labouring to the crease, and he turns his arm over, and it's just a length ball that Pujara defends. All that reverse swing is now gone. It's the end of the over. The lead is 240, and I give you Tony Bishop.
There is no way that Birmingham is anything like Venice. You've got complete silence. Is it just me?
No.
Is it just my show? I finally got what I wanted.
No, we're just watching Rishabh Pant in his first innings, and all the swinging himself off his feet and hitting sixes, basically.
Zach Coley should be a thing, I guess, it says.
Yes, we've had. Yes, if we go hard or go home, or in Crawley's case, probably go home.
I was just checking on the. I'm here. I was just.
Leave those notes alone. You don't need them.
Well, actually, I do need the notes. That are in front of me. Is down the track comes Pant and absolutely slaps Broad back past him to long on rather, for 4 more runs.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
A really beautiful shot from Pant. Great use of the feet, and right in front of a packed contingent of India fans who will have thoroughly enjoyed that. 112 for 3. Pant all 21 at a runner ball. He's starting to.
Here we go.
Handcuffs time. It is time to get the handcuffs out.
Just fuck off.
Well, while they play around and Alim Dar is about to get the cuffs and check out the ball, let's the GPL. Let me check if I've got this right. But I think England started the day on 84, didn't they?
They did, yes.
And they made exactly 284, didn't they? Therefore, they scored 200. So you can add whatever India score to that 200, which currently takes you to 312. So if you go to 312 is where they are at the moment. Obviously, there's plenty of play left today.
I think that we had 313 to 347 was the range.
267 to 3,123 was the range. We assumed that the 3,123 was an error. So basically, still in play are 313 to 347. My guess is they might well have got past the 347, but possibly not.
Well, it all depends on how much strike Pant gets, because I think he's gone into beast mode now.
So I can tell you, in the game at the moment are Messi Jez, Mog, Hombre Nuevo, Alan Reynolds, and I think that's it. Mog with 2 guesses. Mog's on 322 and 345. That 345 might not be a bad shout, I would say.
Yep.
244 the lead. I think a decision has been made from the rather smart silver ball box.
They're going to run out of those balls soon.
Well, it's become, I don't know, if I was Dukes, I might just be a little bit twitchy at the moment, because their product doesn't last anything like as long as it used to, does it?
No, and despite the best will in the world, if the resources are the same as they were, you can't get them from. You can't have something new.
Well, no, you
to pick
can't.
From.
No, you can't. Well, it's getting a shine from
Well, but in the past,
Johnny Bairstow,
though,
in fact, who's the shiner, who's operating as shiner for Stuart Broad. Sorry,
in the
Nestlers.
past, though, you said that the umpires would make a decision. They didn't have the handcuffs, so maybe they played with out-of-shape balls, and no one noticed.
Well, possibly true. Stuart Broad, having been slapped back past him by Rishabh Pant. Let's see if the new ball makes any difference. Oh, it does. It moves in the air. Came back at Pant, who was comfortably able to leave on height, and through it went to Billings, and there was no run. But that to me looked like it swung in quite. Oh well, we're looking at the first ball. There was a bit of in swing, but Pant just beautifully drove it away. 1, 2 skips down the track.
I think that's
when he played that shot.
Completely negated Pant's plan, which I think was to hit all the swing off the ball.
Exactly.
Which he managed to do, but he's also managed to take it out of shape as well.
Well, he has. Broad over the wicket this time. And, he kept low this time. Pant laughs and simultaneously sticks his tongue out as Billings takes by doing a somersault. So it's all go. Not much of it to do with cricket. One's sticking his tongue out, one's doing somersaults. The ball's crawling along the ground.
I think Pant was just basically saying, "Oh, that was a great piece of cricket, wasn't it?" Ball didn't get up. I didn't play a good shot. Keeper didn't catch it cleanly.
Well, I think you're probably right. 112 for 3.
One for the highlights tape.
Over. Yeah, indeed. Stuart Broad looking pensive, his hair pushed back by his white headband. He's in. That one was a terrific delivery. Moved in and then just jagged away from Richard Pant, who was all a bit squared up and at sea. Didn't get anything on it. Through it went to Billings.
I've got a question about these replacement balls.
Yes.
You say they're all from first-class cricket. Does it span seasons? 'Cause are they going to have balls from previous seasons which are potentially to a slightly different specification because they changed the specification for this year?
That's a very good question. Hold fire on that. And the answer is I don't know. And I'm prepared to say that as this one's whipped away but straight to mid-wicket. Just
come on, Twitter, do your research thing.
That's a really interesting question. I think they're artificially aged. Therefore, but you're absolutely right. If they must all be from this season, therefore they can't all have had that same degree of wear.
We're building up the questions for Jono here.
Well, true, very true. I think Gary may know the answer to that. Gary, on the grounds that Gary is wise and knows many things, and he writes consistently and regularly on county cricket.
And he tells us about all of them.
He tells us about all of them. It might be a review of Kosi Fantuti, or it might be how Gloucestershire have done against Middlesex. He's a man of great versatility. As this is guided by Pujara away to cover. There is no run. Ben Stokes trots back onto the pitch after, I would imagine, possibly a bathroom break, but he may just have used the opportunity for a quick chat with Coach McCullum. Something along the lines of, what the bloody hell do we do here?
Well, I think there's a jingle for that.
Well, is there?
Yes.
Which is?
Stop bowling shit.
Oh, I'm right, I'm with you. Indeed. I believe that's the end of the over. Nestlers?
Yes.
What have you got? Any messages for us?
Have a look for you. GC Naked Radio Naked Fun Bombot says Stokes is like a newbie at a swingers party. More swinging. Jeff tells us that Venice, the Birmingham of the South.
I think you might need to pull your mic back down again.
You mean
up?
up?
Lordy. Well, Lordy, that's definitely louder, yes. That did the trick.
Did
Jimmy
you hear
Anderson.
that tweet?
Well, we sort of did, as if you were shouting it from the end of a very long corridor. So, but we heard most of it, I think.
Okay.
113 for 3. 245 the lead. So 313 the runs scored in the day for all GPL followers and watchers.
Who wins if there's rain now?
Well, Messi Jez, I'm afraid, well, unless there's no more runs at all, Messi Jez would win. If suddenly the heavens open over Edgbaston and everyone has to run off right now, Messi Jez would be 200 quid better off on what is not being a great day for him, I do know. This one's left wide of his off stump by Rishabh Pant, and there is no run. After that, it's Mog on 322 and Ombre Nuevo on 327.
There's something I haven't seen for a long time. On Sky, NASA is looking at the Bible of cricket umpiring, Tom Smith's, to actually find out the information about the balls, I think.
Well, that would be interesting. Gary, if you've got any intelligence on that, as you're listening in the green room, where are the balls sourced that they use to replace? This one's pulled beautifully by Pant. Is it going to go all the way? No, it's not. Matthew Potts is back on, so he's clearly in decent order. He's spent quite a long time off the pitch. It's a very old-fashioned looking cricketer, Potts, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is it me? It's a combination of the haircut, the cap,
the upturned collar.
The upturned collar. Yeah, he's definitely. Look, Rishabh Pant is adjusting the rubber on the top of his handle. Yeah.
Good radio, this.
County Championship second 11 is what Gary thinks, so we can't just be thinking about first 11 cricket, of course. This one is wide of the off stump left by the left-handed Pant through to Billings. Just 78 miles an hour from Jimmy. Scarcely top pace. 115 for 3.
It's a mystery still.
Yep.
Who's in charge of it?
Who's what's
who gets to go round and select the balls?
I know, I'm getting half
Whose
the story.
responsibility is it, Tony? I need these questions answered.
Well, we'll ask everyone who's listening to us to try and help us out, because I genuinely don't know the answer to that question. That one's cut by Pant down to deep backward point where Alex Lees is stationed. I'll add one more to the score for him. 25 for him, 47 for Pujara. He's approaching a 50. 116 for 3, India.
Here's a question for you. Is cricket the only sport using a ball where the ball is replaced by one already used?
That is a really interesting question, and I could arguably say no football, because football, they rather rotate balls, don't they?
I was going to say
in play. So no, I mean, under the particulars, we wait for Anderson.
That's a good shout.
Pujara in front. I think that is a good shout. No, says umpire Kettleborough.
And I think that's also going to be umpire's call if they review it.
Well, Jimmy's not interested in reviewing. Possibly the merest hint of an inside edge. Pujara had his foot quite a long way forward. Stuart Broad is looking at the ball. Again, he's fascinated by that.
I think a bloody obsession.
I think he hit it outside the line. I think it pitched outside the line, and that would be the issue. Or rather, more up that Pujara's leg was outside the line, not that the ball pitched outside the line, but Pujara's leg was. In comes Anderson. That one swings in, and Pujara just gets enough to push it into the onside. No run.
We're talking about
16 for 3.
Ball sports where the ball is replaced by a non-new ball. I suppose recreational golf, you don't have to use a new ball when you lose one.
Well, I'm talking about professional.
But professional, yeah, they always intend to pick out a new ball out of their bum.
Oh God, yeah, absolutely. But they get paid to use them, so.
But they only can carry a certain amount, can't they? They're only allowed to carry, was it 6 or 8?
No.
But what other sports can the ball?
I think you can fill your bag with balls if you want.
Because I do remember Brett Ogle at St Melian in the 90s in the B&H having to quit his round because he'd run out of balls, so he'd lost one.
Yeah, but you're not allowed to borrow. You're not allowed to borrow a ball off another player.
Yeah.
So if you haven't got enough balls in your bag, that's your fault.
Well, it is time for the former England captain, with 66 on his back, to take the ball in hand.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pict, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
It's Joe Root, actually. He's going to be bowling to Rishabh Pant. Didn't we suggest this about...
We did.
Quite a long time ago. Probably 10 overs ago. 40 overs complete, so this ball, well, in theory this ball is halfway through its life, but it's already been changed twice, I think. So who knows, I'm not sure we can count that anymore. As around the wicket skips Root. Tosses this up very wide. And Pant says, I'm not having anything to do with that.
That
nor
really
indeed should
was
he.
a finger loosener, wasn't it?
It was. But I bet he's going to do something similar again. Yes, he is. He's aiming at those footmarks, tossed it wide. Pants looking back at Root with a slightly disdainful look on his face. I think you could say he's not impressed by that at all.
He's thinking, this is going to be very boring if we keep bowling it there, because I'm just going to keep ignoring it.
Well, I think whoever was on, anyone who's on 316 on the GPL, we'll have a look in a minute, would be delighted if they did this for the rest of the day. Obviously they won't, because Joe Root can't bowl all of the deliveries. 313 is gone. 322 is Mogg is the next GPL entry of note. We'll tick them off as we go past them. GPL entrance around the channel. There is a slip, of course, for the left-handed Pant. Guess where Joe Root pitches that? Well wide of off stump. Guess what Pant does? Leaves it, and there's no run. Jason, yeah, you need. That's it. That's the two-fingered roll. Oh, what's he doing? Oh Lord! Oh Lord! You need the two-fingered approach. Outside of off stump, left by Pant, through to Billings. No run.
Trackpads on max I'm not good with.
Evidently, well, neither am I. I only know it because I have to do that one. 116 for 3. 248 the lead. Thrown up outside of off stump. Pant just looks wearily back at Joe Root. Billings sees the funny side of it. Pant probably does. And I think if there was a word bubble over Pant's head, it would be going, really? Guess where that one went? Yes, you've got it. Wide of off stump, left by Pant. He hasn't laid a bat on a Joe Root delivery this over. They've all been wide of his off stump. They've all been left. And it's still 116 for 3. Nestlers.
Warren says it does look like Potts just came up from pit.
Well, he's a splendidly built fellow, isn't he?
And GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says the testicles of the English nobility are not what they used to be. Well, Neil Harris tells you, Tony, that you know that getting a shine is a euphemism for a sex act, right?
I had heard that, yes. It didn't occur to me at the time.
It was in the royal box with the establishment the other day, and
who
knows what's going on in that royal box? We can't see anything down below the top.
I was not.
You think we're going to let it lie?
I was not getting a shine.
Well, if we
off
don't,
Andrew Lloyd Webber, let me tell you that.
If we don't let it die,
what a wanker he is.
He's
an arsehole.
I'm not having a conversation about that. 116 for 3. Jimmy Anderson into the attack again. Short. And Pujara goes up onto his toes, plays into backward point. They think about a run. Well, Pujara does. Pant, who seems to be in the let's shut up shop mode.
That's an official warning for running on the pitch, I think.
Is that for Jimmy?
No, I think it's for either Pant or Pujara.
It seemed to be. Well, no, Stokes and Jimmy are deep in conversation. I think might be Jimmy's follow through.
Yeah, no, it's Pujara.
Well, he's not really helping himself by doing it. Well, I suppose they're thinking ahead to the wickets of England that they've got to take.
Oh, and we have
is somebody else moving behind the ball again? Yes, Richard Kettleborough is saying, sit down. Who is it?
Oh, it's some bloke on the balcony.
I mean, don't these people know the rules of cricket? I mean, they literally, they're at a cricket ground. As this one is wide and kept a little low. Pujara guides it to backward point. Again, there's no run. 1 for 24 for Jimmy Anderson. Pujara 3 short of his 50, 47 off 128. Pant, as ever, has been quick, although he's just faced 6 dot balls from Joe Root, all of which he dismissively just watched past.
So without that, he'd be had 25 off 29 balls.
Yeah, he would, which would look rather different, wouldn't it? Pujara is on strike, though, facing the venerable James Anderson. And Jimmy has done a Mark Wood. I suspect, though, in Jimmy's case, it's just pure exhaustion. Mark Wood, normally, it's all about his sort of the wholehearted nature of his action. What happens to poor Jimmy? Yeah, he just seems to lose his footing. Didn't even seem to trip, Jason, did he? Just over he went like a sack of potatoes.
Well, looking at his studs on the bottom of his boots, they're quite worn down. They're not the full length, so it's quite easy to
he
just
tried to
go
style
wrong.
it up, did Jimmy? This one's left again by Pujara outside of off stump through to Billings, no runs. Yeah, he got up and styled the whole thing out, didn't he?
Yeah,
with rather well.
It was a forward roll, then he stood up fairly straight away and said, well, nothing's happened, nothing left to see.
Basically that was it. 116 for 3 means 316 runs scored in the day. Was that anybody on that, remind me? No, we're waiting for 322 to tick by. Anderson, 2 balls left of his over. Fuller squarely met by Pujara, pushed to mid on, no run.
Yeah, went wide of the crease, angled it in, but everything was behind that from Pujara.
As it would be. I mean, he is a class act. I do recall when I was at Hove, though, I think Middlesex dropped a couple of balls short to him, and one associates Pujara with caution and care and correctness. But he absolutely leathered, I think, the first 2 balls for 10, just in the county game at Hove. This one he's turned off his hip nicely backward a square. He'll get 1, they should come back for 2, yes they do. Keeping the scoreboard ticking, edging it now to 118 for 3. So 318 in the day, still 2 south of Mog's score on the GPL. 250 the lead, 1 for his 50 needed from Cheteshwar Pujara. And Winviz has India at 76%, England at 13%, the draw at 11. So that actually means England's percentage has gone up slightly. Not sure why I think that would be the case.
No, I've got no idea either.
It's going to be Joe Root again. Sorry, Nestlers, we should have
Rishabh Pant.
come to you. Now let's see what happens this time. It's wide of off stump. It jags away.
That should be a wide.
It's given us a wide. Well done, Aleem Dar. I'm not particularly enjoying watching what's going on here. I don't have time to play the wide. Joe Root's in again. What's he going to do? Slightly closer, but left outside of off stump once more.
What time does this dirge finish?
Well, let's just play the wide jingle. This is for the ball before.
Wide.
But Nestlers, I know you're fond of a shorter jingle. This one's a better ball. Pant has to play it. It's on his off stump. Pant reaches forward, steers into the offside.
I've got to say, if you're a wicketkeeper, any note at all, you'd be right in Pant's ear right at this moment.
Well, I think what's to say Sam Billings isn't. I'm sure he is. Is it Crawley at first slip? Forward comes Pant. Joe Root now, quite noticeably the last 2 deliveries, he has put right onto off stump, looking for that one that moves away from the left-hander, hence the slip waiting there. Comes Root, and Pant wristily, there's a shorter, Pant has just pulled it away beautifully through mid-wicket for 4 runs, and a fine shot it was too.
Well, shots like that are just going to induce Root to bowl wider.
Yeah.
And more frequently.
All wrist was that shot, but it seemed to sit up and say, hit me, and Pant duly obliged. 2 balls left of this Root over. Is Root going to try back to his... Yep, outside of off stump, left by Pant, through to Billings. Well, we are seeing Nasser Hussain and Michael Atherton clearly talking balls.
I think they're talking about Root's plans to bowl seam up on the offside.
Wide of the off stump. Left alone by Pant, who clearly is not really enjoying this. He's thinking I don't know what he's thinking. He's thinking it's a bit of a waste of his time. It's the end of the over though. None for 5 for Root. 123 for 3 England, India. And over to you, Nestlers.
Brian001 says, just finished at my granddaughter's 9th birthday party, just in time to see Northamptonshire lose their T20 game against India by 11 runs. Now in the pub to watch the last moments of the test.
Enjoy.
GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, Tony Bishop using the 2-finger technique in the Royal Box. Warren says, if Pant is going to do that to Root, deliveries outside off, should get Leach on.
Well, yes, but I think, yes, the psychology of Leach to Pant is a fascinating one at the moment, isn't it? Having been ruthlessly taken down by Pant in the first innings, there is a feeling, I think, that they're rather protecting Jack Leach when Pant's at the crease.
Trying to bore him to death as well to draw him into a mistake.
Well, I think part of the reason that Leach isn't on is because when Leach does spin the ball, Pant is hitting with the spin.
Yep.
And also, Root is bowling from much wider in the crease because he's right arm round than Leach would bowl left arm over.
That's right. Absolutely beautifully analysed and simplified. Thank you. As we wait for Jimmy Anderson, who comes around the wicket to Pujara, who goes up onto his toes. He thinks about a run. No, says Pant, didn't want to know, sent him back. Now what are we running on? Is Jimmy Anderson again running on the wicket, or is it Pujara?
It's Pujara, I think.
We'll have another look. Pujara
did protest his innocence,
plays
but
this. He sets off to run. Where else is he supposed to run? And Jimmy Anderson looks like I think it's Jimmy Anderson who's getting the telling off there. Because, I mean, Pujara's got literally nowhere else to go. What could he possibly do? Anderson around the wicket, short, and he hits Pujara. That's a frustrated Jimmy Anderson. You don't often see him necessarily using the short ball. Slightly quicker than he's been bowling, 81 miles an hour, but beautifully directed. And Pujara had to wear that one on the shoulder. He didn't really make any effort to do anything other than take it, really, on the outer arm. He tried to sort of wriggle his way out the way, but ball rather followed him. He's still on 49, 123 for 3. Anderson in short again, across Pujara this time. Billings takes on the jump to his right, and there again is no run. It's all getting a little bit fractious and feisty, Jason.
It is, for some unaccountable reason.
Well, I think the reason is I think it's Jimmy Anderson's being accused of.
Oh, we've got a sort of man on the 45 at leg as well to try.
There is a man on the 45, so clearly the idea is to see if you can tempt. I don't think they'll tempt Pujara into a rash shot down there. We'll see. Anderson short again, and ducked under by Pujara, who's happy to leave it. There is no run.
Well, this is about the most positive negative bowling I think I've ever seen.
Most positive negative bowling.
Well, you look at the last 3 overs.
No, I know 100% what you mean. Root just tossing it up outside of Pant's off stump, and Pant just going, well, that's fine, I'll let that go then. Was getting no one anywhere fast. Jimmy, somehow you don't think of this ever being Jimmy Anderson's natural game, do you? Just raw aggression. He's such a craftsman in terms of the way he moves the ball.
He's now moved to leg slip rather than leg gully.
Yeah. Let's see what else there's.
So leg theory still in play.
It is. Joe Root, I think, is the man at leg slip now. Anderson short, but doesn't get up as much, and Pujara plays it down in front of his stump, so there's no run. One ball left of this Anderson over, 123 for 3.
This is a play straight out of the New Zealand Neil Wagler playbook.
It is, yes, it is. Pujara is probably starting to think, I don't know what he has at the end of the day, what he might have to drink or eat, but he possibly, somewhere in the back of his mind, he's starting to look forward to it. Round the track comes Anderson, short, down leg. Pujara happy to leave, 80 miles an hour. It's the end of that over from Anderson. It's 123 for 3 India, lead of 255. Nestlers, you're back in the game.
Mirko reckons wants to know, is Tony calling Joe Root a tosser?
What? No. I said kind of, yes, in that he's tossing it up outside of off stump on a regular basis. So, yes, in that respect.
I think that's what he meant.
Not in the sense that we think he's anything other than a fine, upstanding gentleman.
Yeah, this is what I thought. Some painkillers and some magic spray gone out for Pujara. That's what he's signaling to the...
I mean, we're supposed to finish at 7, aren't we?
We are.
How many overs are actually left in the day? Probably far too many. Let's see what we can figure out on that front.
Quick info says...
There's only 23 overs left today. That is not going to happen.
I think I'd kill myself if I had to sit here through 23 more overs of this.
Well, it's interesting in its own way. Pujara is clearly in a degree of discomfort. He took that rap on the forefinger earlier on, and we had a lengthy delay then while it was sprayed, patched up, and it's really a repeat performance going on now.
I'm surprised he hasn't had something on the shoulder where he got hit as well.
Yeah, somehow, I mean, that part of your shoulder is more built to resist things like that, whereas fingers, it's the what is that? His
index.
It's his right index finger right at the top, and looks uncomfortable. Alim Dar looks thoughtful with his hands thrust in his pocket. I don't think there's gamesmanship involved here. I don't think this is about taking time out of the game and just generally seeing it through to the close. I think
because India are well ahead. They don't need to take time.
Well, precisely. No, India are genuinely discomforted. As we have another look via the drone of the game taking place on the parkland behind Edgbaston. Very pretty it is too. In fact, when you get that view of Birmingham, you see it is really all rather green and lovely. That part of it is, at least. Edgbaston is a beautiful stadium. 1902, I think, the first test. Up until 2003, it was the second youngest, or was the youngest rather, of England's 6 regular test venues, until Chester Street was ordained as a test venue.
Very good for Chester Street in Durham, the cathedral city.
Very true, yes indeed. 123 for 3. Pujara still yet to get his glove back on.
Well, I think I think he's getting a new pair of extra strong, extra defensive gloves.
Well, possibly. Maybe Nestle's
made of
managed to
carbon
very
fibre.
quickly patented his whatever he wanted. Cast iron gloves.
The batting equivalent of the auction shield.
Yeah, it could be.
Warren says, "I love it when the man who goes way punctuates a punchline."
Hey, well, he does actually, yeah.
He pops up it's sort of at some really good sort of moments.
If only we could time our joke telling to be at exactly the right point. We get to a punchline of a joke, and he goes, "Way!"
And also the other guy who goes, "Get him out!"
Oh, I've not heard that one.
You've not heard the Get Him Out?
I mean, I must have heard it, but I'm probably just too busy chuntering.
There'll be a parody Get Him Out account in no time at all now.
Get him out!
Same as a parody Man That Goes Away.
Parody Mr. Man Who Goes Away. I have a feeling he did have his Twitter account for a while, the Man Who Goes Away.
No, he did.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. I do.
He used to tweet in quite regularly.
He did. Did he say anything other than way? Or did he just tweet
no
from time to time? Well, there we go. Johnny Bear. Everyone seems to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. Pujara finally looks like he's about to pick up his bat and his gloves and amble back to face the next over. We assume, well, actually, he won't face the next over because it should be Pant facing Root and some more rinse and repeat action of the tossing up outside of the off stump. Yes, it is going to be Joe Root. It is going to be Rishabh Pant who's facing, who's on 29. Now, who wants to put money on where this is going to go? Oh, it's outside of off stump, but it's a bit more accurate. Pant can lay a glove on this, or a bat rather. Well, that steers it out to Jack Leach.
That's ruined the game plan.
Cover, and it's brought Pujara onto strike. So, well done, Rishabh Pant. Actually, funnily enough, it was probably a better ball from Joe Root, but it just seemed to give Pant so much time to just pick exactly where he wanted to put it. 124 for 3 India move on to. Root is tapping an imaginary watch on his wrist to say no, don't make fielding changes, we just want to crack on with things.
Because they want another over and it's 18:59.
This is a full toss as he tries to toss it full. Pujara flicks him off his toes out to Leach, who's at mid-wicket to the right, deep mid-wicket to the right-hander.
And
That'd
that's
be a
his
single.
50.
And it is the 50 for Pujara, who barely acknowledges it. He gets warm applause from his own balcony, warm applause from the fans in the ground. But he feels it's only the start of a job. Where's Millstones? There they are. And it's one of these. This route is in. No run.
Grinds and flashing cameos. Quite accumulation that just grows and grows. Lucky or lucky inducing reverie. These are a few types of half century.
Well, it's been a patient type of half century for Pujara. We're back to Root versus Pant. We're back to tossing the ball up outside of off stump, and we're back to Pant saying no thank you, I'll just watch that one by, thank you very much. 125 for 3. 325 runs scored in the day. That was outside of off stump. It was left, it was through to Billings, who went through the motions of what he would do were Pant to have stepped out of his ground, of which there was literally no danger of him doing. 125 for 3. Around the wicket comes Root. And that was a bit more of an interesting ball, bottom edged by Pant.
It's hard to call that a catch, but that's a good stop.
That was a great stop. It was I think it was just pretty much straight down into the ground. Let's have a look. Hopefully we'll get to see a replay. Ben Stokes enjoyed it. Rishabh Pant probably enjoyed it. The lead 257, the score 125 for 3, 45 overs complete. That is indeed stumps for the day. So, GPL wise, let's start there before we do anything else.
Oh, unlucky.
Let me see, they started off on 280.
325 is the number you are travelling for.
325 was it?
Yep.
And
nope.
Oh, Mog 322, 327. Hombre Nuevo 325. The runs in the day. My goodness me. Unlucky chaps. You live to fight another day tomorrow, which hopefully you will with us. England started the day today on 84 for 5, I think, didn't they?
Yes,
they did indeed. They went on to make 284. Johnny Bairstow once more imperious, 106 before he was caught by Virat Kohli off the bowling of Mohammad Shami. They've immediately gone to a blast game. They don't mess around, do they? Sam Billings, a patient 36 or 57. He did try to get a hurry up when he was exposed with the tail. Ben Stokes had just made 25. It was 324. England scored 199 today, I am informed. That would still mean no winner. Yes, as the bear is texting me. But if they started on... well, I'll have that discussion with him later. Matty Potts, 19. He, including one enormous 6-over mid-wicket before he was caught by Shreyas Iyer. Another Reading 6 for Jimmy, 6 not out. Bowling wise for India, 3 for 68 for Bumrah, 2 for 78 Shami, 4 for 66 Siraj, 1 for 48 Shardul Thakur. India then lost Shubman Gill for 4, caught by Crawley off Anderson. Pujara, as we've seen, just 50 not out for him. Hanuma Vihari, he was caught behind off the bowling of Broad. Virat Kohli was caught remarkably after an absolute snorter from Stokes. Was spilt by Billings, but into the hands of Joe Root. Pant is also not out, having faced 2 or 3 overs of Joe Root where he literally didn't have to hit a thing. So India closed the day on 125 for 3, a very, very healthy lead of 257. Met Nestlers, do you want to give us some final tweets?
It looks like everyone's gone.
They probably had enough. And on YouTube, should we be quickly
I haven't got
closing?
that up, I'm afraid.
I can do that very, very quickly for you, but my suspicion would be Not
It's Sunday night. Everyone's got to get up in the morning. They're all gone.
No, the porn butters appeared on YouTube.
Oh,
Everyone's gone
is
home.
it just has he? Oh yes, here he is. The Spanner men are all over him now. Naked HD Fun is doing that. And by the way, thank you very much. I have just received a text from the Bear, which I might have framed because it goes, "Note they started on 84, so you're right." I'll just keep the bit that says "you're right." Go from there. It has been a delight. It's not been a great day for England. It's been a very good day for India. India are very much in the box seat, but it's not a done deal yet. So come back to see us tomorrow, 10:30 start again. Thanks to everyone who's been on today. Thanks to Jason who got here in the nick of time. Thanks to Nestles. Thanks to Messers. Thanks to Josh. Thanks to Colin. I'm sure I've missed lots of people. Ajit. Thanks to Ajit. Thanks to Gary. Gracious me.
Gary, of course.
Gary, who I will now be giving a lift home to. Love to you all, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre,